Hello everybody and welcome back to Rio de Janeiro for the FIFAe Continental Championships 2026, the South America edition. My name is Stuart Wesley. To my left is Alia Harvey. We will be here to negotiate you through the first few games of what you're going to see on console today. Of course, we had the mobile yesterday, Alia. I'll bring you in. Have you recovered yet from that very dramatic final between Brazil and Argentina?
I don't think so. I think it was such a tense final because, of course, it went to golden goal, that third game. It was a lot slower than we thought it would be, and suddenly, just like that in the third game, Brazil decided to wake up and won that mobile title. But I'm excited to see the Brazilian fans back in the stadium today.
Yeah, I mean, they were raucous yesterday. They mobbed the stage after the golden goal. And in terms of the nations we've got on show for you here today, of course, we have Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. Those are four nations you would have saw yesterday. But we have two new incoming nations in Peru and Venezuela. So a little bit more jeopardy here today, Alia. We're going to take a quick look at the schedule. But in terms of the makeup of the group now, it's not double round robin. This is a single round robin. You only get to play these games once. How important and how much of a difference maker is that going to be for the console players today?
I mean, with those extra two nations today, there's only 4 teams that get through to that semi-final. So a lot more at stake here. You can't afford to make mistakes and drop games like some of the nations did in mobile yesterday. And that is a stacked lineup that we have in front of us, especially knowing how dominant Brazil have been all year. 10 games throughout the qualifying process, and they've won all 10 of those.
Yeah, there is a reason why we mentioned the hosts both in the mobile platform and in the console platform, is they are always hot favourites for any competition they are in. They have such brilliant esport heritage. They have sporting heritage, of course. But again, looking around the kind of the makeup of the group, as it were, you have Argentina and Chile, who you'd think they're probably the two teams that may run them close. And then I wouldn't say they're rank outsiders, but they're more unknown quantities in Bolivia, Peru, and Venezuela. Who is it you're maybe keeping your eye on here this afternoon?
I would love to see Bolivia make that 4th spot and actually get through to the semi-finals, because it was disappointing for them yesterday. They did get through to the semis, but unfortunately fell short. But I think this group is essentially made up of experience versus the underdogs. You've got Chile, Argentina, and Brazil, all with FIFAe World Cup experience. Venezuela, Bolivia, and Peru, they've never made it to the finals before. They know what the chance that they have today to make history for their nation within eFootball console. So I'm just really excited. We might see one of the experienced nations get knocked out today. Such
is the beauty of knockout eFootball in our esport. You are quite right. Once you get into that knockout phase, and as I used the phrase yesterday, everybody has a puncher's chance. Everyone has an opportunity to do something unthinkable. Certainly, of course, the aspirations of Brazil, we obviously speak about them at length. Coach Thiago with Henriquinho and Jay Victor. It's interesting that they have persevered, or should I say that they have chosen to kind of keep the faith with Henriquinho, given the fact that Footing Facil is now the reigning eFootball world champion in Konami's competitions. But of course, that's 1v1. There is a lot to be said about the synergy between the two of Henriquinho and Jay Victor. They've got to really improve on that moving forward if they've got aspirations to go very deep into this competition, and also if they obviously, of course, go through as a qualifying nation into the FIFAe World Cup. If they've got aspirations to go very far, they've got to keep that up going into that as well.
Certainly, and it was the same pairing last year as well. Henriquinho and Jay Victor finished top 8, which I think they fell short of their expectations going into Rio last year. So they'll certainly be looking for revenge this year. But Thiago Aveire as well, he was the coach for mobile yesterday. They were crowned the champions. So I think they've got experience and confidence in their side, but also maybe a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it goes with being the host nation. It certainly goes with being against some very fierce rivals down in South America. Every team that we encounter here, they're very, very passionate about carrying their national badge and their national side. It's one very, very interesting thing to play for yourself. It's a different one to play for your nation. Of course, we've got the standing graphic there. Of course, nothing been played as yet. You have not missed a thing if you're only just joining the stream. Get comfortable, folks, because this will be fireworks between all 6 of these nations.
It certainly will be. And we've got such an exciting set of opening matches as well. Bolivia versus Chile, Argentina versus Peru, and Brazil versus Venezuela. The match we will be watching is Argentina-Peru. I think the most equal match because neither side has actually dominated when they've come up against each other this year. Argentina has a win, Peru has a win, and there's one draw between them. So this is a match that could go either way, but quite an exciting set to open us with today.
Absolutely indeed. And of course, as earlier mentioned, Argentina versus Peru is our featured game on the live stream. Of course, you want to keep up with the other games that are going on in that round of fixtures. You can head to FIFA.gg. They will keep you across absolutely everything. Of course, you can set it up in a way where you're watching us and also watching the other streams at the same time. You can watch every single goal go in should you wish to do that. Of course, you can stay with us on the live stream as well. But in terms of this makeup here, who do you think could potentially break out? I know we think and we would predict that Brazil might make a qualification berth, but then that leaves at one spot to one of these 5 nations. Who do you feel is probably the most well equipped to go out and take this away?
I think what's interesting with the Venezuela, Bolivia, and Peru set is all of them are relatively new pairings going into this year's tournament. If we were to talk in terms of who I think might get through, I would say Bolivia, just because they have Brian, and in the group, he is the most experienced by age. He's 28 years old. And I think the older you get, naturally, you've got that maturity. So hopefully that might be a deciding factor to help them play well today. But I feel like it's hard to call. I think Brazil, for sure. I think it will be a massive upset if they don't get through. But I can't predict who might take that 4th spot. I don't know about you, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think I'm looking at Chile in a sense because, again, you pointed this out earlier on, is that Coco, their coach, the only female coach that we've seen across everything, which is phenomenal to see from, obviously, a representation standpoint, but it can also provide a different dynamic because she may see things in a different light. She may be able to emotionally keep herself in check a little bit more. Not to say that the male coaches can't keep themselves regulated, but when the adrenaline gets spiked, you need a cool head, and that might be what Coco is for the 2 Chileans.
I think it's also quite intimidating when you look at the entire roster. She's the only female, not just as a coach, as one of the players as well. If I'm playing and I see they've got a woman leading them, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you cannot mess with them. And it's like you said, I think women, they can deal with their emotions better, especially in situations like this. And it wouldn't surprise me if Coco's there as well as sort of a big sister vibe for them to keep them calm, just give them some sort of familiarity. But it's very, very interesting because we didn't see any women in mobile yesterday.
Indeed. And again, for the rest of the nations that are here, again, this could be a real statement tournament for them. The FIFAe Continental Championships is the first one of its kind here in South America. Obviously, other tournaments are going on around the world in different regions, but you look at what is here and what is a potential on show. It is a ticket to the biggest event, I believe, of its kind in the FIFAe World Cup. And one of these nations, well, 2 of these nations, might I add, is they got an opportunity to really go and really make a name for themselves, but then provide some level of inspiration to the people coming up behind them.
Of course, I think we need to remember the region we're in. We're in South America, particularly Brazil. This is the home of football. It means so much to every single one of these players, and that's evident from the support that's out there in the studio today, the crowds, how rowdy they all get. And speaking of the crowds, Argentina's coach, Ale Groove, he was the one Argentinian yesterday with 20 Brazilians around him. They were jumping on him during their matches. They were riling him up. And you made a good point earlier, Wes, as well, that when that final match ended, they all shook hands.
Yeah.
All support, because at the end of the day, they're all South Americans.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mutual respect as an Englishman and obviously a Singaporean. You would look at it and you just go, do you know what? That was the banter of the game. They appreciated and respected how much Ale Groove got behind his side. And again, as much as they had the laugh and joking at the end, they both know that obviously, at least in mobile, Brazil and Argentina have both qualified. They're both going to go and represent this region. And again, we know the storied histories of Brazil, Argentina as football teams. Outside of video games, they're storied nations. I believe I saw the Canary at one point holding up 5 fingers towards Ali Groove, so you can kind of understand the level of banter between them. But it is refreshing to see, and it always is, that there's that bit of banter between the two. But before we go anywhere, we of course have to introduce our teams, and I believe Wars is ready on the stage to do just that. Take it away, Wars.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esports fans. Welcome to FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. We are live from Nave do Conhecimento at the complex of the glorious Newton Santos Stadium in the wonderful city of Rio de Janeiro. Today, why we are here? Today we witness another chapter of history being written on the road to the FIFAe World Cup. Let's match the 6 national teams that are still bearing out in this virtual collision. The first one, with all the history in esports,
vamos dar boa tarde ao
let's welcome
formada por
formed with the players Amarito, Sayajin 4,
coach Coco.
and the coach Coco.
Vamos dar boas-vindas
And now,
a
let's welcome
Bolívia! A terceira seleção.
the third national team.
Vamos dar boas-vindas
Let's
a
welcome
Venezuela! Formada por
with the players Jeremias,
You're Strong,
You're
e o
Strong,
coach
and
Jorge.
the coach Jorge.
Vamos chamar ao palco
And now let's invite to the stage
Peru!
Peru!
Formada por Segole,
Line up with the players
Jonah
Segole,
e o
Jonah
coach
Kraft.
Hamps.
and the coach Hamps.
Agora ela que foi finalista no dia de ontem.
And now the
Levou para o
national
Golden
team
Goal
that
no
was
futebol mobile
finalist
e hoje
in the
volta para o
mobile
console.
edition. And now try again on the console. We have Argentina!
Vamos convidar agora
And now let's invite
a anfitriã,
the host nation,
campeã ontem no futebol
the
mobile.
great champion in the mobile
Entre no
edition.
palco,
Now with us we have Brazil!
Formada por
With the
Henriquinho,
players Henriquinho
J. Victor e
J.
o coach
Victor
Thiago
and
Avaré.
coach Thiago Avaré.
Vamos agradecer a realização do evento.
We need to thank, of course, the
Muito
organizers of
obrigado,
this event.
CBF,
Thank you,
FIFA,
CBF,
Mount
FIFA,
8,
Mount 8,
BTS Brasil
BTS
e a
Brazil,
prefeitura
and the
do Rio
government
de Janeiro
of the city
por este
of
evento
Rio de
maravilhoso.
Janeiro.
Graças a vocês está sendo
Thank you everybody
possível.
for that.
6 equipes vão disputar 2 vagas
And now
na
we
Copa do
have
Mundo de
6 national
FIFAe
teams
Console.
fighting for 2 slots in the
Jogadores,
FIFAe World Cup.
Boa
Players,
sorte a todos
good luck.
e façam excelente
I wish
torneio.
you the best
Casters,
in this tournament.
É com
And casters,
vocês!
back to you.
Thank you, Wars. I mean, I think I need to get him to be able to be set as like my alarm clock or something, because the volume and the energy that comes from Wars is it's just unparalleled.
As we were doing that intro, my dad messaged me and said, "Can you tell the host that I love his mustache?" So, Waz, if you can hear, Dad loves your mustache.
Well, he has got a phenomenal mustache. As the graphic gives you on screen, up first for us here is Argentina versus Peru. Of course, as we mentioned, the other games in the round can be kept up to date on FIFA.gg. And I think with the first game earlier, it's very much a case of you've got to start early, especially with it being a single round robin as opposed to a double. These players have got to get really adjusted to that stage very quickly, and they've got to get on the front foot early.
Yeah, and it's what we were talking about with Argentina yesterday on mobile. They got away with their performance because there were 2 legs for every nation. They underperformed and they didn't actually show up until the final. Argentina's team on console today cannot afford to do that because every single game counts, and 2 teams are sadly going to be going home in the groups.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get these games back, folks, in the console group phase, and that is, I think, where a little bit of the pressure and a little bit of a kind of a doubt and a bit of a question that appears for these nations is, okay, do we go all in on the games that we think that we can win, or do we just go all guns blazing and just try and take as many points as possible? If you're too conservative in the early going and your fixtures may not necessarily lend themselves to you maybe leaving it late, you've really got to go for it, right?
I think it's going to be a game of 2 halves for mobile versus console. Mobile, to start with in the groups, a lot of them were very conservative because they knew they'd all made it to the knockouts. I think today we're going to see a lot of attacking football, especially from Brazil. Globally, they are #1 in terms of average goals per game. If I see them sit back today, I'm going to be really disappointed. But I think you have to go in all guns blazing today. You cannot afford to drop any points.
I was going to say, you said the word sit back and Brazil. I don't think they have a word here for sit back and defend.
That's true.
They really don't. As we know, or at least we experienced with Rentau yesterday when he had an interview on stage. He said, look, our desire is to go forward and go through you. We will play offensively and we'll play through you. I wouldn't be surprised if J. Victor, Henriquinho, and a lot of these players just throw the kitchen sink at it because, again, they can't really play their way in. They have to go, right, we're going to have to just get on with it and get into the game, because looking at the way that these squads are assembled, we'll get into the phases and key players that have been brought up. Additionally, of course, today, slight difference is that with the knockout phase, because we have those 2 teams that drop out, we now have a phase 4 of the draft. So the draft that we mentioned yesterday, there are 3 key players that can be chosen in Phase 2. You can pick players that will be taken off the board for other players. Phase 3 is the pool with the rest of the players. Mandatorily, they have to pick out 2 goalkeepers per side. Phase 4, though, is a little bit more interesting. I think that's where me and you will very much love to pick at the bones of this, is the 2 teams that get knocked out, the other teams, or the teams that qualify, will have the opportunity to pick from the players that have been knocked out. So all of a sudden, those players come into the pool. You can then start to maybe cherry pick some players that maybe came off the board and you maybe thought you could have get in the draft.
And if you elaborate on that, Wes, just so the audience is clear as well, does that matter where you finish in the group then? Does whoever finished first, do they get priority on picks?
I believe it is so, and I think it's like a snake draft, so it's like it'll be first to fourth and then fourth back to first. So they've got the ability to look at their opponents and maybe think, oh, well, that player did some damage to us in the group stage. We'll keep an eye on them if we can get through and knock those guys out. Of course, that's very much super like high level psychology plays from a lot of these players, but you'd be surprised, much as I've experienced and so has yourself, you'd be surprised at home just how much these types of games and mind games get played in these events. I think looking at the 2 teams we're about to look at in terms of Peru and Argentina, I mean, their squads have been relatively well assembled. I mean, Peru, they've gone, they certainly attackers-wise, you're looking at Neymar, Dembele, Collar, Ribery, Owen. Wow, Weghorst has made a wild appearance, and Kenan Yildiz. And then for Argentina, I mean, they've gone a little bit more defensive-minded. They've picked more defenders and more midfielders, but then you've got CR7, Alvarez, Leao, De Ketelare, Doan, and Yildiz. So they're kind of... It's in a sense where they're just... You can see where the mindsets come in. I mean, with Brazil's one, we talked about the fact that they're all action. They've only picked 4 recognised defenders total in their draft. Wow. So they're very comfortable with that selection. And I think that's something in the draft, Ali. I mean, I'll pose it to you as a player. If you're formulating your draft, are you thinking more... Do I draft more defenders? Do I draft more midfielders? Do I draft more forwards? Where would your line of thinking be if you were in these scenarios?
Me personally, I'm drafting a lot of defenders because I'm quite an aggressive player. I like to go in for tackles. I like to risk it, especially in the box. So if someone gets a red card, which more times than not they do, I need extra defenders to come on and stop them for me. But what's interesting about Argentina is they deployed similar tactics for mobile yesterday. They had more defensive players. They weren't playing very attacking. So I'm very surprised that on console they've thought, let's do the exact same thing here.
And the interesting bit for Argentina in mobile, if you didn't catch it yesterday, is that they started off with a flat 4-4-2 tactic. And then I think it was halfway through the group stage, they mimicked what Brazil had done. So again, we talk about those little kind of psychological games that players can play, is that they picked up what Brazil were doing and then mimicked it and then allowed them to actually get themselves back into a bit of form. Again, that's the luxury of playing teams twice. You're playing them once, you get one look at the teams, and that's it.
It is, and what was interesting as well in that final, the golden goal final, Argentina went 4-3-3. Completely different tactic, but when Brazil saw that, they flipped their tactics as well last minute. We thought, oh, maybe that's not going to work in their favor, suddenly deploying based on what their opponent's done. But it worked because they ended up winning. And it goes to show with Thiago, his ability to adapt and trust the players that he has. He knows they can get the job done. But I think you look at all of these nations, they're all here for a reason. They've beat multiple other nations to make it to the Continental Championships. And I think every single one of them are good enough to make it to our semi-finals, to be top 4 in this group. And I just cannot wait for the matches to start.
That's where the intrigue comes in, is that all of these teams very much merit their place here in Rio at the Continental Championships. But it is it's about performing when it matters. That was a phrase I used with Harry yesterday, is that it's great and well and good doing it online and doing it in the comfort of your home. And as you alluded to, it's a lot different when you are on a main stage, when you're under the lights, you're under the pressure. You have, we're the English-speaking stream here. There's Portuguese-speaking streamers or casters, and they're being pumped into the arena. So you're hearing all of that noise. And then on top of it, you've got people sat there, thumping the floor, they're cheering, they've got, they're singing, they're all of those variables. It's one to get the heart rate going.
Yeah, and I've experienced both. I've experienced competing at home because of the pandemic. And when I represented England a few years ago, I remember I walked into the stadium and I looked out and it was a big crowd, like hundreds of people. And I remember just looking, thinking, oh no, like normally they're watching you online, you can't really see it. And when you're sat there, I remember feeling so nervous because I could hear the commentators. I believe it was actually you and Harry.
Would have been myself and
doing
Harry.
it. So I've got them in my ear, yabbing, yabbing, yabbing. And I just remember I was so nervous. And I think that did cause me to crumble a little bit. Thankfully, I got a bronze medal, but I feel like if I managed to deal with that better and had more mental strength, maybe I would have got gold or silver. But it's like you were saying, it's a lot of pressure when you can hear the crowd. You've got studio lights on you. They're very bright lights.
And the heat that comes with that too. Yep.
I mean, it's winter here in Brazil and it's 31 degrees. It's lovely.
Yeah, there is no winter here in Brazil.
No.
I can assure you of that.
I want to move to Brazil just for their winters.
But yeah, you're quite right. And again, we talk about experience and main stage experience. It does always, it certainly does in this conversation, lead towards the hosts. Jay Victor representing many clubs in former tournaments, but they've also been to the FIFAe World Cup. They were there as a pair. They've been together. You also had the mixtures in with like the likes of Guifera, etc. So they are probably the most used to it. And then on top of it, they're in their home country and they're comfortable. They have their creature comforts. You have your good night's rest. You know what the climate feels like. You understand where you are, the people, all of that kind of expectation. You've got all of that wrapped into a ball, and they're probably the most equipped to deal with that pressure. But I will pose this to you, is that if they have a stumble, how do they react?
I think we can reference mobile again, because when it got to the final, they cruised all the way. And in the final, they found themselves struggling to actually win a game outright until it got to golden goal. And I think the pressure of that moment, thinking we are literally a few minutes away from either bottling it and losing on home soil or winning it all. And I think these Brazilians today, Henriquinho and Jay Victor, I think they're going to feel the same pressure. It's good to be on home soil, but Brazil won on mobile. Now there's that added pressure of, if they've managed to do it there, we have to do it here on console. We cannot be the duo that let Brazil down.
Yeah, and that kind of leads us quite nicely into where our first fixture of the day. I mean, we are still getting set up here, folks. So don't adjust your sets. We will be moving to it shortly. But again, Argentina, Peru, two very hotly competitive nations. Like we said, in terms of wearing a country's badge, it's one thing doing it for yourself. It's a very different one doing it for your nation. Argentina, we saw the fandom yesterday going up against Brazil. They know they're in the house of what is one of their bitter domestic kind of rivals on the international stage. Peru as well, though, will no doubt want to make a statement in this first game.
They will do, and they've never qualified for a FIFAe World Cup Finals either. And there's the pressure of that, but more so the desire to want to be the first team to get your country to a FIFAe World Cup. But I cannot wait for the games to kick off.
Well, good news, everybody at home. I've just had the buzz in our ear that we are ready to go. It is Argentina and Peru. Wars, take it away.
Tá tudo bem, meus narradores?
Is
E a galera
everything
estava com vontade
fine,
de
my
ver jogo,
casters?
pois eu vim aqui anunciar
Let's go. I am
o
here to
teremos
announce
jogo. E a
our
primeira
first game.
partida será
And the
entre
first
equipes
matchup
do Peru
is between
versus
Peru and
Vamos de
Argentina.
play.
Let's go.
We got the introductions. We are just still under starters orders. Man, we do want to get this underway, though, don't we, Alia? We're very much chomping at the bit. I know we were just as kind of enthused when we were watching mobile yesterday. And again, I know that you preferred the mobile kind of format, but the the console one is the bread and butter of eFootball. Again, in terms of the differences that you've experienced, because you've been as a player on the console, you've obviously experienced playing eFootball mobile as well. What are the kind of the fundamental kind of differences between those two games?
I think with mobile, you've got less room for error because the games are so quick. I remember last year we were watching mobile and it was just bang, 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 bang. And we were so caught off guard. And just like that, the game was over. But with console, you've got more room and more time to be able to experiment, feel your opponents out a bit more. And I think that's why we're going to see a slower tempo, but doesn't mean we're going to see lesser goals. But I do like console as well. I think there's more drama and there's more tension in it.
I think it's because of that pace of it. I think it is the pace of the game. I think it is the kind of the separator for eFootball in and amongst the video game market, as it were. That it's kind of a real representation of kind of possession football. You can dictate the play. You can make adjustments that, you know, it's by a pixel or two can be the difference between a win or a loss. I mean, the latest update, which was version 6.0, that was released, I believe it was a week Thursday. I'm just trying to make sure I remember what day it is. Today is Saturday locally here in Rio. But you've got different things that have now been introduced. The attack and defensive shapes that you can now use in a fluid formation. You have the overload tactic, which I find is incredibly useful if you're chasing a game. I normally am, folks. But it pushes all of your players forward, but it leaves a massive gamble behind. I haven't seen anybody utilize it yet. It's still long ball counters, what a lot of people are using. But I'd imagine if people start to chase the game, you can imagine they might start using that overload tactic.
Yeah, that's something players of this level have to be able to adapt to. 2 days before the Continental Championships, Konami release an update in-game. You have to be able to look at that and think, right, what can we use to our advantage? What might be a disadvantage to us now? And maybe that's why we haven't seen any of the teams really utilize it yet, because they're a bit unsure of how it might act in-game. But it's like you said, if we start seeing big score lines, some of those new updates might come into play.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, of course, all the items that are in game, you obviously will be able to see the players. We've glanced over some of the kind of the big ones, but I believe that we have got Wars, who's going to have a couple of interviews for us on the stage. So Wars, take it from here, please.
Eu estou aqui
I'm
com o
here
Davi e com o
with
Lucas.
Davi
Enquanto
and
eles na
Lucas.
arquibancada estavam assistindo
They
aqui.
were in the crowd and
Davi.
they were watching the event. They are watching the event.
Primeiro, eu queria parabenizar aqui o
I would
evento
like to
de vocês.
congratulate
Eu fiquei impressionado com
everybody because I am very impressed with the structural
e a organização de vocês aqui
and
maravilhosa.
the
A gente veio aqui
organizational
hoje aqui
parts
na
of the
verdade,
event.
conhecer o espaço e
And I'm here
que pareça,
to
tava
know
rolando esse
the
evento.
place. I didn't
E aí
know the
pegamos esse
place.
evento aí, e agora a gente vai
And now
participar, né, no caso,
we're going
visualizando aí
to
essa
spectate
partida agora
that
que vai ter
game
entre Peru e Argentina, né?
between Peru and
É
Argentina.
isso, é isso. Luquinhas, joga
Lucas.
futebol virtual?
Do you play football?
Qual que você joga?
Eu sou bom.
I play
Mas quem que é
football
melhor? Você,
and I am good.
sinceridade, eu quero sinceridade. Você ou o pai?
I want your honesty
Eu sou
here.
bom.
Who is better,
Mas
you or your dad?
No FIFA, meu pai é melhor.
Olha aí. Vocês não estão sozinhos aqui, né? Quem que tá acompanhando
Depending on the
vocês?
game, I am better. Depending on the game, my dad is better.
E a mamãe tá filmando tudo ali, ó.
And the mother is
Já pensou
filming,
esse
is
vídeo
recording
Final do
everything.
ano, grupo de família. Você autoriza?
Is she sending the
gostando do
recording on the family group?
Vai torcer pra Peru ou pra Argentina?
Are you going to cheers for Peru or
Pro Peru e o pai.
to Peru?
E o
to
papai?
Peru. And you, dad.
Vamos então,
To Peru
Peru!
So let's
Hey,
go,
Caster,
Peru.
Vai daí!
Back to you, casters.
There's absolutely no shock there that a Brazilian, when given the choice to choose between Argentina and Peru, went Peru immediately.
Just no hesitation. Peru. We're
Peru,
supporting Peru.
straight
I want
in.
Argentina to lose. But that was so sweet. I love seeing like father-son duos. The fact that they've made a little day out of this as well is so adorable. His mom filming in the
Yep.
crowd. I'm trying
Gives
not,
you the
I'm not
feels.
trying not to
Give her
cry.
yeah, give her the feels. It's giving Alia all of the feels. But Yeah, I mean, you know, again, it's getting that local voice. I mean, obviously we have the English translator who is translating those words to us. It was nice to hear when Lucas said, "Do you know what? Depending on the game, it's my dad. Depending on the game, it's me." But you definitely know that Lucas absolutely beats his dad every time. He's just trying to be really nice.
Just because the camera swan, he's trying to save his dad some face. But that was, oh my gosh, I can't get over how sweet that was.
It was very nice to see. Again, some of the spectators that are in the building who are definitely coming in to watch these games. I would imagine that the place would get slightly busier when we get to, I believe, later on today, if I just scan to my notes. Actually, it's the second game up, which is Brazil versus Argentina. I'd imagine the place might be rocking at that point, especially with console. I mean, mobile is one thing, console, different matter entirely. Certainly will be a place that will be rocking indeed. Again, looking at the other games we've got coming up on live stream later on today, Brazil versus Bolivia, Venezuela versus Peru, and Brazil versus Peru round out the 5 games on stream. Of course, if you're not invested in those games, the good news is all of the other games are available on FIFA.gg. Of course, as we would say, if you want to keep up with all the scores, you want to keep up with all the table moves, everything like that, get a couple of windows set up, put them next to us, and then you'll have all of the games, all of the goals, all of the action. It'll be your own personal kind of just in-look into the entire event here at the Continental Championships.
And we've got it here as well. We're keeping an eye on the other games for you. So even though we'll be watching Argentina, Peru, we'll let you know the score of the other games if you decide to stay on this main stream. And if you want to hear me and Wes speaking to you, serenading you with our commentary today.
It's not a bad pairing to start off the live stream, I'll say that.
Sorry, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, he will be here later on though, folks. We have not booted him out the building, not yet anyway. Argentina Peru is up next, or is up as the first game. Like we said, we've spoken at length about the game, but in terms of your experience here in Rio, as you know, it's my first time here. I'm pretty sure it's your first time here. How has the experience been for you in Brazil?
Oh, I love it. It's like you said, it's my first time, and I've always wanted to come to South America. And what I find funny is I've been fortunate to travel since I was about 16 through football, and still to this day, it's like a pinch me moment. When we were landing into Rio, I just started crying. The plane hadn't even touched the ground yet. I was like, oh my gosh, look at Rio. But it's because it's mental that this job in football gives us the privilege to visit so many beautiful countries, and we're right next to a football stadium. The other day we walked out, thousands of fans. We saw dogs with the Botoga jersey on. It was incredible.
It's, like we've said before that, you know, here in Brazil, like football, the sport is not just a sport. It's not just a following. It's not just a hobby. It's an absolute religion here. We walked out. I believe it was one of the kind of domestic tournaments that was on, and it was just a sea of people just flooding to a stadium. Even though that the aggregate score was never going to be reached, still you go to a stadium, you root for your team. And that's what we get a lot within esports as well, is that if you think that it may not necessarily work out for your side, you will often find that in the live chats, in the live streams, in the comments, everybody is still rooting for their team. Doesn't matter if they may get, maybe suffer a blowout. They are still right behind their sides.
I mean, it's like you said, football is a culture here. If we think back to the England stadiums, near the stadium, the cars can't drive around it. Everyone's walking. Here, you've got roads right next to the stadium. You've got houses right next to the stadium. So I remember we were going back to our hotel, and you just had the Brazilians screaming from outside their window to all the other fans, and you just look at it and you think, we need to go to a Brazilian football game.
Like you think it's stereotypically, you think that like English fans are the most passionate, and then you run into some of the most passionate people, and then you go, we probably need to take this up a notch, because it really is. It's something completely different. Like you said, you saw. I remember getting a text from you where you were, there's a dog in a jersey. Like, this is insane. And I'm like, yeah, no, it really is. It's something that is palpable the minute that you land here. Like I said, for me personally, this very much is one of those kind of like almost bucket list type of events where you go, wow, I've been able to say that I've been to Rio de Janeiro, I've been to Brazil. It's crazy. When you try and explain it to your family, they don't quite get it, and they're like, are you sure you're going to be okay? And I'm like, absolutely, this is wonderful. This has been, like, the people have been so friendly, and it's been so hospitable, and thankfully, we've had the noise in our ears to tell us that the game is ready to go, and we have ourselves our first look at the Peru lineup. So, in terms of what we've got here, you've got Christian Romero, Demiral, Desailly, Martinez as a backline, Patrick Vieira, Edgar Davids, and a little bit of almost like a double pivot per se. Meanwhile, Argentina, 2 strikers up front, one of them Ronaldo, one of them Alvarez. Who sticks out for you here, Alia, in these two sides?
Listen, Frank Lampard. I said it yesterday. He's my favourite player.
I've just blanked and I've just seen.
How have you not seen? That's their star player. I know Ronaldo's up there, Hullit's there. Frankie Lampard. I really want to meet him one day.
He's an iconic footballer, to say the very least. One of the goal-scoring supremos for club and country. Again, though, looking at their side, Argentina, you can see how they're equipped. 4-1-3-2. And interestingly, no use of the fluid formation from either one of these two sides. So normally at the top of this screen, if it was fluid, you would see a little kind of almost like almost the same colour as that mouse there. It'd be a little hue that would go around it saying attack. And that would normally indicate there's a fluid formation. So instead, console not going with the fluid formation as yet. So it's interesting, of course, though, as you said, a week before the tournament, you don't really want to deviate from what you already know.
No, I think it's too risky. These players have spent months practicing, competing in the qualifiers, but there was a little bit of a gap between the qualifiers finishing and the Continental Championships, about 6 to 8 weeks. So they've spent those 8 weeks locked in, practicing, drilling in their formations and those tactics. So why would you change just because there was an update?
Well, that is the question that a lot of these players will answer. It looks as though these players are ready to go. They've got the traditional gamer lead on Alia, which tends to be whenever I want to concentrate at home, I'm sitting forward on my chair. It's probably the reason why I have a pretty rough back. We are about to get underway, though. It is Peru that are going to be in the black kit, and it will be Argentina in their traditional home kit from left to right. So we are ready to go. This is a 2v2 format. So again, if you see multiple colors on the screen in terms of cursors, that is why.
Do we just see players using emojis?
You can do that in co-op.
That would wind me up.
And that's part of the problem. As the ball gets underway and Argentina look to try and launch their first attack down the right-hand side. It's with Hullet, but he's dispossessed. And now Peru have their first opportunity to get this forward. They're going to try and make it way through the middle. It's with John Accra, but it's been cleared away. And now Argentina, again, trying to progress this one through the lines. Lob through ball over the top, but into the hands of the goalkeeper. So as much as we said it might be a slower game, actually, it's a bit more chaotic already.
They've straight up gone out there being, give me the ball, I want to score. But I think what's going to be really important here is who dictates the tempo of the entire game, because that can throw your opponent off. Fantastic over-the-top through ball down the wing there. Argentina trying to get that early goal. Skill moves in and around the box, crosses it in just a bit too high of a cross.
I tell you what, quick feet from Pierre Tucan, the Argentina player, very, very slight on the sticks. He's done very well to fashion that opportunity, but Argentina, again, managed to stifle Peru's counter-attack. But again, Peru winning the ball back here. Right, 35 yards from goal. They've passed into almost a ghost in that right channel. It's right in the corner. It's been lifted forward by Argentina. If Peru could potentially try and win it back here, but Argentina players are calmed quite down. King and Pierre Tucan very much now trying to just calm the nerves and just calm it down a little bit. Ball over halfway, flicked on, but into possession of Peru. Back to their own goalkeeper, lifted forward and then headed back into their right back. So already you can see that players, as you said, trying to just make things happen already, Alia.
Yeah, and it started out a bit hectic. I think the nerves probably did get to the players. Quick interception, he goes for goal. And just like that, anything can change within eFootball. But still, they seem a bit shaky and nervous at the minute, Wes.
Yeah, big chance there for Peru to make something happen, but instead, Argentina now have the ball. They've now managed to get it to the edge of their 18-yard box, but it's cleared away by Peru once more. Up to Jonakra, Kegoli, and they're trying to make things move through the gears here. They've moved it towards the 18-yard box. Can they keep it in? Outstretched leg will not save it from going out of play. 22 minutes gone. There is a pause here already. So we'll just see if there are any technical tweaks from either of these players. Doesn't appear to be Argentina's pause at the moment. Normally you can really refine this, Alia, is that if you don't see anything moving on the screen, normally that suggests it's got nothing to do with Argentina, very much Peru.
Yeah, I think that pause was very much needed as well. Players making very silly mistakes, passes not being able to be successfully completed. Sort of seems like they started, they were just sort of trying everything. Peru very much trying a lot of those over-the-top through balls, but looks like here there is just a slight technical issue. We will keep you updated on that. But the Argentinians, they look really calm.
They look relatively relaxed, given that frenetic start to the game. We will obviously get word in case there is any additional stoppages that are required. It just appears to be just a pause at the moment, and certainly Peru were just in conversation with the admins and referees to the backs of them. You can just see certainly I'm not a linguist in Spanish, but you can certainly see from the sign language that Argentina are playing, they're just saying, look, we can get that one over the top, we can push two wingers in and we can start to make things happen. But at the moment, we're just under a pause. We will wait for action to resume. But it has been a fast start between these two sides. There hasn't really been a key attempt at goal outside of that half chance that Peru had that made that opportunity. But it just went straight into the hands of the goalkeeper.
No, and what's interesting as well is I like to look at the players whenever there's pauses. We do look to restart the match here, but King Bimea, he actually was chewing gum, and that's something I've started doing recently as it helps calm my nerves. But Argentina here on the attack, I think they're just trying to thread through the needle of the defenders here, but Peru are just on it right now. They're not letting Argentina break through. They know that they want to be the ones to break the deadlock and score that first goal. As we see Segal here twisting and turning just near the line, keeps it in, but unfortunately possession lands back with Argentina.
Yeah, it is a throw in to the Argentines right in the corner of their own territory. They may have to do, as I was expecting, a long throw down the line just to play a bit of territory ball. They've surrendered possession to Peru, have lofted it towards the 18-yard box, and it's been cleared away by about 10 yards and then flicked on again by Argentina, but Peru win it back in the scramble. Peru look to thread it through. Onside! Oh, they've hit the post! What a chance for Peru to open the scoring. It fell to Ruud Gullit. We'll see it again here. What an opportunity that was, Alia.
It wasn't. That could be the momentum shift that Peru needed. They have been dominating the game. They have been more forceful with their attacks. And if Peru are smart, they will use that to try and continue dominating this game. But it's interesting when you look at Peru. They're sitting quite far back. I think they know what Argentina are capable of with scoring. So they're thinking, let's just park the bus and counter.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of any of the goals going in, there is only one goal to speak of. It is in the game between Bolivia and Chile. Chile are a goal ahead, so they have started off as they mean to go on. Have Chile, meanwhile, back on the main stream. Half an hour gone between these two as Argentina look to try and progress through the middle, but it's at the centre circle, then flicked forward, and then it's flicked down at the edge of the 18-yard box, but cleared away by Peru. Stubborn defending from the Peruvians. Now back with Argentina. Opportunity to develop the ball forward. They are tiptoeing forward from midfield. They're waiting for the opportunity to make the pass. It's in towards the edge of the 18-yard box. They're looking for an angle to try and get the shot away. Instead, Argentina recycle the ball. They still kept hold of it. Double touch, but take it straight into the path of Peru. They might be able to counter-attack here if they can find the right pass. They found one into Davids. It's back out to the right-hand side. Now an opportunity to play forward. Is Gullit onside? He is momentarily flicked away by Argentina. Davids has recovered it though. Peru, edge of the 18-yard box. Peru tried to fashion a strike. It's been cleared away again, Alia.
Well, I mean, I think messy is the right word to describe this game so far. Peru still very much dominating, but I don't think either team are really dictating that tempo that we were speaking about. It's very much end-to-end, a little bit of ping-pong football going about. We do see Peru here with a free kick. I mean, looking at that possession, 51%, 49 going to Argentina. The cross comes in, lands on the head of the Argentina player. Peru managed to get possession back. He shoots. Just not enough power there. They still managed to keep it just on the edge of the box. What are they going to do? They feel like they're rushing.
They're just trying to find the gaps is what they're trying to do, Ali, but they've managed to win it back again in transition. Peru, opportunity inside the 18-yard box, but right into the hands of the goalkeeper. It will finish at the half. You feel, actually, there might be one more opportunity here for Argentina. It might be the curse of the commentator, cleared away by Peru, though. And that surely will be the last action of the first half. It does end 0-0 to start us off in the first half between these two.
I think halftime couldn't come quick enough then. Peru are getting chances. They're able to create those opportunities, but it just seems like when they have the opportunity to shoot or maybe have a through ball, they're just making too quick of a decision. It's almost as though they had the same issue yesterday. Just stop for a split second before rushing to make that pass. But what an opening game it's been, Wes.
Indeed, and in terms of, it's not a surprise why the star of the first half was a centre-back that was highlighted. Speaking of highlighting incredible gameplay, Chile find themselves 3-0 up against Bolivia. That is the only goals of this round of fixtures so far. So at the moment, it is a big 3-0 lead that Chile have over Bolivia. And we've cut back to the action and there's a goal. We'll have to wait for the replay, but it's Ruud Gullit that scored and Argentina are ahead.
1-0 up. That's very much been against the run of play there, Wes. Peru have been dominating right as they come back from the halftime break. 2 to 3 minutes in, Argentina are 1-0 up, and I think that must have taken the Peru's team by surprise. Fantastic ball roll there into the feet of Gullit. He shoots from outside of the box, and that is an absolute screamer.
That is a brilliant finish from the Dutchman. He's flying for, his name is a nickname of Flying Dutchman for a reason. Ruud Gullit, bang that one in, right into the top corner. Argentina trying to land the knockout blow. Well, they've certainly landed the first knockdown of this game. Could it prove to be the winner, or will Peru get themselves back into this? They've lofted the ball over halfway, but it's still in Peru possession. Field pass onto the left-hand side. Instead, it's intercepted by Argentina. It'll be lofted forward and then cleared over halfway. And now Argentina looking to try and flick down. It's all about trying to win those second and third balls, Alia, as Peru looks to try and drive forward. And again, they're trying that aerial pursuit. It really is just trying to win those second balls. Lofted ball down the line here for Argentina to take into their grasp. They played it into the box and it was a good drag back. It's gone for a corner to the Argentinians. They're looking to double their lead.
Very, very much the game's turned on its head here. Argentina could very easily make this 2-0 in the second half. The Peru players do look like they are panicking a little bit. I mean, I just don't know what to expect here. We wait for Argentina to take this cross, taking their time to decide which head they want this ball to land on. Are they going to play it short, or are they going to cross it into the box? He goes with the cross in, a little bit of a low one, maybe just too low, but they do manage to hold on to that possession, tries to rush the cross back in, but they have managed to win themselves another corner here.
I do like to see old school tactics on a corner. You can certainly see what King is looking to do. He's looking to select a man and then try and get a flick on. It's a very old school way of winning or scoring goals at corners. It's a lofted ball towards the back post this time and headed into the side netting. Again, you think in that environment, Ali, especially with that angle, you just try and head it back across.
You do, but it's very interesting. I feel like it's easy for us to say because we're watching the game. We can say, why did you do that? But from their perspective, that could have been a wonderful goal. They almost had the Argentina very much dominating this second half, but Peru managed to steal the ball, threading a big needle off a gap. Is he gonna shoot? Peru nearly made it 1-1 there. Argentina back in possession of the ball, looking to counter-attack, just coming up the left-hand side there. Is anyone going to stop him? Peru do.
Yeah, I mean, that was Peru's big chance. They pinched the ball at the back of Argentina's defence, and they had an opportunity. They might get one more here, but an hour gone here between these two. Argentina have had their moment, of course. They've managed to score the goal, but they haven't really been able to develop it. Meanwhile, Peru looking to try and get themselves back into the game. Instead, it's cleared onto halfway and cleared away. Meanwhile, in the other games, the hosts Brazil have taken a 1-0 lead against Venezuela. Keeping you up to date with all of the goals on the main stream. Of course, you can watch the games in their entirety on FIFA.gg, or you can stay with us for the featured games as Argentina look to drive forward now. They're on the left-hand side. They've managed to progress it forward towards the edge of the 18-yard box. But Piatukin puts the stops on, lofts the ball in towards the box, looking for the header of Hullet, but it's a stifled header, easy into the hands of the goalkeeper. And now Peru, a low kick forward, to win it back on halfway, and again it's just bouncing around. It's got a little bit scrappy between these two now as second balls and third balls are trying to be won. It's Argentina that have come up with it now, but they've surrendered possession again to Peru. They've got it over halfway now, and they've played it into the centre with Davids, who's then looking to progress this one forward, looking for a through ball, but it's cleared away again. Alia, they just keep shutting the door to Argentina.
They are, and Argentina are taking advantage of the fact that Peru are rushing. They're making silly mistakes. They've got their attacking players, their midfielders sitting, waiting for a mistake to be made, just like what we've seen there. They decide to maybe slow the game down a little bit, go all the way back to the keeper, restart their play, trying to still get that second goal. We have Hullet out there on the wing, but it's pretty much a game of ping pong right now, back and forth, back and forth. Peru still trying to chase that equalizer, but again a mistake is made because of how much they're rushing. We find it back from Argentina, but again Peru on the counter. Just over 10 minutes to go in our opening game. A sea of defenders from Argentina. It's nearly a silly mistake, but again, Argentina just in the right place at the right time to get the possession back. Pretty much dictating the pace of play, dictating that tempo. They know they're 1-0 up. They know they can just hold on to that lead to secure them those 3 points as Peru chases the game.
Yeah, with not long left coming into this game, they've been trying to progress the ball forward. Instead, they've surrendered it on halfway. They get it back from Argentina to Peru. Peru now have an opportunity. They do have players over. One of them, I believe, is Edgar Davids on the edge of the 18-yard box. He's danced into the 18-yard box, lofted towards the back post. It's headed clear, but only as far as the penalty spot, and then cleared away once more by Argentina. They're definitely looking to try and close this one out, but Peru are going to still keep on trying. They managed to get the ball to the edge of the box. It's still down with Davids. It's lofted in towards Hullet, but Hullet's not rose. And it's cleared away again by Argentina. They're into the last couple of minutes here between these two. Argentina just about with their noses in front. They go cross field, but they've surrendered the ball to Peru, but there's only 2 minutes added on. And Argentina have the ball. They play it back to the goalkeeper, lofted forward towards halfway. Well, it's going to win the header. Peru going to have one more go at this. They've lofted it high into the air, but it's on the halfway line. It may just be too little too late, and it is. Argentina versus, Argentina have won by 1-0. We're over to wars with the winners.
Vitória da seleção argentina, então
Argentina winning the opening match
de FIFAe
in
Continental
the first
Championship
day
de
of
futebol de
FIFAe
console.
Continental Championship console.
Senhores, uma palavrinha? Vamos lá? Vem aqui,
Gentlemen,
chega junto.
one word to me, please.
Deixa eu conversar com vocês um pouco. Dar os parabéns por essa vitória.
Small talk with you.
Argentina
Congratulate you for the
1-0 em cima
victory.
da seleção peruana.
Argentina 1, Peru 0.
Pode cumprimentar. Cumprimenta.
You can greet
Vamos lá,
each other.
tá vendo? Como foi
How
a
was
estreia com vitória aqui no
your
FIFAe? Já
debut
esperava?
with this winning?
Esperamos
It was what you guys was waiting. Yeah, we were waiting this positive result.
Teníamos fe y se ganamos.
We have faith that we're gonna have a good tournament.
Pode ficar aqui do lado.
You can
Como é
stay
que
at
foi a
my side.
preparação para vir
How
jogar
was
esse torneio?
the training for this event?
Tratando de jugar por arriba porque
We need to play
todos los
forward.
equipos se defienden muy bien.
Another national team plays in defense pretty well.
Puede jugar mucho más.
Mas venceram,
And
né?
we go in
Então,
for a
parabéns.
lot more.
Pode ir lá descansar.
You can
Graças pela
go take
entrevista.
a rest.
É,
Thank you.
senhores, é só o começo, tem muito mais.
Yeah,
Então você vai
yeah,
ficando por aí,
ladies and
é
gentlemen,
com
we have a lot
vocês,
to
Caster.
happen yet. Back to you, casters.
Felt like a little bit of relief from Argentina there. They knew that they maybe had got away with one.
I think what helped Argentina there was the maybe inexperience from Peru. The fact they've never made a finals. This might be one of their first LAN events. Peru, what I took from that is the potential that they have. I think all they need to do for their next game is slow it down because they were able to create chances. It was just that final pass that they were trying to make into the box felt a bit too rushed for me, that Argentina got to about 60 minutes in and figured out that that was what they were doing, which is why they kept intercepting the ball back. But it was only 1-0 for Argentina. For a team like that, I was expecting a lot more goals, but at the end of the day, 3 points is 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a look at the highlights, but again, in terms of the goal that was scored by Argentina, it kind of felt as though it was more of a defensive lapse from Peru. As we'll see these highlights again. Again, great footwork down that left-hand side by Argentina, but it felt as though for the goal, it was almost the case there was a little bit of miscommunication of who's going to what player, and that's what left the gap open. We'll see a better go of it here. I mean, Peru, again, still had their opportunities here and there, but as you said, it was just the execution, that shot off the post. It just didn't quite fall for them in that first half, and you felt as though that might have been that only big chance. There was that one, and then there was the one where they picked the pocket in defence. Those two chances, if they fall into the back of the net, it's 2-1, and we're talking about a Peru victory.
But that's where the mentality comes into play. This is the goal that we sadly missed, but it was an absolute banger of a strike from Hullet. But it's like we were just saying, sometimes you miss those chances, and mentally it is quite hard to recover and come back from. And we saw Peru trying to chase the game. This was, of course, their biggest chance. But again, the mistake, they just rushed it. Maybe they should have passed it across the box instead. But that's where the communication issue comes into play. 2v2 is a lot harder. You have to be able to converse well with your teammate. But also in those games, they're so quick. How can you make the decisions that fast?
Yeah, well, it's as you said in the comms, it's easy for us in cold blood to be sat here. It's a very different one when you're in that environment and you are so tunnel visioned and focused on making these key moments count that you do sometimes lose sight of. There's a player over. There's an opportunity there that we may have not been able to or we could have capitalized on. You do get into that zone where you kind of go, no, I can do this myself. Sometimes you do need your partner. And the mistake that was made for that goal, which is that both defenders tracked Hullet from behind. Realistically, you want one defender in front of him, one defender chasing him, so he kind of tracked him into a brick wall. In that environment, Peru, is that one error that cost them.
I think sometimes that's what happens in games like that. You get so nervous, you can sense the goal coming, and that's just a communication issue and something that's easily resolvable before they go into their next match. But what an opening game. And I mean, Brazil winning 1-0, Chile winning. It says here that game is currently 5-0 against Bolivia. When we called it, it was 1-0. 2 minutes later, it was 3, and now it's 5-0. Pretty much making their mark and saying, we're here to top the group and make it to the finals.
Yeah, that is a comprehensive victory from Chile. The round 1 results on your screen. Argentina winning by 1-0. As you saw on the live stream, Brazil versus Venezuela finished a goal to the good for the hosts. So they have got their FIFAe Continental Championship campaign off to a 3 points and a winning start. But Chile is very much the headline there. I mean, 5-0. That is a thumping of Bolivia. And again, you're looking at what we've got in the offing and coming up next, of course, we'll certainly get to it in short order. But a word on Chile. I mean, that is a phenomenal performance to open, especially with your first game of the round, or first game of the group stage, really setting a marker down.
And with the way the games could go today, goal difference might come into play here, to come in and say we're going to score 5 goals, put us top of the table, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, all on 3 points. But that goal difference, especially with Brazil only scoring 1 goal, they're 4 points ahead with that goal difference. And going into the next set of matches, Chile have Venezuela. That's another opportunity for a high-scoring game. But Brazil now have Argentina, which is the match I've been looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how animated it got yesterday with the mobile version, certainly in the mobile platform. We saw how animated it was. I'm sure it will be just as animated today. I would not be surprised if we see the Canary from Brazil make an appearance. Would not be surprised if it is what we expect. But in terms of what we are going to see, and you rightly mentioned about goal difference, it can make the difference. It can make the difference between you qualifying through to the semi-finals or not qualifying. More importantly, though, it can make the difference in terms of seeding. Because if Brazil somehow find themselves not top of the tree, they could have a very difficult semi-final if that is how it pans out. Again, you've got to, every game here is we're using it as a kind of an English football parlance. Every game's a 6-pointer. Every single game that you've got here, you're taking your 3 points and you're taking 3 points away from your nearest opponent. And that is something that going into game 2, both teams, when we come to coming up next, of course, we've got obviously to get the stage ready and everything of that ilk. But Brazil versus Argentina has got the makings of an all-time classic. Really has, especially in a group stage as well.
It is, and even in the qualifiers, Brazil won both their games against Argentina. So they'll come into this with a lot of confidence because Brazil are pretty much on form right now. 11 games played this year throughout the entire journey and all 11 won. The one thing you don't want is to lose your first game against Argentina, not just within the FIFAe framework, but in general, especially with how much talk they've been given the Argentinians.
I mean, if you're a Brazilian, you don't want to lose against Argentina at any stage, but you certainly don't want to lose in your own house. That's how I've labelled this arena. It's Brazil's house. You don't want Argentina to come in, put their feet on the table and say, yep, we're going to win 3, we're going to take 3 points off you. You don't want that because, again, it comes with its own passion. It comes with its own energy. I applauded Argentina into the arena at the mobile final yesterday, and I had a Brazilian fan look at me and go, no, do not do that.
We're meant to be impartial,
Wes. Well, no, I clapped everybody in. I mean, I got caught with a canary at one point, but again, you spend 5 minutes with that canary, and that will give you so much. It gives you energy because it is just infectious, but it's infectious in that arena. It doesn't matter if you don't have a dog in the fight. You just get sucked in. You get sucked into the emotion that goes with it. You get sucked into the player celebrations. You get sucked into the chants that go with it. You get sucked into Ali Groove holding off 20 other Brazilians when Argentina score. You get sucked into it. It is something. It's almost otherworldly, the rivalry that exists here between Brazil and Argentina. It's something completely I've never experienced.
And Ali Groove was one of the Argentinians in the crowd yesterday. Now that he's on stage, he's behind those players. I'm sure the Brazilians will be taunting him as we go into round 2 of our 5 matches in the group stage today. Bolivia take on Peru, Venezuela against Chile, and our featured match, Brazil versus Argentina. What's interesting about those first 2 sets of matches as well, both of those nations, they've only actually played against each other once. Peru beat Bolivia, Chile beat Venezuela. So there's actually not much history in those first 2 games.
But that can work to players' advantage, is that if you don't have a blemish, or you don't have too many blemishes, or you don't have that DNA of coming up against teams, you haven't really got the fear of it. It's a little bit of the kind of the unknown of it, is that you can come back and go, hey, actually, we're okay. I mean, the Brazil versus Argentina game is up next around about 5 minutes time. So obviously we're going to walk through Brazil and Argentina. If you do want to catch the other games of round 2, again, as we mentioned, on FIFA.gg. I personally would recommend you get all of the windows open so you can catch all of the goals, because although we will keep you up with goal score updates, you definitely want to see those goals go in as well, right? So in terms of what we're going to see here, though, it is 2 teams that have got 3 points on the board in that first round of fixtures. Both have only scored a goal apiece. And then, as we said, if you went by form book, if you went by expectation, you went by kind of international notoriety on an eFootball stage, you would have to say the home team are the favourites in this fixture. But there is something to be said about Argentina saying, do you know what? We got to do better. We know we've got to do better. What better way to do it than to take 1 or take 3 points out of Brazil?
Yeah, Argentina, I think, got very, very lucky in that opening game against Peru. And it's not going to be an easy match for them coming up against Brazil, who we know very attacking, although they only scored 1 goal in the first game. But what I'm interested in finding out that final score of will be Bolivia versus Peru. 2 nations with no pedigree, neither have ever made the FIFAe Finals. Bolivia throughout the year have had the weakest overall record, but that might be one of the nations we see through to the semi-finals. And for both of them, it's a very, very important matchup coming up.
Well, thankfully, we are ready to go. Wars, get this one introed, because this is going to be a cracker. Oh, standings, tell you what, I'm queuing up Wars to come in
You
and give
can't
us
wait
the
to
intro.
see him again.
It's infectious, I told you. We're here with the standings at the moment. Chile, as we said, top of the tree. Brazil and Argentina nestled into joint second place. Again, only separated, well, not even separated by alphabet. It is literally as tight as it can be. Peru in 4th, Venezuela also joining them on 4th, and Bolivia at the bottom, thanks to that 5-0 drubbing they got at the hands of Chile. Again, we made this comment when we were talking through the early stages of the group. I think one game doesn't really tell you the entire story of how this is going to go, but it can give you a psychological edge. If you're the other teams and you're looking at, wow, actually, Chile have scored 5, we've only scored 1, and we just about squeaked by, you can maybe start to think, I don't want to come up against Chile.
No, we were talking earlier about Chile being top of the table with the goal difference, but Bolivia, they've got to flat out win games now, because to have goals against them be at 5, with Venezuela and Peru only being at 1, that's a big mountain to climb. So Bolivia, they really got to try and win against Peru. But if I were in Peru's shoes, I'm thinking, hold on, Chile scored 5 goals against them. I would have to coach, quickly check what did they do that was different, how did they manage to do that, and say, can we thrash Bolivia? And what we must remember as well, Bolivia sadly have had a thrashing against Brazil, 8-0. That's one of the biggest score differences that we saw in the qualifying stages. But that's where the mental strength has to come in. Yes, we lost 5-0, but it's only game 1 of 5. Still lots and lots of points up for grab.
Absolutely. You know, your tournament or your group stage is not defined just by the one game. It's very much a case of the table doesn't lie. Because by the end of this group stage, if you're in those 2 slots in 5th and 6th, there's a reason why you're in 5th and 6th. If you're in one of the top 4 or you're in top of the table, there's a reason why you're in those top 4 slots. So, you know, it's damaging for sure, but it puts you in a zone now. If you are Bolivia, it puts you in a zone now where you are saying must win. It's just get points on board. Doesn't matter about goals, get points on the board. And I think that is actually a little bit of a sobering one for them, is that they can just go, actually, yeah, let's just focus on winning. Doesn't matter if we concede, doesn't matter if we go behind, let's just try and get ourselves back into it quite quickly. I think for the teams that have only conceded 1, it's a little bit kind of, it still puts you at jeopardy because you've lost your game. You've then got to go, oh, okay, well, we've only lost by 1. It's like, no, but you've still not put any points on the board. I think that can sometimes be a bit of jeopardy. The 2 teams we're going to see here, though, it's not a problem for them. They've got 3 points on the board each, and they will no doubt want to put one over on each other. As you said, Brazil have got the recent history against Argentina. They're very much the team in form for this fixture. But you've just got to think maybe Argentina just want to have something to say, given what they saw in the mobile final yesterday, given that they've seen the type of reception that their players receive, even with the two fans that we saw in David and Lucas, when they give an option of who you're rooting for, Peru or Argentina, Peru immediately, and they're local, and obviously local Brazilians. So you know that it's almost like kind of like siege mentality for Argentina, right?
Yeah, and I think if I was Argentina, I would look at Brazil and think these guys in the qualifying stage were #1 in terms of average goals per game globally. But they've come into the day and they've only scored 1 goal in their opening game, which immediately would make me think maybe Brazil aren't on form, maybe there is a way to stop them. And it's like what you were saying earlier, the 6 points to nab, 6 points for them and 6 points they want to take off their opposition. But I think it's very interesting whenever we look at Argentina and Brazil, knowing the history both in esports and football between both nations. I think this game could swing either way, but Brazil have Thiago behind them as their coach. Very experienced, a pro player himself. Fantastic dance moves I did with him yesterday. But what an opening match that one's going to be. Yeah,
it is. I mean, as your kind of your trivia question almost is that in terms of the items that you see in game, we've seen a lot of Argentinian players already during mobile and console, and we've seen a lot of Brazilian players during mobile and console. If I could press you, what one Brazilian would you take out of the game, and what one Argentinian player would you take out of the game?
Out of the game?
Like, as in like you get to pick them. I don't mean like expel them from the game.
I would take Ronaldinho because I've met him.
Oh.
And Argentina, I would take. I would take Enzo Fernandez.
Ooh, you see that, and again though, but that gives you an insight into how, it's almost like they're psychological questions. You can find out a lot from people as to what players they pick. Is that is your solid base of a midfield. It's an incredible number 10, and it's a holding midfield that will just chomp anything in front of the back line. For me, I'm always a Ronaldinho guy. I will forever be a Ronaldinho guy. And then for me, I am forever a Lionel Messi guy, because he just is something else. We talked about otherworldly and ethereal. He just sums it up. We saw it so much for Argentina yesterday. They were using Messi. They were getting goals with Messi. And we said, virtually their talisman, physically their talisman. He's one to call upon. Now, in terms of what they've got at their disposal here, though, as I flick to my notes, in terms of them, they've not picked Lionel Messi. There is no Lionel Messi in this Argentina side. In Brazil's side of things, and there's a note that I picked up earlier when I was talking to you, they've picked 4 defenders, 4 recognised defenders of Brazil. In terms of their phase 2, where they can take players off the board, I believe I counted this morning, they took 8 attacking players. They took Romario, Pele, Figo, Del Piero, Baggio, Cody Gakpo, Puskas. So that's what? It's like 7, right? And then in their midfield, they took Vitinha and Schneider in phase 2, as they did in N'Golo Kante. Their phase 1 players, Virgil van Dijk, Ruud Gullit, Patrick Vieira, they're very much like players that you would expect players to pick. But to take that many attackers, I know that they want to maybe just have, the selection of players that they can attack with. But knowing Brazil as we do, obviously Jay Victor, Henry Quinho, they're very much dribblers. Players that you've got to be looking at, really, that they're going to start using here. Definitely got to look at Romario. Definitely got to look at Pele. I think they very much are the 2 standouts for them. And I think for Argentina, it's a bit more that they've gone heavier in midfield. They've got Platini, Lampard, Gerrard, Totti. They've got Ronaldo, Alvarez, Leao, and De Catalare are their kind of attackers and midfielders. But they've gone a bit more defensive-minded, or a bit more packing the midfield-minded. Whereas Brazil have just gone, we've got 4 defenders, that's all we need. The rest will invest in our attackers. And it gives you a real insight into how Thiago and Henry Quinho and Jay Victor are thinking.
I mean, Brazil, I'm seeing all these attackers, but where are the goals? What do you mean? You've got all these attackers, and you've only scored 1 goal today.
You're very brave. You're calling out Brazil on Brazil territory. Are you okay?
No, because I just saw Big Bird in the corner of my eye over there, and I think I might be a little bit scared.
He might have a word with you shortly.
I think so, but I'm going to say it. Brazil, I need to see some goals from you today because you cannot field that many attackers and only score 1 goal.
Well, you have to wait no longer as Wars is ready on the stage. It is the South American derby. It is Brazil versus Argentina.
Muito bem! Voltei, não foi sozinho, trouxe
I'm
comigo
here
o
and
Canarinho
I'm
Pistola
not
está
alone.
de volta!
Canarinho Pistola is with me.
Vamos, meu Canarinho, porque agora teremos a segunda
Let's go,
rodada.
Canarinho, because now we have
E ela
the second
acontece
round.
num
And
clássico
it happens
sul-americano.
with a South
O maior do
American
mundo.
classic
Brasil versus
Brazil versus
Argentina.
Argentina, the biggest classic of the world.
Yeah, it's nice to see my best mate on the stage. I'm not talking about Wars, I'm talking about the Canary. It's lovely to see him. You've got your samba moves on.
I'm ready to go.
We are having great fun. We are ready to go as we see the initial lineup for Brazil. 4-2-2, Romario and Pele feature with Vitinha, Patrick Vieira holding it down in the centre mid. Wesley Schneider out on the right. Ruud Gullit, of course, a staple up top. The back four is the back four. It certainly is their only defence. Meanwhile, I'm spotting there, Dion Calls from Malaysia is their right back.
Southeast Asia.
I tell you what, they've got some phenomenal players within eFootball. Ruben Diaz, Virgil van Dijk, Manuel Akanji, and some slight changes versus the lineup we saw against Peru. And then sometimes you see it's these tiny changes, and it just gives you a little bit of kind of maybe an acknowledgement of what they're going to come up against, because there's a three centre-backs and a right-back. You want that left-sided player to stay back because they know the threat that Brazil possess.
Yeah, and you know what I love about eFootball is that you have the popular players, the famous ones that you see in the squads. But the fact we're seeing a Malaysian on there, I'm from Singapore, I will rep my Southeast Asians, but that actually caught me by surprise. I'm like, oh my goodness, a Malaysian player on FIFA.
I'll probably butcher the pronunciation, but you normally have Jay Izdes from Indonesia as well. He's also part of the player pool. I've seen him crop up a couple of times in people's back catalogues, but there's quite a few good Southeast Asian footballers that are in this game. They do get your big time moments. But speaking of big time moments, we are off and underway between these two. Brazil in their traditional canary yellow, Argentina in the home strip. Brazil from left to right, but it's now with Argentina on halfway. Crossfield ball onto the right-hand side, looking for King, who's going to feed Ruud Gullit, who's got the better of the Brazil defence. It's Ruud Gullit. Gullit, double touch, tried to force the goalkeeper into making a switch. Henry Quinho went manual goalkeeping for a second. Nearly gave Argentina a very early opportunity there, Elliot.
The hesitation cost them that potential goal. I know he was trying to throw the keeper off guard, but it felt like there was a clear chance at goal there. The fact he didn't shoot has really taken me by surprise, but maybe that is a gift that has been handed to the Brazilians as they look to take control of this game. They want that opening scoring, but Argentina, just similar to our first game, I think it's a little bit edgy to start with.
Well, it is the derby over here in South America between these two sides. Such a storied history and a storied rivalry between these two nations, both on the field, off the field, virtually and physically. It is always box office between Brazil and Argentina. A bit of territory ball there from Argentina with a long throw down the line. Managed to get themselves a throw in just level with the penalty spot of Brazil. Will be looking to try, maybe make something happen. They've just changed their thrower. That's why you've seen the screen reset. Of course, if it's not the right one, of course, if you've got a defender that's out of position, it's not what you want. As now, they just take their time as 3 seconds tucks down. It's then flicked on at the near side of the box into Gullit, who's managed to keep it on the edge of the box. It's still with Gullit. Low pass into the box, cleared away by Brazil. Then they managed to flick it down, but it's intercepted by Gullit. And intercepted by Argentina. Try and loft one forward towards Ronaldo. It's headed clear. Argentina still with it in the Brazilian half. Looking to try and flick it down, so cleared away again. Now Brazil looking to bring it down the left-hand side. They're just on halfway. Neat little drag back from Henriquinho. And receives it again. Stunning pass into Jay Victor with Ruud Gullit. Deep little dancing feet from Gullit, but it's cleared away by Argentina. Now have it back again on the halfway line. And looking to play it forward down this left-hand side. Neat give and go opportunity potentially here for Argentina. They've super cancelled the pass once or twice. Then been hooked clear by Brazil. Here's a cagey one between these two, Alia, is it not?
It is indeed. Argentina are very much controlling this game right now in Brazil's home, as we were saying earlier. It seems like they're not sure how to approach this Argentinian side. Seems a little shaky from them at the minute as Argentina come on the attack again, looking to break that deadlock just at the edge of the box, twisting and turning, crosses it in. Just lands in the head of a Brazilian player.
Yeah, he was looking for Ronaldo for Argentina, but instead it's Brazil that lead it away over halfway. It's into the feet of Gullit. It's now moved quickly onto the left-hand side. It's really quick ball movement. Pass deflected and cleared away by Argentina. And then Brazil win it back on halfway. They now have an option here, but they've had the pocket pinched. Now there's a great crunching slide challenge by Jay Victor that has set up Henriquinho to feed him again at the attacking part of the field. It's a chance, and it's a strike on goal, but it's a good save by Argentina. It's a corner ball with 26 minutes on the clock.
26 minutes in, and we've finally seen a chance from Brazil using that Romario card. Great save from Argentina here. We really need to see Brazil make something off this corner, because at the minute Argentina are dominating this game. Jay Victor to take that corner for Brazil. They have dominated on possession. Cross goes into the box, just lands it a little bit too short, but he manages to find the ball back on his feet. Crossing again, tries to get it onto Gullit's head. They're still managing to hold on to possession on the edge of the box. Is he going to cross it in? Great save by Argentina.
Yeah, punch clear by the goalkeeper. Now Argentina looking to launch an attack as a wide ball out to the right-hand side. Gullit just about keeps it in. And his Argentinian teammate managed to recycle the ball for him. So it's with King, who launches one down the right-hand side. And just keep an eye on the bottom of your screen with the radar on the bottom of the screen. You'll see a horizontal or a vertical line that will move. That is both of these teams trying to push their lines forward or back, depending on which way it moves. It just pushes and condenses that defensive line and really makes it difficult for your sides to operate in the pockets of space. Meanwhile, Brazil now have the ball, lofted it towards Gullit, and it's into the hands of the goalkeeper though, who's made quick order of getting rid of that one out of his hands. It's been knocked down by Argentina. They have it on halfway. They've played a through ball down the line, and they've managed to get away momentarily from the defender, who's managed to catch back up and rob them of the ball down that left-hand side. It's now with Brazil in the heart of their midfield. They go cross field onto this right-hand side. Just on halfway now. Manages good feet there from Jay Victor. It's a stunning cross just to drill it across, but instead it's been picked off here, and there's a neat dummy there from Ronaldo, but again surrenders the ball to Argentina. But Argentina win it back again, and you get the feeling, Alia, it's going to be a moment of magic that's going to open this game up, as it's with Ruud Gullit now on the edge of the box. Double touch, strike at goal. Good save again from the goalkeeper. Piatukin parried that wide manually. It's going to be a corner for Brazil, and Jay Victor to take.
Indeed, they've actually just switched that out, whereas Henriquinho's now going to take the corner for Brazil. Tried it with Jay Victor earlier, didn't quite work. They're switching their tactics just 3 minutes before halftime. Cross comes in, tries to find Gullit, but just goes a little bit wide. Brazil managed to keep possession of it, but King Bemya gets it off them. What are they going to do here? Are they going to try and have a last chance attempt at goal? The through ball comes in. Can they hold on to it? Brazil well cleared as we look to go into halftime 0-0.
Yeah, no goals so far in this very tense fixture between these two. Argentina have the throw. They may have one more go at this. It's a long throw towards the header of Ronaldo. Tried to flick it down, cleared away. And there is the half-time whistle between our featured game of Brazil and Argentina. Currently 0-0. Meanwhile, here is a shot for you, Alia. In the other games, Bolivia and Peru currently 0-0 apiece. Venezuela have themselves a goal lead against Chile.
Oh my goodness. And the only other time they've met, Chile won quite comfortably against Venezuela. And what a statement to make as well for Venezuela. Chile are coming off a 5-0 win to score first. Chile haven't been in that position today. And if they can capitalize on that, potentially still 3 points off them, it's going to be quite good news for both Argentina and Brazil, but that is a shocker indeed.
Well, this is what we're thinking and what we're looking at. Is the first game of Chile, is it an anomaly that they've beaten Bolivia? Is it the fact that they have blown Bolivia away? Or is it that Bolivia have just succumbed and made errors? At the moment, Venezuela have themselves a goal lead against the team that have pocketed 5 past Bolivia. We're about to get ready with our second half here as Argentina get us underway. It's lofted forward over halfway, but into the hands of Brazil it goes. Henriquinho with it on the right-hand side. It's with Pino Tukin now, who's intercepted it for Argentina. It's with Hullet. Back to the halfway line it goes. It's a stunning pass forward. It's to King, but it's cleared away by Jay Victor. And now Henriquinho could maybe bring this down the right-hand side. Then going to play into the centre. Neat little drag backs, a couple bits of skill. And it's not really the part of the field you want to be doing that in, because you're going to give yourself or your team, your opposition, an opportunity here to get forward. But again, it's good defensive work again from Brazil. And they're not really free-flowing in terms of attack at the moment. But as we said before, Alia, it can turn in a second.
It can, and this is our only game today now that remains goalless. Peru have gone 1-0 up against Bolivia. We would have thought that we would have seen a goal in this game, but surprisingly not, as we see Brazil here on the attack, trying to thread through that needle and get through Argentina's defense. But this has been a very shaky game for both teams so far. Still 0-0, just over 30 minutes left of game time. Argentina with the throw-in, trying to capitalize on it, but the ball lands back on Argentina's feet. Henriquinho taking his time, fantastic pass through. Just trying to keep hold of that possession, dictate the tempo of the game. But so far, they're just ping-ponging this ball about. Jay Victor being very patient, trying to find his man, trying to find somewhere where he can make a clear pass through and just edge closer to that 18-yard box. Still in possession here. He manages to break through. Fantastic through ball through to Hullet, but just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, and the pause now cues between these two sides. And I was about to tell you that Peru had doubled their lead. Instead, they have tripled their lead against Bolivia. They are 3 goals ahead, are the Peruvians. And the substitutions are in for Brazil. There is 5 substitutions made. Gonzalo Ramos, Roberto Baggio, Alessandro Del Piero, N'Golo Kante, and Luis Figo on for them. Meanwhile, for the Argentinians, is Rafael Leao and Charles de Catalare on for the Argentinians. And meanwhile, they've also made another substitution. They've taken Ruud Hullet off and brought on Francesco Totti, one of my favourite Italian players, as a traditional number 10. Also one club man as well. Certainly can respect the loyalty shown. May just come up trumps here as we are on the hour mark between these two. 0-0 it is. It is tense. It is everything you want it to be. As Argentina come forward, they have a chance on the edge of the 18-yard box. They've rolled it into the 18-yard box. Striking goal, it's just wide of the post. And as quick as that, Alia, it could turn. It was Steven Gerrard on that occasion. And it just whistled past the post.
It was indeed, and very, very lucky for Brazil there that Argentina didn't go 1-0 up. So many close chances this game so far, but no one able to convert yet to break the deadlock. The ball is back with Brazil as they look to attack. Can they make it 1-0 here? Still playing relatively quickly, but managing to hold on to possession really, really well. Henry Quinho, very skillful on the ball, as we know him as a player. Jay Victor tries to make the run through. Is he going to pass it through? But Piatukin just there to stop it from happening, as Argentina are now on the counter-attack. 4 Brazilians stopping 3 of the Argentinian attackers, and just like that, just trying to rush that pass there, Wes, then it just lands back with Brazil over the top through ball. Brazil trying to chase that first goal, and Argentina, just like that, it feels like we're watching the same game both ways.
It is just each team just trying to close the door. I think for Brazil, they're certainly trying to give Argentina the room to think, which is allowing that doubt to creep in as to when to trigger that pass. Sometimes you've really got to play out on instinct. As Brazil try and play it forward down the right-hand side, exchange passes, and then they've got it onto the halfway line, and Peru have bagged another against Bolivia. 4-0 ahead are Peru. It's a big performance from them again after the disappointment of making 1 error against Argentina, and they've answered back with 4 goals. It is still 1-0 to Venezuela against Chile. There's another pause cued here between these two. You can see here as well, just the shape just starting to just turn a little bit. Is that Kenna Yildiz onto the replace that left-hand side. You see Platini make way for Argentina. Of course, momentum dribbling, blitz cover, super sub, some of the player skills that are involved in this game. Of course, you can research that within the game yourself if you do so choose, as Brazil now have the ball over halfway. There's an opportunity into the edge of the 18-yard box. Neat dummy from Henry Quinho, but taken away by Argentina again. They certainly have the tonic to take this away from Brazil. Piatukin, ball in to King, and the neat ball roll out of it by Argentina, but cleared away again. Of course, Argentina will be certainly looking for a measure of revenge for their mobile counterparts, being the fact that Argentina lost all 3 games against Brazil yesterday. Argentina might still have an opportunity here. Neat drag back, looking for a ball into the box, but it's headed back to the goalkeeper, closing in on the last 5 minutes between these two.
I can't believe this game is still 0-0, 84 minutes in. I was expecting at least 1 or 2 goals, especially that Peru are now 5-0 up against Bolivia. Venezuela 2-0 up against Chile. Definitely 2 sets of shocking results here. Brazil on the attack. Henry Quinho passes it through to Jay Victor. Just trying to make too many choices in that box. You guys don't have time. You just have to shoot. Jay Victor through to Henry Quinho, passes it through. He lets it fly, but well saved from the Argentinian goalkeeper. We have a corner with just 2 minutes remaining.
You asked for just shoot earlier. It was delivered. It was a really good save from Argentina, but Brazil have themselves a corner deep into regulation time. They will deliver this one in. There's a booking that's gone back for a foul that was picked up by the referee, Rafael Leao. A little bit too heavy. An advantage was played. As it stands, it's Jay Victor with the ball to be delivered into the box. Will he go short? Will he go into the box himself? We will find out in any moment's time. Jay Victor into the box it goes, and Henry Quinho tried to head it down. It's with Jay Victor, who's tried a stunning strike from the edge of the box on the volley. Again, part of that new 6.0 update. You can take stunning strikes on the volley well wide of the post. That's that risk versus reward that you have. You get more power, but the direction can sometimes be lacking. We're into the final minute of regulations. 2 minutes added. Who will get the last opportunity to develop the ball? I think it might actually now come the way of Argentina. They're on halfway. Have they got runners? It's a good drag back, ball into the channel, chested down. Argentina, it's got to be now if it's going to be now. Ball into the edge of the 18-yard box, sweet ball, strike a goal, and it's just gone wide. Half the ground thought it was in earlier. That was a phenomenal game. And Wars is with us for a flash interview on the stage.
Senhoras e senhores, estreia da seleção
Ladies
brasileira
and gentlemen,
com empate 0 a 0.
Brazil and Argentina in a draw with no goals.
As equipes estão se cumprimentando.
In fact,
Seria uma
they
palavrinha
have a
aqui da
very
equipe
tough
brasileira,
game.
Henriquinho,
The teams are
J. Victor, se
greeting
puderem
each
chegar aqui no
other.
palco com a gente. Avaré.
We're going to have the Brazilian players here on the stage
Primeiro,
with
parabéns
us
aí
for a
por
flash
estarem jogando
interview.
o campeonato. Valeu demais. Eu
Congratulations
ouvi de
for
vocês.
your performance to the moment.
Como é que foi a preparação para esse
How
evento?
was the
Foi muito
practice
boa, a gente
for
manteve os
this
treinamentos
event?
que a gente estava fazendo antes, que fizeram a gente vencer os torneios. E
We
acho que foi isso.
won some tournaments.
faltou,
We were
Henriquinho?
doing the
Aquele
same
detalhe
that
pra
we
vencer a
did
Argentina
for
hoje.
the other event, to the past event. We played well. We have some problems to have a good
É isso,
participation
parabéns,
in the
senhores.
last
Vamos junto,
part of
vamos
the
junto, hoje,
camp in the
torcida.
offensive side of
Valeu, Avaré.
the pitch.
Meus queridos narradores, vai
And
daí!
back to you, casters.
Yeah, interesting that the Brazilians were speaking there, that they had a couple of problems with exactly the way they were moving forward. They certainly looked to be nullified by what Argentina were presenting to them. And again, very surprising scoreline between the two, 0-0, and wasn't really too many big chances. There was a couple of keeper saves, but nothing really where you went, that's a golden opportunity.
No, I think Argentina should be proud that they're walking away with 1 point there. As we said earlier, throughout this entire year, Brazil have only ever beaten them. So the fact that they've taken 2 points off the Brazilians, plus that's the first time Brazil have actually drawn a game this year. They've only ever won. So that's something they should be really proud of. And if I'm Argentina now, I'm thinking, I held off Brazil. What's to say I can't go and beat all these other nations and I might finish top of the group?
It is a big start from Argentina, as we'll go ahead and look at the highlights. But picking up a win in the first game, picking up a draw in the second, that seems like, as you said, a really good point. There were avenues, though, and at that moment there, it was very early on. The adrenaline's going to be pumping. That's where errors can creep in. But as we've said before, we're sat here in cold blood, folks. You know, we're not experiencing a very heated rivalry between two nations. Brilliant footwork here from J. Victor again. Forced a really good save, and he thought at that point, certainly from that body language, he thought that was destined for goal. But again, you just started to see these half chances, these half moments. Goalkeeper comes out and punches that one off of a header from Hullet. That could have easily ended up past the goalkeeper. But again, you're just seeing these moments where it's just these final moments where it just doesn't quite pan out for either side, really.
No, and I think both nations read each other really well because there were a lot of chances in this game. I think the 0-0 scoreline doesn't really reflect how many chances there actually were. Brazil, I think, dominated more in terms of opportunities created, but Argentina and Brazil both did a good job at predicting what the other team were going to do. We do know Argentina did start very defensive, and we were questioning it. Why do they have so many defenders? And it's for moments like this when you come up against the Brazilians who are so attacking, and the smart game plan is to just hold it off and just steal 1 point off them. We did see this final chance here, which was a fantastic save from Argentina. J. Victor in absolute disbelief as to why they didn't go 1-0 up here, and this was the final cross off the game, that volley that he tried to score from.
It was this one where we thought it might have been stolen by Argentina right at the last. Controlled strike, and it just whistled past the post. But it is honours even. It is the first time that Brazil have dropped points in both mobile or console to Argentina over the course of these Continental Championships. And again, I think, as you said, a very valuable point for the Argentinians. They'll be buoyed by what they have done. They'll have looked at that fixture and probably thought maybe on paper that is the most difficult one. And they've managed to come out relatively, I would say, unscathed.
It is, and the fact that it's only one game against every other nation, Argentina are probably heaving a big sigh of relief there, because, and I think it's good as well that they came up against Brazil so early on, because now they still have 4 or 3 other games still to play. They know they've got, on paper, the hardest opponent out of the way, because I would hate if it came down to it and I'm thinking, oh no, I've got Brazil still, I need to grab as many points off them. Now that's out of the way, they can focus on all their other opponents who they should easily beat. But Venezuela, surprisingly, beating Chile 2-1, which is a massive upset, I think.
Massive result for Venezuela. I mean, we'll get confirmation of those full results shortly, because of course, although we've had the main game finished, sometimes you have stoppages in other games where they're still playing on, and of course, you know, gamers being gamers, they're going to look for every second possible that they can utilize. So there may have been kind of game plan stoppages and things of that nature. We'll get full confirmation of that. But if that stands, if that sticks as a result, that is a huge result for Venezuela. Of course, the blowout for Peru against Bolivia, that's a massive result for Peru. Again, only lost by 1 goal. So again, you're talking about goal difference. It could prove to be very favourable. We have the results here. These are the confirmed results of round 2. Bolivia lost by 5-1 against Peru. Venezuela, as you said, unseating Chile by 2-1. And of course, our featured game, which was Brazil versus Argentina 0-0. I mean, it would be easy for me to ask you, who do we think is the shock of that round 2? But I think we've both maybe got the same answer, is that Venezuela overturning Chile. That is a huge result for Venezuela.
It is indeed, and I feel so bad for Bolivia because they already had 5 goals against them. Thankfully, it wasn't another 5, it's only 4 for them, but 9 goals against them. They are sitting bottom of the table at the minute, and it is going to be a long and very, very uphill battle for them. The only way they can actually give themselves a fighting chance here is to win their next 3 games, but their next set of matches, that Bolivia are against Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, oh, they've just got to go and beat Brazil. They've just got to go and beat it. Like, it's just so easy. In terms of the standings, we'll have a look at them. Of course, there's been some slight movements and some slight improvements for some of these sides. Brazil versus, Brazil taking that point. It's 4 points apiece at the top of the tree. Brazil ahead of Argentina. Chile getting themselves, well, they suffered quite badly to lose that one against Venezuela. Now there is a bit of a bunching in that 3 points position, and this is where goal difference could really come to the fore. Is Brazil, with Chile, with Peru, with Venezuela, goal difference could be huge come the end of these fixtures. Of course, they've got 3 games to go. It is going to be interesting for all of them. Venezuela in the next round of fixtures have Argentina. Chile have Peru in the next round of fixtures. And our next featured game will be Brazil versus Bolivia. Of course, looking at the way that those fixtures are going to pan out in the next round of them, again, you've got to think that Venezuela, if they can keep up that momentum, if they can somehow get a point against Argentina, who, again, are undefeated at the moment, you've got to think that they would fancy themselves getting into that top 4.
Yeah, Venezuela and Argentina have played each other the most in this group. 5 meetings in the qualifier stage. Venezuela won once, Argentina won once, but they've actually drawn 3 times, which is quite surprising when you see how both nations have performed today. But I think it's going to be a bit of a coin flip fixture because Argentina haven't been playing amazingly today. Venezuela currently sitting on 3 points, so that's definitely another 3 points they want to nab off their oppositions. But even Chile, Peru coming off an absolute thrashing of Bolivia and Chile losing as well. That's another coin flip.
It certainly is. And of course, if you want to see how those coin flip type of fixtures work out, you can keep up to date with them on FIFA.gg. Those games will be streamed in their entirety. But coming up next for you on the live stream, the main stream here, is Bolivia versus Brazil. And again, Brazil, have only scored 1 goal today. Bolivia, as we said, have suffered massively in terms of defeats, goals-wise. Again, you maybe feel that this might be the fixture where Brazil really get themselves off and running here today.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's what I mentioned at the start of the show. This is the game that Brazil beat Bolivia 8-0. They thrashed them. So yes, Brazil haven't scored that many goals. But I was asking them to score early, and I think this is the game that we will finally see it in. If I'm Brazil, I'm thinking, right, we can get our momentum here. We can get that goal difference. And if I'm Bolivia, I'm thinking, oh no.
Are you already thinking, like, if you were Bolivia in this scenario, I mean, are you already potentially thinking give damn his limitation? Because again, the players that are on show, yes, the Brazil have only scored once here today, but we know what they're capable of, certainly from historic fixtures. We know certainly from their performances in tournaments. Would you be slightly concerned if you are Bolivia coming into this fixture? Like you said, it's a bit daunting. You're against Brazil, you're on the main stage, you're on live stream, and on top of that, you're in home territory against Brazil, who have not had the most convincing of starts. I can't say it wasn't a great start, but it's not the most convincing of starts that you'd expect from Brazil today.
I'm playing 10 defenders if I'm Bolivia. 10 defenders, 1 goalkeeper. I don't need to see any goals from you. Just stop Brazil from scoring. But on the flip side, I want to see Brazil score. So I'm not sure what I would do here. Depends who I'm rooting for. Maybe I am leaning more towards Brazil because I'm scared, you know, Big Bird's going to come after me and I really don't want that to happen. He's a very scary bird. You see how he came on stage earlier for his interview? He was walking like that.
He's got a swagger. He really has. But you talk about Bolivia and talk about their defenders. I would say their draft is actually not that bad. It's a bit more defense heavy. Nesta, Cannavaro, Theo Hernandez, João Cancelo, Mickey van der Ven, Gabriel Margalez, Ibrahim Kanate. And then in midfield, Hullet, Vieira, Gattuso, Bellingham, Tchouameni, Enzo Fernandez, João Neves and Paul Scholes. And then their forward line, Erling Haaland, Lautaro Martinez, Eric Cantona, Wayne Rooney, Phil Foden, Johan Cruyff. They've got the players. It's just a case of, can they find their rhythm? Can they find something to latch onto? Again, the fact that they got a goal, it can't be understated that getting a goal, it can sometimes be that catalyst to go, hey, actually, we can score goals. We just need to work out the rest of it. And I think defensively, if they can just try and resolve wherever the leak is in that back line, if they can sort that out, I think the rest of it can work itself out. It's always a defensive base. I would always base my teams on, Ali. I don't know about you, but I would always work my formation and my shape is always defense first, work that out. The top end of the field, you can kind of do what you want.
Yeah, and I think it feels harsh to say, but if Bolivia can't hold Brazil off here and at least get 1 point, I don't see them coming back from it. I don't see them finishing top 4, which would be really sad. But at the same time, I feel like they should be proud regardless that they've made it to the Continental Championships, because in the qualifiers, they've had to beat a wide range of other nations to even give themselves a fighting chance. So yes, they might not be performing well against the other 5 nations, but they're top 6 in South America regardless. And it'll give them a lot of experience ahead of the FIFA 2027, which sometimes when you're a newcomer, you're a new nation, that's all you need. And I think you have to look at the glass half full. What's the positives you can take from any situation? Let's forget the negatives. Yes, we got absolutely demolished in terms of the goals scored against us, but we've done our nation proud regardless. We're top 6 in South America.
Indeed, and I'm a big believer in that. You know, if their first tournaments and their first times being on live streams and these events, is you'll take away more experience from the events, but also if you do suffer heavy defeats, or if you do suffer slight defeats, or if you'll learn a little bit more about what you should do based on those defeats. You can go away, you can look at game film, you can go, okay, what have these teams done to us that we can train ourselves to do to other teams? Like, we can see that there's definitely going to be some form of game plan here. I'll be interested to see what their game plan is on their screen, just to see who and what they deploy and how they set up. Because obviously we're seeing a lot of long ball counter, we're seeing a lot of players playing it kind of 4-2-2, very compact at the back. Whether they're playing too open might be the reason why they're suffering so many goals. But we'll find that out, of course, when this fixture is readied up. Of course, still a couple of minutes away as yet. Bolivia versus Brazil. I mean, as we said about Brazil, only scored 1 goal. We went very wax lyrical about their lineup. They're so attack heavy that at some point the dam has got to burst. At some point, they've got to unlock all of these attacks, and we will find out shortly, as I believe Wars is ready to go. The next match on your live stream, it's Bolivia versus Brazil.
Nós estamos aqui e
We are back to announce the third match, the third round. Me and Canarinho Pistola relaxing, enjoying these games. And now we are going to watch the Brazilian national team playing against Bolivia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
He gets around a bit, doesn't he, the Canary? He does get around a bit. War's having a great old time as well. Yeah, certainly we got to get involved. We've got to get involved. I mean, we're on chairs, but we've got to get involved. But yeah, I mean, you can just feel that maybe Brazil think that this is the game. This is the game where we take off. This is the game that we're all focused on. We saw in those pictures, we saw Rentao very much in attendance. It's great to see the mobile players coming out to support their countrymen and women. It's great to just have that camaraderie, to know that you've got some people in your corner. Of course, Rentao, of course, has been phenomenal. I don't think I've seen him stop smiling since they won yesterday. Again, an incredible performance in the mobile. And Jay Victor and Henriquinho will want to replicate that. I bumped into Henriquinho and Jay Victor in the lifts coming out of the hotel this morning, and he just said, "Wouldn't it be awesome if we won both?" And I'm like, "Well, that's normally the aspiration for Brazil. They just want to win things."
Yeah, I mean, if they win again today, I've already got another dance lined up for them. I did it with the mobile players yesterday, got roped into that one. I wasn't meant to be part of that dance. I have no idea what I was doing. Quite embarrassing. So if they win today, I'm going to have to brush out my dance skills. But we talk about lessons learned with Bolivia and looking at things positively. It makes me remember when I was 15, Wes. I can't play badminton, but I signed up for a badminton tournament, right? Thinking, oh, it's going to be a leisurely one. Nope, this was the Singapore National Open for badminton tournaments.
Oh, wow, okay.
My first match, I came up against one of the national team youth players.
Oh, great.
And I got absolutely demolished. Didn't score a single point. I think my game was in and out in 5 minutes. And I walked out of it. My dad is laughing his head off. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't win. This is horrible. But Dad was just like, look, you didn't know what you were signing up for. You did it anyway. You know you're terrible at badminton now. I mean, you were terrible before, but now you know. But look, you've learned a really important lesson here. And I think that's the way the Bolivian players have to look at it as well. No matter what happens in this game against Brazil, they are getting the experience of playing against two of the best players in the world. On home soil, with a crowd, like we were saying, it's not easy and it's very hard. But I think regardless of what happens today, they should be so proud of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the old adage goes, experience. To be experienced, you need to get experience. We do have ourselves a flash interview with Wars. Is there anything that bird can't do?
It's such a show off.
I mean, the fact that he's able to drop the ball, then do keep uppies on command on a live stream
with his big feet.
I mean, you've got to applaud the techers. You have to. But it's unbelievable from him, and what a lead into the game that we have. And this now gives us our first insight into Bolivia's mindset. They're playing 5-back, which I know that you were very much a
10-back.
vocal, how can I put this? A vocal
Defensive.
You were very annoyed with the fact that there was defensive gameplay that was happening. Again, it kind of lends itself to maybe they're not getting their players forward. I know that Chile on mobile deployed it yesterday, but they were able to get their wing backs forward. They were able to do damage. They finished second in the group. For Bolivia, it looks as though they can't get themselves out of the kind of the station almost. Is that they're getting ready, but they can't seem to just get forward. It's a very flat 5. And it's very, very defensive.
It is, and I'll be interested to see if that's the formation they've had for their first 2 games, or whether it's a tactic they've deployed just for this game against Brazil. But as we mentioned earlier, this is Brazil's biggest opportunity to finally score some goals, utilize those 10 million attacking players they've drafted into their squads. Brazil, I'm going to say it again, I want to see some goals from you here. If it doesn't happen now, I don't know when it will.
Well, you might get yourself into a bit of a shock here, Ali, as we're off and underway between these two. Bolivia in the green from left to right. Brazil in their canary yellow from right to left. As Brian has the ball for Bolivia on the edge of the 18-yard box, cleared away by Jay Victor, and now with Henriquinho. Jay Victor, light ball through the line. It's a wonderful run from Henriquinho. He's onside, he's inside 18, double touch and a strike! And the home team advantage pays off. Romario tucks one away inside 4 minutes. It's Brazil 1, Bolivia 0.
Wow, I mean, where has that Brazil been all day? I know it's only been a couple of games, but what a way to open the scoring against Bolivia. 3 minutes in, fantastic vision from the Brazilians, amazing through ball. The Bolivians were never going to catch Pele, and it's 1-0 to Brazil.
Yeah, it was Romario that took that one away in the end. It was a wonderful run from the Brazilian. Neat double touch, takes it away from the manual goalkeeping of Gus Nova. And again, when you do that, when you're quick and fleet of foot, you can find yourself a finish, as Brazil do. It is open season for the Canaries. Bolivia are gonna have some work to do as they kick us back off here. 5 minutes gone. Brazil have the lead, and they now have the ball. They've picked off a defensive mistake as Hullet negotiates it down the right-hand side, played into the heart of the midfield for Brazil. They're being patient here now. They play the ball to Henriquinho. It's into Jay Victor. Neat turn from Jay Victor. Strike at goal. Good save from the goalkeeper. And the danger is not over for Bolivia. It is a corner on the deck for them.
And music to the Brazilians' ears is they've actually gone 1-0 down. Venezuela, Argentina are 1-0 up.
Yeah, Venezuela have taken an early lead against Argentina. We talked about form, we talked about players playing their way into tournaments, and whether one result can change the mindset of a team. I want to catch that, it's on FIFA.gg as ball into the box. It's a free header for Brazil. They've headed it back instead, and that was a very strange one. I don't think that Jay Victor knew that he had that much room. That was an open header opportunity there for Ruud Hullet. Instead, headed it away from goal and kind of did Bolivia's job for them. And it's a free kick for Bolivia. They've gone up to their big man at the top, but it is back in Brazil possession.
Brazil very much controlling this game. Only 10 minutes in, and we've seen countless chances from them. There's no way this game only sits at 1-0. Bolivia, however, still giving themselves a fighting chance. They know there's still lots of game left to play. Fantastic through ball there over the top, but well read by the Brazilians as they look to chase a second goal. Henriquinho just coming down the wing. Jay Victor, as we've seen him today, just taking his time. He likes to play a very patient game. He knows that there's lots of game left. He knows he can take his time. Henriquinho thought he was going to throw it there, but he does now. Jay Victor, is he going to try and fly it towards the goal? Well read by Bolivia. Jay Victor's through again, flies it this time, and it's in! Brazil 2-0 up against Bolivia again, with Romario just 1 goal away from a hat-trick. And this is what I've been waiting for from Brazil. 7 attacking players drafted, Maybe we'll see 7 goals in this game.
Yeah, 7 players in phase 2. One of them is Romario. He's on the score sheet again. Little bit of fortune there for Jay Victor. Got the ball bounced back off of, as we say, a bit of poor possession there from Brian. Didn't clear his lines. You can't give that space to Romario. Neat drag back, control finish into the corner. And it is 2-0 for the Canaries. Meanwhile, other goals going in around the grounds. Chile are 1-0 up against Peru. And again, Chile looking to just re-establish themselves back into a bit of form as Bolivia now have the ball on halfway. Can they make something happen for their side? They can't on this occasion. It's to Brazil. Jay Victor, Henriquinho, back to Jay Victor on this left-hand side. Neat turn out, finds Ruud Gullit. Henriquinho with him in the box. Again, good defensive work there by Gus Nova, and Brian trying to hook that one forward, but instead it's found the feet of Jay Victor. Now, Brian back with it. Now, Bolivia, can they calm things down? Can they get themselves a goal? Can they really do something to just unseat what we feel is a rather fragile start by Brazil? It's Brian down the left-hand side, but he can't make that happen. Instead, Jay Victor with the ball into the part of the Bolivia defence. They've done well to get rid of it. Now, there's an opportunity here for Bolivia. It might break kindly for them. Quick passes between them down the left-hand side. They're queuing up inputs and then super cancelling them. It's a known tactic. And the ball into the box is headed clear by Brazil and then nodded down. And it's now starting to calm down a little bit. It went a bit goal crazy to start the game earlier, but Bolivia now might have an opportunity, but it's taken away again.
They might do, and it's only 2-0, 30 minutes in, still 60 minutes of game time left to play. But we talk about goal difference and how important that is already proving to be today. Brazil already scoring 2 against Bolivia. This is their best chance to get as many goals as possible, as they were trying to chase yet another goal, making it their 3rd possession still with the Brazilians. Henriquinho passes it through to Jay Victor, but the Bolivians seem to be reading it better. Silly mistake, Jay Victor holds it on, but Bolivia are settling themselves into this game, just chasing it up the field. But Henriquinho is on them. He is not wanting to give Bolivia even a sniff of that 18-yard box. Jay Victor, oh my goodness, that caught me off guard, Wes. I think I couldn't speak then.
I can give you the words for it, Alia. It's Brazil 3, Bolivia 0. It's a Romario hat-trick. It's an over-the-top through ball. Fell beautifully to Romario on the penalty spot. He took that one away. That is the Brazilian's hat-trick. He is a legendary figure in Brazilian football. Very much Brazilian football heritage is Romario. And meanwhile, we're talking about that goal going in. There's been a goal around the grounds. And Argentina, brace yourselves. You have yourselves an equaliser against Venezuela. Look at the scoop ball from nodded down kindly and just into the path, prodded home by Romario. 3-0 up, and Brazil look to be cooking with gas as they look to just impose their will. But as we mentioned, goals still going in around the grounds. Chile 2-0 up against Peru. Now extended their lead. Meanwhile, that's a stunning striker goal from Bolivia. They're forced a corner. The signs of life from Bolivia. And of course, 3-0 down. It is a hell of a hill to climb, Alia.
It is. I think my my mouse recovered now. Not sure what happened for that 3rd Brazil goal. My tongue just got tied and nothing was coming out.
You're very much blue screen there, Alia, is what happened. It is a corner to Bolivia. You've managed to get yourself back and resetted, because it was a piece of unbelievable skill to make it 3-0 to Brazil.
It is indeed Bolivia here. Can they potentially pull one back? I think that's what they need. They just need one goal to give them some momentum, and momentum we speak about is definitely on the Brazilian side. But Bolivia are not giving up. They know they can score a goal. Yes, they are -9 goal difference, but there's plenty of football still to play. Henriquinho choosing to go across the pitch through to Jay Victor, who just rushes that pass as we find it back to to Bolivia, but not for long as Brazil gain the possession back. Fantastic through ball from Jay Victor. They seem to be rushing it a little bit here. Brazil desperately trying to get as many goals as possible. Just 2 minutes added on to this half. Fantastic over-the-top through ball from Bolivia, but well headed away by the Brazilians.
Yeah, closing in the half-time, and you're quite right. Brazil will be looking for goals. They will be looking at other results around the group stage, and they'll be saying, right, we now need to get some goals because we don't want goal difference to be a factor. If we know that we're going to have points as we get into the half-time stage, it is 3-0 up for the hosts. Again, score updates from the other 2 games. Chile 2 goals up against Peru. Venezuela, Argentina battling to a 1-1 draw at the moment. And that will be music to the ears of Brazil, because they know that Argentina, if they drop points, they can extend their lead at the top of the table, and they'll be able to break out of everybody being joint in that group, because Brazil, Argentina, before a ball was kicked in this round 3, both on 4 points. Chile, Peru, Venezuela, all on 3 points apiece. So that, as we talked about, that 6-pointer between Chile and Peru, it's particularly damaging for Peru, because as it stands, I'm just doing the maths in my head, Venezuela would jump them into 4th place. So, again, every result is paramount. You don't get these games back, folks. You don't get these minutes back. You don't get these opportunities back. And that's why it is so important that when those opportunities present themselves, you take them. You be clinical as Brazil get us back underway. And they have been so far. They may have another opportunity here. It's with them in the edge of the box, and it's into the hands of the goalkeeper. Bolivia have got to do something maybe to shake this confidence of Brazil. They've not been blowing people away and blowing teams away, but they have actually got those points on the board that, you know, they've won by 1-0. They've essentially done what Argentina have done, just it's a bit more zoomed in really, Alia, when you look at it, because it's Brazil.
It is, and I know Bolivia have chosen to play quite defensive with a 5-back, but when you're 3-0 down, you've got to change your tactics and go for more attacking. As they shoot here, just telling me, Alia, stop talking. We know what we're doing. You're not playing right now. You only finished 3rd. You're not that great.
Well, they're certainly making a bit of inroads here. They're certainly trying to make these opportunities count. It's another long-range strike from Cruyff that forces a corner. Just before this corner comes in, Chile extending their lead by 3-0 now are up against Peru. Ball into the box, heavy clear at the near post, and then Bolivia head it down, and then trying to get it down into the box. It's a good strike, and it's another save forced. Still with the ball though are Bolivia. They've forced another corner, and I would say arguably, Alia, this is probably Bolivia's best spell in the game so far.
It has been. I think that's what they need to continue for the remainder of the game. Just try not to play it so safe and just shoot whenever you think you have a chance. Cross comes in, well headed away by Jay Victor. Bolivia here still trying to hold on to that possession, but we now see Brazil on the counter-attack, which very interestingly, whenever they have had a counter, they very rarely rush up for it. They tend to wait, calm the game down again, get all their players back up from that defensive line, and then they try to attack again. Possession still with Brazil. Jay Victor through to Henry Quinho, twisting and turning, he lets it fly! Oh, just into the crowd there.
I'll tell you what, the keeper had gone to a different postcode. We'll see it again here. He very much had been completely misread what was happening, and had it not been for the left boot, or the right boot of a defender, I believe that's João Cancelo, that would have been a phenomenal goal, and Brazil would have been 4-0 ahead. Meanwhile, Argentina have established their comeback. They are 2-1 ahead against Venezuela as Jay Victor delivers the ball into the box, flicked on at the near post. It's a well-known tactic. It's headed down at the edge of the 18-yard box. Bolivia then flicked that one away, but it's into the touch for a throw-in. And as soon as I mentioned that Argentina have established a 2-1 lead, newsflash everybody, Venezuela make it 2-2. And all of a sudden, these games and these impacts of all of these goals, Alia, they just keep changing everything.
That's commentator's curse from you, Wes. Fully, you said, oh, it's 2-1, come on, Argentina. And then just like that, Venezuela said, stop talking, Wes. we're a really good team. We can hold Argentina off. Back to this game, 30 minutes left to go, not much time left. Brazil still haven't scored in the second half. Am I speaking too soon? And very, very nearly, Jay Victor nearly slaughtered it home. Brazil ping-ponging it about with their heads, but Jay Victor manages to save possession of the Bolivians here, but they are not giving up. 3-0 so far, 66 minutes in is a fantastic performance from Bolivia to hold the Brazilians off. They've definitely needed that halftime. It's worked well for them. It's been extremely beneficial as we see Bolivia here powering forward, but Brazil just perfectly situated. Chile now 3-0 up against Peru.
They're in control. Much are the Brazilians. They've rolled into the box. It's another good save. Still in danger for Brazil to make something happen and make something work. They're still working the ball towards the edge of the box, but it's been cleared away by Bolivia now. Bolivia now clearing over halfway with around about 20 minutes left to go in game between these two. And it certainly looks to be the Canary Yellow are very much in the ascendancy and in control as we look to see whether they can make something happen again. They keep getting it into their star players up front. Romario has got a hat-trick to his name already. And Bolivia trying to make something work for themselves, but they just keep getting the door slammed in their face by the Brazilians as Brazilian now work it forward over halfway. Again, that patience is just a virtue that they seemingly are able to wield at will. But Gustavo and Bolivia looking to again get the ball through the lines and looking for that secondary and third ball, as we see so often. Unfortunately at this point they just can't get it moving enough and quickly enough as Henriquinho finds Jay Victor on the halfway line. Henriquinho now with it, intercepted by Gus Nova. Can Bolivia get something to their name in the fixture? They can't. The flag was up. The referee has elected to play on. Will be knocked out of play for a throw-in.
What a performance from Bolivia this second half. First half was all Brazil, firing chances left, right and centre, but Bolivia, have managed to hold the Brazilians off this second half. Yes, Brazil have 62% possession. Yes, they're dominating the game so far. We will see what substitutions they make. Enzo Fernandez is coming on, and the Brazilians, Gakpo, Del Piero, Figo, and just on the left-hand side, Baggio coming on as well. So they're bringing on their attacking players, even Kante's coming on as well, to bring on the attacking players to try and steal more goals. I don't think the Brazilians expected this to only be 3-0. We do see Wayne Rooney coming on for Bolivia as well. They have had plenty of opportunities this game to at least get one goal back. They've definitely figured it out in this second half for Brazil, which may be beneficial for their future matches. But as we resume, 6 minutes left in this game. Brazil 3, Bolivia 0. Are we going to see it go 4-0 up? Henriquinho, well held off, and the deflection just lands back with the Bolivians as the ball heads back the other way, but not for long as Jay Victor twisting and turning. Henriquinho lets it fly! Brazil! Golazo indeed, where's 4-0. Del Piero, their substitution that they just brought on, finally they've managed to score in this second half. 4 Brazil, 0 Bolivia.
That was liquid football from Brazil. So quick of thought, so quick of movement, and of execution of the highest order. It is what we have expected from Henriquinho and from Jay Victor. They have it in the locker. There is no doubt about it. Sometimes they just need to go into their pockets and figure out exactly where they laid it, because they've managed to dismantle Bolivia by 4-0. And they are well in control as Gus Nova looks to try and get maybe a consolation for Bolivia, but it's the substitutions that paid out dividends in that second half, and they may not be done just yet. They're into stoppage times. 3 minutes added on as Brazil slide one into the box. They have an opportunity here. They've really pulled up, and they've managed to just work the angle. They've got themselves a corner with a couple minutes left to go. We can safely say it is definitely 3 points to the hosts. It is a big 3 points to the hosts, such as we mentioned, you asked for goals, and they have finally delivered, have the Brazilians. They might have one more in the locker as the ball gets flicked on and it's cleared to only the edge of the 18-yard box. And they just try and fashion an opportunity. And instead, it's cleared over halfway. Will Bolivia get a chance? They will not. It is the final whistle between these two. Brazil 4, Bolivia 0. That is a brilliant performance from those two. Of course, you've still got to wait.
Vitória da seleção agora 4-0.
And there is a Brazilian victory.
Gigantesca para cima da Bolívia.
And a big pressure to the Bolivian national team after another lose.
Os nossos jogadores novamente que estão cumprimentando ali a seleção boliviana.
The Brazilian players are greeting the Bolivian players.
Vitor. Tá com vergonha, pô? Quem que foi?
Are you shy? Are you shy?
Jogado, fala no microfone, né?
Are you shy? You don't want to speak to the microphone?
Mas fala pra mim.
Talk to me,
Se
talk to
não
me.
teve jogo, não teve gol no jogo passado,
If
agora teve
there
4. O que é
isn't
que mudou
goals, there aren't
naquele jogo
goals.
passado pra esse?
Wasn't goals in the past game. Now we have 4.
A gente começa também meio morno.
We started a little bit out of rhythm.
Senhores,
But
obrigado
now
então, valeu aí
we warm
pela
it up.
vitória, a galera comemorou junto.
Congratulations,
Canarinho tá menos pistola
gentlemen,
agora, hein?
for the
Vocês deixaram ele
victory.
menos pistola.
Now the Canarinho
Narradores,
is a little
segue
bit
daí.
less angry. He's happy. Caster's back to you.
I bet he's happy after seeing this team pull out that performance. 4-0 earlier. Very much went with the form book, very much went with the performance. And again, they ripped apart Bolivia very early on. They set the tone and they got after them. And as the guy said on the stage, they finally found their rhythm. They finally got themselves to the level that they think they can get to. Again, it's a phenomenal performance from them.
Yeah, I think Big Bird had a word with him. He said, listen, I am sick of the lack of goals here. Look at me doing my keepy-ups. Look how skilled I am. You need to score as many goals as I can do keepy-ups, because he looked a little bit happier then. If I know I had Big Bird staring at me, you know what he would have done? He would have sat in the crowd and just looked straight at the Brazilians and think, you better score here. If not, this ball is going to end up on your head.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got the highlights coming up here, but it was all Brazil in truth. There was a couple of moments where Bolivia looked as though they might maybe trouble them. But again, brilliant through ball, completely cut through everybody. And Romario was just on fire. Their iconic Brazilian centre forward came to the fore. He got 3 of the 4. As you'll see here, just again, it was all action, it was all Brazil. They had all of the momentum going into it. And what a performance from them, Elliot.
And sometimes you just need a few games to warm up. Yes, Brazil are really strong on paper. Yes, we know how great those two players are. But you're coming into the Continental Finals. Look, we see Big Bird there dancing. Great dance move. I think he's putting wars up. You know, I think if you put both of them together right now, Big Bird is dominating, but like Big Bird's dominating with his dance moves, so have the Brazilians in that game against Bolivia. But it was certainly a game of two halves, I think. Brazil very, very much dominated the first half, but in the second one, I think Bolivia played way, way better. They were able to hold off the Brazilians. The fact that Brazil only got 1 goal in the second half after the first half performance is a big telling for how well Bolivia played. And they actually had a few chances as well, weren't able to convert, but that would give me confidence if I was Bolivia going into the last 2 games thinking, okay, we figured out Brazil in the second half. Let's apply the same thing for our last 2 games and try and salvage some points.
Yeah, and the thing is though, is that when the pressure is off you, you can kind of cast the shackles off and say, well, do you know what? It doesn't really matter anymore. And maybe that was the freedom that Bolivia went with. I think at that point, though, it's very much curtains. They already knew that the game was kind of gone. When that 4th one goes in, it's completely out of their reach anyway, because time, you know, we've seen comebacks within eFootball before. but not 3 goals in the space of, what, 5 in-game minutes. Even in console, you have more time than a mobile. Was never going to be the kind of the equation. Of course, we've got obviously the scores that we've got to, just kind of make sure that all of those scores have been finalized. Of course, as we mentioned before, sometimes games can overrun because teams like to take forever with their game plans. I've played against many a player within the eFootball ecosphere that take absolutely forever to make tweaks. But sometimes you have your tactical breaks, sometimes you need your mental resets and things of that nature. So we'll wait for those fixtures to come in. But again, we had latest scores. I never like to ruin the surprises for the guys on the live stream in terms of what results may have happened. But there might be some interesting goals, there might be some late goals, some late drama. We'll get to that in a second. But in terms of the performance, Brazil very much asserting themselves in the ascendancy in that fixture, and more importantly, got themselves 7 points. They're undefeated and crucially have not conceded as yet.
No, and I think it's a performance Bolivia should look at and think, last time we lost 8-0 against them. This time it's not only 4-0, but it is only 4-0. They haven't conceded as much as they did before, but it's a very interesting performance, I think.
It is indeed, as we do have those full-time results in earlier. We will go to them in just a second. And as I said, didn't want to ruin it for anybody who was watching on the mainstream only. Chile won out by 3-0. It was 2-2 for Venezuela versus Argentina, but it was a late goal from Argentina that gives them a 3-2 victory against Venezuela. Of course, you saw Brazil versus Bolivia, and that is such a big goal in terms of the table. That is a huge goal for the Argentinians, because again, at that point it looked like it was a point and then they might have had a gap between them and Brazil. Instead, they are following Brazil every step of the way. Maybe not necessarily in goal difference, but they're trying to follow them in terms of performances. And again, massive 3 points from Argentina going into the last 2 games. Again, Argentina have got Bolivia and Chile to come. Again, in terms of what we've got on the live stream coming up, we have Venezuela versus Peru, Brazil versus Peru are the last 2 games on the live stream. Of course, any of the other fixtures that are not featured on the mainstream, you can catch on FIFA.gg. But again, big performance from Argentina there to, again, go to the well mentally and just pick the slightest advantage and take it away from Venezuela.
Yeah, and I think as things stand at the moment, we can pretty much call our top 3. Brazil, Argentina, Chile. Not sure what the order would be at the minute, but I think all eyes are on that 4th place now. Peru, Venezuela, both just losing their most recent games, as we will pull the standings for you to see at home as well. But, I mean, it is so hard to call that 4th place, and I love when we can't predict who the final qualification is going to be. I think it makes it so much more exciting as the scoreboard is up there for you. Both on 3 points, Peru and Venezuela. Even the goals against them are exactly the same. The record is exactly the same. The games played is exactly the same. The only difference is that Peru has 5 goals for them, and that might be the deciding factors to say who goes through. But the bottom of the table, I think, looks more exciting than the top.
Well, do you want the good news? If you're the viewer at home, the good news is Venezuela versus Peru next on the live stream.
Oh.
So it could potentially this could have ramifications of deciding realistically that 4th place finish, because either one walks away with 3 points, it makes it incredibly difficult to override that team into the 4th position with 1 game left to go. Of course, if they end up drawing that game, I mean, talk about a grandstand finish, would be absolutely insane. As for now, though, folks, we're going to have a little bit of a reset here. We're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, it is Venezuela versus Peru. 4th v 5th, both level on points. We do hope you will join us then. Take care, and we'll see you in 5.
Well, welcome back to Rio de Janeiro. If you're just joining us, where have you been? You've missed some action today here at the Continental Championships for South America. My name is Harry Channon, and for the first time today, I'm alongside Stuart Wesley. You've been here for a good stint already, mate. The group stages are continuing. The matches are coming hot and heavy. Soon we have more action to come, but we've seen 3 games already, and now we're starting to get a bit of a better look in terms of how the land lays here in the group stages, aren't we?
Yeah, we absolutely are. Brazil have started to just find their rhythm. They won 4-0 against Bolivia. Argentina found a really late goal against Venezuela that put Venezuela pretty much on the block. Chile managed to right the wrongs and managed to get themselves over the line against Peru in the last round of fixtures. And coming up next, though, is mouth-watering tie between 4th and 5th. It is that big 6-pointer between the two.
Yeah, if you're unaware of the format here, of course, we have a 6-nation group stages, and only 4 of those 6 can continue to the semi-finals later on today. And from there on out, you are 1 game away from the FIFAe World Cup Finals. It's a big day. It's a huge day, but you have to always play your best. And we've seen that from some nations so far. Some nations still struggling to get going. The big 3, though, we anticipated coming into this were Brazil, Argentina, Chile. They're looking pretty safe.
They are. Brazil are very much trying to say, it's big me, or it's big us, is what they're trying to do. But Argentina, fast on their tail. Chile, not too far behind Argentina either. So it's getting, as much as Alia said, the bottom of the table looks a little bit more interesting than the top. I would argue it's looking more interesting at the top.
Yeah, of course. The top 4 go through, but first will play 4th, second against 3rd. And when you consider there is a big 3 in there, you don't want to be playing against the other nation that could potentially be in 3rd or 2nd place. You want to win the group. Obviously, everyone wants to win every single game here. You can see in the top of your screens, the next game will be a big one. As you said, Wes, 4th place Peru as things stand up against Venezuela on the outside looking in. The proverbial 6-pointer. If you win this, if you're either nation, especially considering how close goal difference is as well, you'd imagine you're going to put yourself up for a very, very strong chance of featuring in those semi-finals later on.
Yeah, and in terms of goal swings and all of the kind of the permutations of these results, I think this one is the most critical because, again, you're looking at the teams that are left to go. If Venezuela have Bolivia in the final round of fixtures, Peru have got the host Brazil, which is the game that we'll see on the live stream later. So if you're Peru, you need to win this game to really give yourself the best opportunity of finishing in those top 4 places. And more importantly, they could potentially go into that game and they could potentially be looking to unseat Brazil at the top of the tree.
That's very true, actually. I did not consider that, especially after 3 games played. I mean, Brazil and Argentina at the top of the group with 7 points each, and they shared a 0-0 draw, didn't they? And it was quite gritty earlier on. It
was a very gritty affair. We thought it was going to be, it would be all guns blazing. Everybody takes in the emotion of that fixture, and instead they largely played it out as a little bit of a chess match, which neither one could find the key to unlock the doors of the defences.
It was a tricky one. It was a tricky one for Brazil to try and decode, and I think it's the only blip in their record so far. 2 wins and just that 1 draw means that The similar record is shared by Argentina, so you'd imagine those two on a very similar date with destiny that we saw them have yesterday in the eFootball mobile side of things here in Rio de Janeiro. But we can look forward to the 6-pointer. If you want to watch any of the other games, of course, you can tune in on FIFA.gg or check out your nation's governing body social channels. No doubt there'll be some coverage there for you. But here on the English-speaking stream from Rio, we'll be featuring 4th versus 5th Peru, Venezuela. Wes, who do you think has drafted better out of these two nations? Off of the top of your head, I know you're a diligent
No,
note
you know, you've stopped me from using my
these
cheat
nations
sheets.
left and right. If you were to say, you know, Peru, Venezuela, who would you argue has drafted better here in the draft system in FIFA?
I think in terms of the draft system between those two nations, I think I'd just about edge it to Venezuela. I think they just have a slightly more well-rounded kind of roster to work with. Again, interestingly, and again, I'll pick your brain on this. In terms of the 4th phase of the draft that we now have for today, it's going to be interesting to see which teams come to pass in those bottom 2 slots.
Well, hey, Peru, Venezuela's ready to go. Let's send it over to Wars.
Ladies and gentlemen,
a quarta
now we are going
rodada do
to
FIFAe Continental
start
Championship
the 4th round
E aqui no palco
of the
teremos
FIFAe
a
Continental
seleção da
Championship
Venezuela
2026.
enfrentando a
And now on the
seleção do
stage,
Peru.
we have the
Seguimos de
national
jogo.
Venezuelan team versus Peru. Let's go for the game.
Let's go indeed. Thank you very much, Wars. As you can see, the Peruvian national team lineup. This is how they've drafted. This is their starting 11 for the Venezuela match about to happen in front of us. Wes, anything jumping out to you here? This is a bit of an unorthodox formation to me.
A little bit, in the sense of it's a variation on a 4-2-2. Instead of the 2 defensive midfielders being kind of next to one another, one is played just further forward as a centre midfielder. Now, the key thing I'm seeing here from Venezuela, this is the first time today that I have seen somebody using a fluid formation. So, in the sense of you have your attack shape and you have your defence shape. So, you could potentially set this up to be a 5-back defensively, but you could then play an attacking 4-2-2 going forward. It's interesting to see whether that pays dividends. We saw it yesterday for the mobile and Brazil. They were able to use a fluid formation and were able to use it to great effect. However, I'm not sure whether we're going to see that today. For me personally, I just edge the advantage in terms of personnel to Venezuela. You look at Ronaldinho, Hazard, Vieri, Ruud van Nistelrooy, Bebeto. You've got Kagawa, who we saw used to great effect yesterday. Beckham, Pirlo. Judging from what we can hear in our ears, Harry, it sounds as though the game is near enough ready to get underway.
Yeah, these players wasting absolutely no time here in Rio. They want to get this match underway. A match that will have plenty of implications for the group table moving forward from here. Only the top 4 can advance from the groups, and we are underway. It is going to be Peru, who are in the all-white strip here, and it will be Venezuela in the all-red, attacking the left-hand side of your screens. And if you tuned in yesterday, or perhaps you missed the first 3 games of the group stages today, one thing you'll notice about eFootball console versus its mobile counterpart, a bit more room to breathe. The pace is a bit slower, that clock ticks down slightly less. And here in 2v2, it's all about how well you can be on the same page with your 2 versus 2 teammate, as we have here an early pause, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it is all about how you can combine. You know, 1v1, you know what the next move is in the jigsaw of your team. It's a little bit different when you have to figure out the chemistry and makeup of your 2v2 co-op partner.
Well, Peru starting out, as we said, in that all-white strip. Venezuela, they will need to try and just take care of the ball a little bit in midfield. We see that so often in console, especially in 2v2. Oftentimes, when you invite the opponents into the game in that midfield third, they will put you to the sword eventually. They will take advantage of those mistakes. So important to cut out those costly turnovers. for Yao Strong and Jeremiah, though. They'll have some defending to do here. Venezuela pinned back, but that's a nice clearance by Yao Strong. A reminder, this is a battle between 4th and 5th in the groups here. As Peru, well, they could actually potentially get an advantage out of this, but a good tackle, says the referee. No foul. So La Vinotinto, aka the red wine, the national team of Venezuela, can bring the ball forward. Here's Yao Strong, given not enough time to get that strike away. 20 minutes gone. It's exactly what we would have wanted out of this first 25 minutes here. Both nations having signs of the ball, they're having their chances to come forward. You'd argue Peru, though, seem the more confident here. It's not for the first time. Venezuela are having to try and scoop the ball out of their back line and just try and escape here. Peru are just absolutely pinning them back. Nice header from Hullit. 1-2 not there, though, on this occasion. Half hour gone.
Yeah, it just seems to be a really cagey one between these two sides, is that Venezuela can't get their best foot forward. Every time that ball gets cleared forward, it's coming straight back at their defensive line. And there's only so many times, Harry, that you can clear that ball out before you lose a bit of concentration and something will go wrong. So they're going to have to right that very quickly if you're Venezuela.
These two nations so evenly matched. When you look at the group standings, separated only by goal difference. Only 3 places in the global rankings as well. That's an inviting cross. As I was saying, 3 places in the FIFAe global rankings. Peru edging it out 27th in the world against Venezuela at 30th. Here is the red wine's corner, though. Now Strong will try and recycle. 10 minutes from half time. Now Strong. Bit of a heavy touch there from the Peruvian defence, and they've got to get this one right. And they do now. Where is this counter? There's John Akara of Peru and his teammate. Can they break this Venezuelan defence? It's another mistake. 5 minutes from half time now, and is there going to be a gilt-edged chance in this first half? We haven't seen one yet. Advantage played by the referee. Well, that offside is going to be the end of that passage of play. And that advantage, the referee did not forget about. Patrick Vieira into the books, yellow card.
Yeah, interestingly, Harry, is that I don't really feel as though a draw does either team any good. I mean, you certainly look at it, maybe that favours Venezuela going into that last game against Bolivia, but you don't really want to leave it to chance here.
No, definitely not. That's a bit of a mistake, though. Good closing down by Peru. Can they get this ball forward quick enough? I don't think the referee will be generous and allow this half to continue. It is Peru 0, Venezuela 0. And it should tell you a lot that the star of the first half was Giorgio Chiellini. Not enough attacking intent from either side. Shots across the board. 0-0. No shots on target, no shots to speak about. Neither goalkeeper having any work to do. And you could see the inquest going on. Jeremiah and Yao Strong having to pick themselves up after what was a bit of a disappointing first half over on the other side. We have John Akra and Segole having to steady their own nerve. both nations quite clearly, Wes, know what is at stake here. You mentioned, I mean, a draw doesn't really do either any favours, but one of these two nations have to go and play Brazil after this match. It's not the ideal situation. Brazil, of course, being one of the favourites here in Rio.
Yeah, weirdly, you would rather be in Venezuela's shoes after the first 45 than you would be in Peru. Peru knowing that they've got to come onto the live stream and play Brazil in that final game of Venezuela, knowing they're playing Bolivia, who are 2-0 down against Argentina in the other, or one of the other games in this round. You know they'll be demoralised by the time they get to that game.
Well, we kicked off the second half. Will be Peru. Oh, with a big mistake, actually. Can Yara Strong get on the end of that? No, they get away with it. Peru attacking this left-hand side of your screens. And the Peruvians around the world watching this will be hoping that their team can snatch a result. It's just been lacking a little bit of quality so far, those nerves. Playing here on that stage. It's getting the better of them. Good job by John Accra of Peru. Segole now finding his national teammate. Can this cross produce any quality? It can only produce a corner. It's better though. Almost at the hour mark, still waiting our first shot on goal. Deep corner, too close to the goalkeeper, and you almost think here, there's both nations just waiting for that gilt-edged 100% chance, and in this type of cagey affair, it's almost whoever takes that roll of the dice and just takes a bit of a longer range strike, even a half chance, could just lift the entire lid off of this place.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of it's either going to be a moment of magic or it's going to be an error. It's going to be a mistake that breaks this game. If it does even break it at all, as we're into the pause that's here, looks as though Peru are making some changes. Front Ribery being employed, Yang Kolo and Usman Dembele brought on as well, and the change in shape is to make Front Ribery left-sided midfielder. You can see them starting to move about Kaka in that position as well. I think they're toying with the idea of maybe going wider and trying to stretch the game plan and stretch the gameplay. Maybe start using that height of Yang Kolo, who's fresh on. It'd be interesting to see whether Venezuela do anything to counteract it. They've made their own sub. They've brought on Bebeto. Vieira is also nursing a booking as well. So one to keep your eye on just in case. We haven't yet seen a sending off yet at the Continental Championships. However, doesn't necessarily mean there won't be. They've actually switched Ribery across to the right-hand side, so they're just tinkering ever so slightly. You can see the working out from Peru. They're looking to go aerial.
Number 6, Brahim Diaz.
Well, 1 hour gone.
Segole
and John Accra had a good spell of possession towards the opening stages of this second half, and they're going to continue that. Segole, is there a through ball maybe to the feet of the big Chechen striker, Yang Kolo? I think the game plan will be quite obvious though. Get that down the wing, get Ribery involved. As you said, Wes, use the aerial threat of Kolo. Nice long ball to Yao Strong here. Has Jeremiah's foot company as well. And they're going to keep on this. Sadly, the link-up play just lacking again a bit of quality in the final third.
It's just those vital moments that are just not being executed by Venezuela, and they've got to be careful here because they might suffer a goal themselves if they're not careful.
Nice ball, Peru. Will win themselves another corner. Only 20 in-game minutes remaining for this deadlock to be broken. And Peru will go on to play Brazil in their final group stage match, so you cannot afford to slip up here. Corner swung in. Dealt with by Venezuela. Only for now, though, there's a snap strike and the first real chance of this group stage match. Peru are knocking on the door. They know a result here would do them the world of good. That one again, though, too close to the goalkeeper. But a huge chance. And Peru's starting to wake up a little bit now. Is there a Venezuelan response in kind? Nice turn. Yao strong. Into the feet of Hullet here. Nice hold-up play. Is there a turn inside? Oh, perhaps tries to do too much. And 15 minutes to go. Yeah, strong, far side, Venezuela rising to the challenge here. Oh, that's blazed wide. I don't think he was expecting the ball to fall to him.
That's a massive opportunity, and I think you're right, Harry. I don't think Venezuela thought it was going to drop to them. If he doesn't put that amount of power on, it's no doubt in the back of the net. It's a stunning strike. It's over the bar from inside 6 yards. But again, there was two defenders that were aiming to go for a header. You're not expecting them to both miss that header. But what a gilt-edged chance that was.
You won't get a better chance as close to the goal. And Eden Hazard, as a result, will be going off for Venezuela. And to be honest, I don't blame the management there.
You're looking here at the
Weghorst.
Wout Weghorst, which again, you look at and think about players, it's all physicality. It's all physicality that they're going for. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, it's Doan who's on, it's Van Nistelrooy that's on. And you have to feel maybe if somebody of Van Nistelrooy's calibre, if that falls to him inside 6 yards, he ain't going anywhere other than the back of the net.
You're absolutely right. We've seen him score plenty of goals over his career. Also has a bullet header, I believe, in the game where Van Nistelrooy aerially can also pose a threat. But this will be a very entertaining final 10 in-game minutes. Both nations proving here late on in the second half that they have what it takes to carve out really good chances. Here come Peru. Nice cross in towards Collar, I believe that was. No, I think it was Wout Weghorst. Oh, nice footwork. There's a cross in, front post header. Oh, it's not on target. Oh, which nation wants the 3 points here? Five minutes left. Peru in the ascendancy. Nice feedback here with the snap strike as well. Forces the save. Peru on the warpath. Venezuela, they're on the ropes here. Almost at the 89th minute, just ticked over now. And Venezuela want to carry the ball forward. That's a foul. And that'll relieve the pressure off the back line. Here in the closing moments. Peru clear.
There will be 3 minutes at a time.
Is there any chances left in this game? Is there any juice left in this fruit? Here comes Yao Strong into the box for Venezuela. Oh no, it's a save! What do we need to do to get a goal in this game?
What a chance that was, Harry, and it's still not over. There's still one more in it.
Venezuela corner, flat towards the back post. The referee might be generous here. He might give one more chance to Peru. We crossed the halfway line. He is going to give one more chance. Peru breaking in numbers. Look at these white shirts. Surely not. No, indeed. Peru 0, Venezuela 0.
Muito bem, finalizada
Well
a quarta rodada
done.
aqui em cima do
The
palco.
fourth
Uma
round
partida
is
que termina
over.
em
Fourth round is
0 a
done.
0 entre Venezuela
And we
e
had a
Peru.
tie
Difícil
0-0
jogo.
between
Nós
Peru
acompanhamos
and
aqui.
Venezuela.
Não teve gol, sem abrir o
No
marcador.
goals.
Vou esperar os jogadores se cumprimentarem e aí chamar
I'm
a
waiting the
seleção da
players
Venezuela poder trocar uma ideia
to
aqui. São
talk
duas equipes que estão
with the
empatadas na tabela,
Venezuela
então com esse empate
national
cada
team.
uma vai pontuar um pontinho
1 point
e vai
to
ficar
each
tudo a
team.
ser definido na quinta e
Everything
última
is going
rodada.
to be solved in the fifth
Vou chamar aqui o
and
Jeremias, galera
the
da Venezuela,
sixth
trocar uma
round.
ideia. Chega junto.
Come over here, come over here.
Tímido. Acabou de terminar a partida.
We
0 a
just
0. Vocês estão
had
empatados
the
com o
match
Peru, se eu não estou enganado.
done,
Vai tudo pro quinto round.
and now
né?
everything
pontuar,
is
provavelmente
going
vai ficar ali com
to
a
be
classificação.
solved in the
Quero saber
last
como é que tá a
round, in
expectativa, a
the fifth
preparação para
round.
essa última rodada da fase de
What
grupos.
are you expecting
Al final
of
creo
this
que
last
estamos
round?
totalmente preparados para lo
We
que se
are
viene. Pensamos
completely
partido a
ready
partido, partido
to
duro
have
contra
a
Perú.
nice game.
Todavía tenemos evidentemente chance de clasificar.
We
Vamos
have
contra
a
Bolivia ahora.
big
Vamos
chance
a intentar
to
dejarlo
qualify
todo
for
y
the
lograr la
World
clasificación,
Cup.
que al final es el objetivo. Vamos paso a paso.
We are going step by step
Em sua
to
opinião, o que é que
to our
faltou
goal.
para a vitória?
What was necessary
bueno,
to win
Al
that
final
game?
lo que faltó sería que entrara el balón. Tuvimos
The
varias
ball
oportunidades.
didn't
pero
went
no se
through
dio.
the net, so
Só faltou o gol, né? Senhores,
Just
muito
the
obrigado.
goal was what
Parabéns,
you
podem
guys
se
was
preparar para o
needing
próximo
to win the
jogo.
game, right?
Vejo vocês muito em breve.
I see you guys
Casters,
very
é
soon.
com vocês.
Casters, back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Was fantastic to hear from Jeremiah Armstrong and Coach Jorge there as well. Venezuela and Peru, in the end, played out quite an entertaining 0-0 draw. As far as 0-0 draws go, Wes, it took a little while to simmer, but once it got to that boiling point towards those last 20 in-game minutes, there were chances aplenty. Not a single shot to speak about in the first 45, though. That was definitely not what Peru would have wanted, especially considering their next opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that this is set up, or sitting up quite nicely for, certainly for Venezuela. They have Bolivia in their last game. Peru have the honor of playing Brazil in their final group game on the live stage. I mean, the way it's sitting up at the moment, goal difference could factor in. I mean, also there might even be ramifications even for Brazil. Of course, we have we've got to go and take a look at the highlights here. But like you said, it was around at the 70th minute it really started kicking off. A lot of the substitutions really started making real differences in the game.
Yeah, we won't really see too much action from our highlights here because it did take some time. I mean, there was such an extended feeling out process between Venezuela and Peru that the first 45, they were just cancelling each other out. There wasn't a shot to speak about, lots of failed crosses, and every potential chance that could have come either nation's way, it was just defended well by their opponents. It's the second half that really lit the... what's the word here? The touch paper, thank you, the exact word I was looking for. And once it got going, it's just a shame it ignited too late on, isn't it, Wes? Because there were chances for both nations in the latter third of this game to win this one and take all 3 points in what was, or should have been, a 6-pointer. In the end was just a 0-0.
Yeah, I mean, there was sighters here and there from these two sides. This one was the first one, and it was a really big opportunity that fell by the wayside. 5 minutes later, you see here again, a great turn in the box. And again, on another day, that goalkeeper is out of position. The turn gets executed, there's a shot off. Then there's a deep ball into the box that everyone thought may have fallen to the wrong player. And I think just everybody just didn't expect it to. Then it's another chance here that hits the side netting. That one for Peru. Peru then towards the final stages. great force of a save, and then this one right at the end. It had everybody thinking that this one was going to get turned in. Inside 6 yards. Really good save from the goalkeeper. But alas, it was a donut apiece for Venezuela and for Peru.
Yeah, no goals in that one, a 0-0. Very entertaining in that second half, but we can think back to that Eden Hazard chance. Fair enough. You know, don't expect everyone to miss the ball if you're Eden Hazard in that situation, or whomever was controlling. I didn't quite catch which one of Venezuela's players was controlling Hazard, but since the version 6 update released, about a week or two ago now, the mentality behind having a stunning strike, when you see that purple power bar, it influences more of a volley, doesn't it? When you're receiving a cross, you're more likely to have a volleyed or improvised finish versus going for a header. Now, whether or not that was the thinking behind the Venezuelan players' action, I mean, I will give them that get-out-of-jail-free card, but it's an important thing to note, isn't it, Wes? And it kind of signals that Venezuela, they're up to date with the latest patch notes and they know how the game works since the update.
Yeah, and you know, we saw it early on with Jay Victor for Brazil. Tried one from just outside the box, went well wide on that occasion, but it's a volley nonetheless. And again, the nuances of that update, it means that instead of it taking an additional animation to try and bring it down, and then you have to take the strike, instead you just now have the ability to execute a stunning volley. Now, obviously, we haven't seen many of them pull off when they've been attempted, but still, it's being at home with it. And I think the issue we had was that both of the defenders missing a header, that caused the problem because Hazard's not expecting it to falter.
Well, after that 0-0, we obviously had 2 other games going on around the grounds. You can watch all of those and all of the action here at the Continental Championships on FIFA.gg. Here is your final scores, at least the latest score. Argentina 6-0 over Bolivia. I think that's one of the largest scorelines that we've seen. And actually, Wes, looking at the results elsewhere, obviously we just watched the 0-0 between Venezuela and Peru. But if that is a full-time whistle result between Brazil and Chile, then Argentina will be leapfrogging Brazil at the top of the group, going into the 5th and final round of group stage play. That's a big one for the Argentinians.
Well, that not only is it that, but it makes Brazil slip into that secondary position, which means they play 3rd as opposed to playing 4th. Then all of a sudden, they may then end up having to go again, if it stays as is, against Chile in the knockouts, which again, it's not as simple as it looks. And again, going into this final game that we're going to see on the live stream, which you believe that those scores were live scores, or not quite yet full time, but if they are full times, that actually puts Brazil under a bit of pressure. They've got to go and beat Peru, but then Peru have then got to try and save themselves from getting out of the top. It's so confusing, Harry. Thank God we have boffins here that will take care of all of this for us, because right now we're currently sat and awaiting full confirmation that that is the final score. In terms of Argentina, again, the biggest result that we've seen, I believe, over the course of both disciplines, live in both mobile and in console here in Rio. And I think looking at it, I mean, I'm just taking a quick look over at things. We're currently waiting to find out exactly where we are with the game in hand. So, of course, we will bring those that bits of news to you as you're trying to do a bit of research yourself.
For those wondering what I'm doing here, I'm using the incredible tool that is FIFA.gg just to keep an eye and see if there is still group stage action to be going on between Chile and Brazil. Of course, we'll be able to give you official results and updates as soon as possible here on the official English-speaking broadcast here from Rio. But it does seem that maybe is not a full-time result, so we'll be able to give you more updates and more details as they come in. But if you want to check out what's happening yourself, of course, you can go on to FIFA.gg and keep an eye on all of your favourite nations here, whether it be Peru, Brazil, of course, Chile, Bolivia, we have Venezuela, and of course, Argentina, who are looking like they're heading to the top of the table.
Yeah, and more importantly, I think if obviously that final score comes in, 10 points can't be caught out of the top 4, so they will be 100% qualified to the semi-finals. So both in mobile and in console, they'll be getting themselves out of the group stages, which, again, phenomenal achievement for them. They're certainly looking to try and go back to the dance, shall we say, of the FIFAe World Cup Finals. And again, for a nation of Argentina's size and pedigree in esports, be a phenomenal achievement of feather in their cap to say, yep, we've got potentially both mobile and console going to the finals. Of course, still some games left to play, still some very hard games and hard miles to run, of course. The knockout phase turns into best of 2 aggregate score. You witnessed the golden goal yesterday.
Yep.
I was in the stadium just talking to my best mate, the Canary.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, though, you guys...
You were having a little cuddle with him.
I tell you what, as I said earlier, once you spend about 5 minutes with that Canary, especially when we've seen Keepy Uppies earlier
not
on,
bad, is it? Close control.
He's just infectious. You just get sucked in. And especially when it's Brazil, at that point, it was Brazil versus Argentina, you just get swept up in the emotion of it.
He's definitely got magnetic dribbling, hasn't he?
Oh, he definitely
magnetic
has. Definitely
has.
has.
For sure.
I wouldn't like to see whether he got bullet header, though, because that head on him, he would do damage.
That would be OP.
Yeah, it would.
Most certainly be OP. But just to circle back to your point on Argentina, it would be a feather in the cap, because considering in 2024 they made it to the FIFAe World Cup, of course. Sadly, I mean, they were so close. They were out in the group stages, but just 3 points behind Portugal in 4th place in terms of the top 4 getting out of the group. So they were only 3 points from featuring in the knockout stages, and with knockout football, anything can happen. So 2025 was disappointing for them. They didn't feature. If they can get back to it this year, which based on their form, it's looking likely, it's going to be interesting to see if Argentina can go one better than 2024. I'm hearing in my ear that War has an interview down on the floor. War, who have you got for us?
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, eu
Well
estou aqui
done,
com o
ladies and
Luiz,
gentlemen.
o Lobão.
I'm here
né?
with
Tudo bem?
Luiz,
Como é que você tá?
aka
Já me fala
Lobão.
como é que você ficou
How are you,
sabendo desse
mate?
evento e o que você tá
What are you
achando dessa
thinking
estrutura?
about
E
the
tá claro,
event?
aproveitando também esse show de esporte eletrônico.
This
Muito
incredible
gratificante estar aqui
esports
sobre esse evento
event.
através do Renato Graciano, que é o Rentão que a gente conhece, eu já acompanho
I'm
o trabalho
here
dele.
invited
Já
by
tive a oportunidade de
Rentão.
estar narrando
It's an
ele em
honor
alguns
to be
campeonatos da
here.
comunidade. E é muito bom estar aqui, ver
It's
o, não
good
só o
to
desempenho
be-
do Brasil, mas
To
também
be
vendo cada
here,
vez mais o
seeing
cenário
the
brasileiro sendo
Brazil play,
e
but
que
also
não é só um jogo,
the
né?
high
A
level
gente já tá
that
conseguindo
the others national
desmistificar
teams
essa
are
crença de que
playing.
é só um joguinho.
It's
É uma
not
profissão,
just a
é uma
game,
realidade de muitos
a
e que
video
salva
game.
vidas, né? Todo dia
It's
sempre pode ter uma
esports
vida
is
nova salva
important
pelo
and
jogo.
saves lives.
Você
It's
falou que já teve a oportunidade de
very
narrar, então você
important
também é
esport
narrador.
environment.
Sim, também atuo na área, nas modalidades de
You are
Valorant,
also a caster,
também
right?
no eFootball.
Yeah, I am
Sou
a
mero
caster too.
aprendiz do Guerreiro, inclusive um
I'm
abraço pro
just
Guerreiro aí, uma das minhas
apprentice,
inspirações, também Black
I'm
Will, que me ajudou
learning.
bastante na caminhada.
But
Duas pessoas
I would like to thank
queridíssimas. E olha, eu
Guerreiro,
sei que
the
você tá
Brazilian
aqui,
caster,
camiseta do
for all
Brasil,
tips in my
inevitável, né? Tá
journey in
torcendo
this
pra
sector.
seleção. Mas
Are
suponhamos
you
que a seleção
cheering
brasileira
for
não
the
estivesse.
Brazilian national
Quem, na
team?
sua opinião,
In
seria
your
a franca
opinion,
favorita para chegar
who
nessa grande
is
final
the favorite
do
team
eFootball de
to
console?
be in
Bom, se
the
não tivesse Brasil, não
grand
estaria nem aqui,
final
mas
of eFootball
acho que
on
pela tática
console
e
platform?
desenvolvimento do jogo, acho que o Chile levaria
In my
melhor. O Chile
opinion,
tem um time
Brazil
muito
and Chile. Chile
Chile?
is
Olha
a strong
só, rapaz, é verdade. Nós
strong
estamos aqui
a team
pelo Brasil
in this
também.
battle.
E aí, última perguntinha. Ontem vi você
My last
agitando
question.
a galera lá, pô. Quando é que você vai trazer o tambor? Pra nós bater o
Yesterday,
tambor
I
aqui?
saw you
Bora, só
being
agitar
an
atrás do pandeiro,
important
o recorde
member
faz a
of
nossa
the
bagunça, porque
crowd.
brasileiro é assim,
When
torce
you
até o
going
fim,
to
e é isso
bring
pra
your
gente diferente,
drum
né?
to
A torcida é
to
o
party in the
outro
crowd?
jogador que não é tão citado.
The crowd is
Hoje tem
the
sambinha.
third player in the game,
Ticarica, 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 tica.
so we
Vai
are
daí,
there to motivate the players.
Caster!
Okay, back to you, casters.
Wow, thanks a lot there, Wars, down on the floor. And I tell you what, he's right. The drums can echo through the stadium, especially in this competition. You remember back in 2024, don't you, Wes? The Indonesian Garuda Warriors, when they lifted the FIFAe World Cup trophy for eFootball console. They were out in force. I still remember the sound of those Garuda drums. It was a war drum.
They had a pocket of the SEF arena in Saudi Arabia. They had a pocket, a corner that was just solely dedicated to them. And ironically, the Saudi locals at that time were favouring Brazil.
Yes.
Such is the historic nature of Brazil. They are, as the Canary pointed out to the Argentinian coach, who you wouldn't have saw yesterday, the banter that was going between the mascot and the coach. And all the Canary had to do was go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just tap his badge to say we're 5 times. And that is the level that the banter works. I thought it was just the English that had the football banter. Turns out so did the South Americans.
It's a worldwide language. Worldwide language is football banter. And it's great to see them also invest so heavily into the esports side of things, isn't it, Wes? Because not only are they content with dominating world football historically, they want to dominate virtual football as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we had the video at the start of yesterday's broadcast from the president of the Brazilian Federation, where they're talking about how, you know, do you know what? Thank you for coming to our country, but this is our house. Like, we're great to have you here. It shows the level of investment here for Brazil. It shows the level of seriousness that they're actually taking into this. It's not just a case of sports and esports. They wanted to join the two together and just say, look, we're here to represent everybody. And it does go to show, we heard it there from the interview from Wars talking about just how important esports can be to people. You know, it isn't, you know, as much as people may think of it as a slightly trivial thing that's just a video game. You know what? It actually can give people a lifeline, it can give people a living, and it can give people purpose. They can give something to aim at. And certainly the Brazilians and their federation have certainly investing that time and energy into the esport.
Well, that is so true, Wes. It's more than just a game to all of our players, and everyone here at FIFA is so invested, just as the Brazilian Federation are, as well as federations around the world, of course. We're going to take a very short 5-minute break while we just get things set and ready here. The stage is bubbling up for the final round of group stage action here in Rio de Janeiro for the FIFAe Continental Championships. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Rio de Janeiro. We are here for the FIFAe Continental Championship 2026, and your eyes do not deceive you. This is still the round 4 matchup, slightly delayed between Brazil and Chile, but our fantastic production team in the back have allowed us to witness the closing stages of this, and Wes, you're pointing out there, Brazil down to 10 men.
Yeah, Nuno Mendes, and bearing in mind, Brazil's draft, they only have 4 defenders recognised total.
Oof.
So there's an auxiliary defender that's going to be utilised here for Brazil, or at least a player that can play in that position. But they're down to 10. There were half an hour left on the clock. You see there, Cassiusano, secondary position. He can play as a left back. It's not his natural position, but he still can play it. So it's enough that Brazil can get in. But they're down to 10. They've half an hour left on the clock. And whatever which way you put it, this is a key game for Brazil. And there's a set piece here for Chile.
And there's still plenty of time on the clock for Chile to try and get an advantage over them. Here comes Chile! Oh, great save! I think it was a block in the end, was it? Not sure if this made it all the way through to the goalkeeper. We'll see it here. It is a block. Henriquinho at the front post.
Gonzalo Ramos, number 22.
Corner by Amarito. Too close to the goalkeeper on that occasion, but wow, what a time to jump into this feed. Brazil currently holding the lead, but down to 10 men. Henriquinho back to João Victor. This will have big implications for the rest of the group, because Argentina have already won their round 4 match, don't forget, by some scoreline, 6-0. And they'll be watching this with their feet up. What can Sayajin and Amarito conjure up here for Chile?
Yeah, well, the key thing for Brazil here is they need to keep pace with the wins, but because of that result, which we believe it to be, it was Bolivia 6-0 for Argentina winning that game.
Ooh.
It actually puts Argentina's goal difference all the way through the roof.
Oh, big tackle from Henriquinho. Stepping up defensively. Amarito. Chile giving this a good go. Don't forget, Chile will have aspirations towards the top of the group table as well. We would not want to lose to a 10-man Brazil. João Victor still sticking, living and dying by his skill moves. He's given the ball away. It is a foul by Chile, so a Brazil free kick will just let off some of the pressure here.
Oh, just trying to do the maths here. If Chile lose this game, they are also in jeopardy of potentially falling out the top 4, depending on results in that final round of games. It's so many different scenarios that could be playing out here, Harry. Thank the Lord that we have got admins and boffins to work this out, because it is a grandstand finish. If it stays as it does, or as it is, it could be a absolutely insane round 5 of fixtures.
Yes, indeed. Some of the best referees we have in the scene here with us in Rio de Janeiro to make sure that we have everything accounted for. I think Chile won't be too concerned about their status in the group, considering the fixtures of who still needs to play whom. You'd imagine that they're safe virtually, but if they could steal up even a point away here from Brazil, it would do them the world of good.
Yeah, not to mention as well, in terms of placements, in terms of the knockout phases, I think that would also be of concern to Chile. They've got an opportunity here. I'm not sure how they're going to try and break this down. And first time we're going to have to see the defensive formation of Brazil, but they've now switched out of using a fluid formation. They've now gone to just, this is our formation, 4-2-2. Meanwhile, the Chileans have got a bit more aggressive, a bit more attacking. They have got the extra man, but they don't have the ball.
Number 22,
Again, it doesn't look as though losing a player has been that detrimental to Brazil at the moment.
No, Chile sticking with that 5 at the back
Number
as
21,
well.
Kenan Ildiz. Number 17,
Might need to tweak that,
Alexander
and fairly
Sirloff.
soon, if they'll even get another chance to. Here's the Brazil free kick. Oh, nice header on, but that's sadly only going to trickle through to Sayajin in the Chilean goal. 10 minutes remaining. Can Brazil hang on? Oh, nice header over the top. Marquinhos, oh, he's given a good strike at that and forced a corner. And corners are worth their weight in gold for Brazil at this stage of the game, in this circumstance, Wes.
Yeah, ball is as far away as humanly and virtually possible from their own goal. They are down to 10, but they have themselves a set piece. If they can make it work from here, possibly get themselves a third, which would be unheard of given the fact they are down to 10.
I'll tell you what, if there's a man to play this corner short to really frustrate the Chilean defence and maybe buy another foul, João Victor is who you would want. In fact, they're going to go long here. Put it down to Marquinhos, straight off the training ground. It's Brazil 3, Chile 1. And just when everyone here in Rio de Janeiro thought they'd play it short, hold up the ball, try and buy a foul, Brazil go back to the training ground, and it is a routine that has worked for them, and surely now has secured 3 valuable points.
Yeah, this improvised touch, and again, it's the ability to read that touch has happened, and then the quickness and presence of mind in one, without the ball touching the floor, they've lofted it into Gonzalo Ramos, who fires it home. It makes it 3-1, and you've got to think that somehow is Brazil taking the game away from Chile, despite being down to 10. 5 in-game minutes left to go, plus whatever is going to be added. Chile staring down the barrel of a 3-1 defeat here.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, I think Gonzalo Ramos is a phase 3 player they selected, so some real value found in the draft for Brazil. There's a 2-goal advantage now for the 10 men dressed in canary yellow. That will do wonders for the nerves and wonders for the confidence. I'll tell you who doesn't want to see their confidence ramp up, Brazil's confidence that is. It's their next opponents in Peru who will need a result. But 90th minute now. That is some performance, if it stays this way, by João Victor. Chile coming forward. Oh, nice finish, controlled strike in the end, off balance, but can't steer it on target.
Just swerve the other way. We'll see it again. A great drag back, but with that drag back, Mbappe just gets across the ball as opposed to around the ball. It just went the other way. There's 3.5 minutes or so left here between these two, Harry, but you've got to think this is Brazil's game.
You'd imagine so. João Victor over towards the corner, and again playing this inside of the box right when it's time to try and kill off some of this in-game clock. Brazil, they know what they want to do. They want goals, they want to stick by their mentality. Chile, time for a consolation maybe. Goal difference may come into play at the end of it. But Brazil, well, they'll only clear as far as Amarito here. Sayajin might be able to get that consolation, still trying that drag back, but Brazil, they hold on despite being down to 10 men. They will best Chile. They've done it. They've gotten 3 points, and possibly their most difficult 3 points of the tournament so far, Wes.
Yeah, and again, it's winning football. It's football when you shouldn't really be able to score when you've got 10 men. You have the, you tuck your chin and you try and just consolidate. Instead, they managed to fashion something from a set piece, took it away from Chile, and now it is set up for, as we said, a grandstand finish in this final round of fixtures. There's so many different combinations of what could and possibly will happen. it's too many to list, Harry. It's so tight in terms of goals, in terms of points, in terms of results. Anything can really happen from here on in.
Indeed it can. As for Chile, of course, they would have loved to have gotten something from that match, but sadly, despite their hard work, and when we were keeping an eye on it outside of our stream when we were just breaking down the end of the previous match we watched between Peru and Venezuela, Chile scored first in that game. They went ahead, and early on, within the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was within the first 10 minutes. They took an early lead, and then equaliser, it was around about half-time, actually, where the equaliser happened, and then all of a sudden, we obviously got to see the live pictures of it, and that by that point, Brazil were 2-1 up, and then, again, we joined it as Chile had a set piece.
Yep.
Again, Brazil had just gone down to 10 men. That was that foul from Nuno Mendes. And you just would have thought maybe Chile would have done more with the set piece, and then maybe it would have grown into the game instead. Brazil, it was almost like they tasted their own blood at that point, and then just went, we've got to get this over the line.
Yeah, it set them off from there, and I was so surprised. I thought for sure with that late corner we were going to see João Victor skill moves, buy a foul, be tricky, really frustrate Chile, but that last set-piece routine we saw, very impressive.
Yeah, and again, it was the reactionary way of it, is that it didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, but instead they had the plan B, when it bobbles to the player at around about the 20-25-yard mark, but then manages to improvise touch, and then before the ball's even touched the floor, he's managed to improvise touch it, keep it in the air, and then lob through ball it. Again, able to just feed it to Gonzalo Ramos inside 6 yards. Not going to miss.
Yeah, so good from Brazil, despite being down to 10 men from the 60th minute, right when we joined the action. They were able to weather the storm and even get an extra goal for their efforts. And of course, if you wanted to watch the entirety of that match, you can go on FIFA.gg and check out the secondary streaming. Make sure you just go and take a look at that match, because that in its entirety was very, very fun. You can go rewind, you can go and see exactly how Brazil were able to secure the 3 points there. So now round 4 is fully in the books, Wes, so we can actually start to look forward now and see how the table is shaping up. Obviously, we'll get to that when it's ready. But what we knew before we jumped into that Chile-Brazil game was that it was essentially going to go down to the last round of matches between Venezuela and Peru. Although they don't face each other, they are the two that are in contention for that 4th place spot. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the 4th place spot, it's Peru and Venezuela, and then there is a world, folks. There is a world where Chile could still fall out of it. They're mathematically not safe. It's improbable.
Well, why don't we bring up the
impossible.
standings?
Yeah, well, of course. We'll be able to see the working out in terms of me looking to do mental maths. We'll be able to see it here. Is that Chile on 6 points, but crucially, Chile's last game is against Argentina. Ooh. Argentina need potentially the 3 points and some goals to secure top spot. If you see, do you see where my brain's going, Harry? You saw where my brain was going, right?
Yeah, I can see exactly where you're going with it.
Yeah, and that all of a sudden, everybody needs a result. The only team that you would say doesn't need a result is Bolivia, because sadly, they bottom of the table, a minus 19 goal difference, have lost all 4 games. They don't necessarily need a result. Venezuela do, and they play Bolivia, but also Brazil need a result, and they're playing Peru. Chile need a result, they're playing Argentina. It's everything we wanted it to be. It's very much the spicy buffet of eFootball esports, is that it is coming down to the final game of a group stage, and everybody has something on the line.
Of course, except Bolivia. Sadly, we say goodbye to them. They're now mathematically eliminated. It's been a tough Continental Championship campaign for them. We do, sadly, after this round of fixtures, have to say goodbye to Brian ASS, Gus Nova, and Turche, the coach, as well. We hope they'll come back next year and come back stronger for Bolivia as well. So Bolivia still chasing their first ever FIFAe World Cup Finals berth, but hopefully they can bounce back next year. Some of these players, Wes, probably more Brazil and Argentina because they're secured now in the knockout rounds, they can start to look towards Bolivia's players, can't they? Because we talk about phase 1, 2, and 3 in terms of drafted players. There's a secret phase 4 that when it comes to it, in the knockout rounds, the two teams, the two nations that are eliminated, the players they secured in phase 2 for their teams become open for selection again. So the 4 nations that advance to the semi-finals get to play out another draft and essentially pick the bones from the carcass of their fallen adversaries.
Well, I can press this to you. So I'll read you out the phase 2 players that are on offer. Cannavaro, Teo Hernandez, João Cancelo. Then we get into the business end of the field. Reno Gattuso, Jude Bellingham, Tchouaméni, Enzo Fernandez, João Neves. And then we get to the favourite part that I love the most, is the forwards. Erling Haaland, Lautaro Martinez, and Eric Cantona, and Johan Cruyff.
Oh my goodness.
Have a go at any one of them, will all of those 4 teams do. But crucially, we don't know the other team that occupies the 5th slot.
That's just Bolivia.
That's just Bolivia, folks. There's so many teams that could, well, there's 3 teams of Chile, Peru, Venezuela that could fall into that 5th spot. I can't legislate for all of those teams. We'd be here forever. But rest assured, there are some very good players that are still on offer in any of those teams that could fall into that 5th spot.
And that is the beauty of this format, isn't it, Wes? Because there is a little bit of flavour for everyone. No matter what your taste is, if you're a João Victor, if you like dribbling, there's obviously up for grabs Phil Foden, Cruyff. If you prefer more of the kind of cross it in, if you already have the likes of David Beckham, we've seen it on mobile, Erling Haaland's up for grabs there. So attacking-wise, there's lots of options, but also if maybe you feel like you're struggling defensively, there are key items for you there to pick up. That's why this format's so amazing. The draft format is really one of my favourites.
Yeah, once you get your head around exactly how the draft works, it's so much fun to try and pick out. You think defensively, you look at Cannavaro, Hernandez, Cancelo, if you need some backup. But if you need some reinforcement in your field, though, Jude Bellingham, Tchouaméni, João Neves, Reno Gattuso. There's so many good players in there. Enzo Fernandez is on offer there as well. And again, it's just a case of pick your poison, folks. It really is. And it all depends on what you prefer. Like you said, if it's a dribbler, you're probably going to look towards maybe your Johan Cruyff. You're going to maybe look to maybe midfielders that want to contain the midfield. You look to Bellingham and Gattuso and Fernandez. Again, aerial threats. Lautaro Martinez isn't a slouch in the air either. But your main one would be the Norwegian Erling Haaland. It really would be. That would be the one that if you had first draw, you'd be going, right, get me him right this second.
It's probably the big ticket item, most definitely, from Bolivia's campaign. Again, sadly, we say goodbye to them entering round 5 of the group stages. They've had a tough old time of it, but still alive and in contention are Peru, Brazil, Argentina. Obviously, the last two I mentioned, mathematically secure now. We'll see them in the semi-finals. We'll also see Chile and Venezuela. So Peru, Chile, Venezuela, those 3 fighting for the remaining 2 spots in the group stages that qualify for the knockout rounds, those semi-final matches where the format changes and there's a pre-draft. Oh, it's going to be drama from here. The last round of fixtures is almost ready. Obviously, we just saw the tail end of Chile and Brazil, so Brazil just obviously licking their, well, they're not licking their wounds, they're celebrating, or maybe a big sigh of relief. They now have to transition from the side rooms here in Rio de Janeiro, in the facility that we're playing at, over towards the main stage, get situated, log into their accounts, etc., etc. And they have to prepare for a new style of opponent. They just played a very gritty Chilean squad. They now have to go up against Peru, who they have all to play for, and no doubt they will be gritty as well. Let's go over to Wars and introduce our match now. It's going to be Peru taking on Brazil.
Estamos iniciando
Now we
última
are
e
starting
quinta
the
rodada da fase de
last
grupos.
round
E
of
teremos
the
aqui no
group
palco principal
stage.
confronto
And
entre
here
Brasil
in the main stage we are
e
going
Peru.
to watch Brazil
Vai com
versus
vocês.
Peru. Back to my casters.
Yes, thank you very much, Wars. They can try and silence you all they like, but we always want to hear from you whenever possible, my friend. Thank you very much for introducing our match. Peru-Brazil. Wes, it's amazing that everywhere is so tight towards the top and the bottom end of those 4 stages of those 4 spots, I should say, for qualification of the semi-final. Everyone wants to be first because that means you get drawn against the 4th place team. So whoever squeaks in that last spot will have to play the leader of the group. Everyone wants that. Obviously, only Argentina and Brazil can fight for that now in this last round. But Peru, they're going to be fighting for survival. They have to fend off Chile, they have to fend off Venezuela, who all want their spot as well.
Yeah, well, Chile are in 3rd. They're in 6 points. So, again, if you're looking to try and overhaul Chile, you've got to hope for a result in relation to Argentina versus Chile. So you've got to hope that Argentina need the points, which in this environment they do, and you need to then overhaul them. Problem is, though, is that you're kind of getting attacked on both fronts here, because as much as you're trying to get above the person in front of you, you've also got to wait and check out the people behind you, because Venezuela against Bolivia, again, we've seen from Venezuela's goal difference that they are suffering goals in number. You have to feel that Venezuela will take that into account going into this game. And I believe, when I looked at the table last, there is 1 goal in between Peru and Venezuela on goal difference.
Yeah, that was the case when we saw the matchup last in the previous round.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry. Yep. So in terms of that, nothing has changed with the draw. So the goal difference now could really be pivotal going into this final round of fixtures. You've got to try, if you're Peru, you've got to try and overhaul Brazil, who have only conceded, I believe it's once today, and that was in that game against Chile. You've got to overhaul them by a number of goals, because you've got to maybe anticipate that Venezuela may do a number on Bolivia. There's so many different ways of looking at it. I think at this point the easiest way for me to do this, rather than me try and think of too many scenarios, is focus on the game at hand, because Brazil need a win, Peru need a win, and that's really the simplest equation of it so far.
You're absolutely right. You can see thumbs up from our Peruvian competitors on the stage. Segale, Jonacra and Coach Rempes in the back there, sadly just obscured. They go up against the Titans of Brazil here on home soil. That man's dribbling technique has been something to behold. Of course, Coach Thiago in the back, standing behind him, João Victor. He's been very impressive, as he always is. And Henriquinho with the bleached blonde hair. It's a good look on him, you know, Wes. It's very, very nice to see him joining Juninho on the Brazilian mobile squad with the bleached blonde hair, perhaps a tribute to someone on the national team in real life. But either way, we're underway. Peru, Brazil, it's all to play for. Peru fighting for survival, Brazil fighting for top spot. Of course, Peru in the all-white strip, and you don't need me to tell you what strip Brazil are in. João Victor, though, dwelling on the ball. Seeing the good and the bad from him so far today. Jonacra, whoa, with the back heel, and that could be the goal of the tournament. Well, well, well. Peru into an early lead with a magnificent team goal.
The presence of mind to find that pass is unbelievable. I don't think anybody in the building except the 2 lads on the Peru sticks knew where that ball was going. I think everybody thought, they're going to try something with collar here. They're going to try a strike on the volley, or maybe try and turn back inside. He said no, they did the most basic thing and found a pass through a nest of players, might I add, and it got swept home, and Peru have themselves a shock lead, which is exactly what they need.
Well, the Brazilian contingent out in force here will not be happy with what they've seen in the opening 10 minutes. João Victor and Henriquinho succumb to an amazing team goal from Peru. The presence of mind, but that improvised back heel. And Wes, what kind of scores do you have around the grounds for me here?
Well, this is a surprise to everybody. Venezuela 0, Bolivia 1.
Oh,
That stunned everybody.
that's Bolivia's second goal of these group stages after conceding 20. It is indeed Bolivia 1, Venezuela 0. Of course, you can keep an eye on all of the scores and games and fixtures on FIFA.gg. And you'll have to, because all 3 fixtures we have in the group stages happening right now have implications on the final group table. And I wonder if coach Rempez in the back there is just on FIFA.gg himself and keeping an eye on those scores.
Well, there's an interesting one in the final game that we haven't yet mentioned. Chile 0, Argentina 1.
Oh.
You talk about the ramifications. Peru go a goal ahead, which means that Brazil can't catch Argentina. Argentina go ahead, which means they go 3. But there's too many. There's too many, Harry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I used to be able to. This is so tight. I don't think I want to.
No doubt they're on FIFA.gg watching those streams. They're keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere. They'll be buoyed by their early goal here, but also the news that Venezuela, their nearest competitor for that 4th and final group stage spot, trail to Bolivia. Bolivia, the nation that has struggled throughout today, entering the 5th round of matches, 1 goal scored, 20 conceded. And we're back underway. Brazil 0, Peru 1. The Peruvians needing a result to go their way to keep things and destiny in their own hands. It's looking good for them. It's a 4-on-3 here at the back momentarily.
I'm gassed with how easy it seems that Peru are finding gaps here.
João Victor being asked questions of him. Henriquinho's put in a very rash tackle, but the last touch came off a Peruvian, so that'll be a Brazil goal kick. And I implore you folks, if you have more than one screen, obviously keep the stream open, but also keep an eye on the scores on the website. Lovely ball over the top to João Victor! Great finish! It's Romario! It's João Victor, it's 1-1.
With every goal, Harry, it is just another turn of the table. Again, a wonderful goal. Actually, well worked from Brazil. It's that lofted scoop, through ball, and it just gives every bit of opportunity. And again, Romario, such an apex predator in the 18-yard box. You can't leave him alone for a second. And again, in terms of goals going in, Argentina have now extended their lead against Chile, which now there's so many different things going on. But as it pertains to top spot, Brazil, if it stays as it is, slide into second. They will not be able to catch Argentina if it stays as is.
So plenty still to play for. 15 minutes gone. And 2 people who know what it takes to get it done on that stage we saw in the audience here in Rio. Juninho and Rentao yesterday securing their spot at the FIFAe World Cup. Oh, what a goal! What a finish! And I think João Victor actually has stolen this goal away with the final touch on the goal line. But João Victor says, no, no, no. The plaudits go to Henriquinho. What an audacious chip.
And a real deep cut. That's as David Nugent as a goal as you're going to get. It was a wonderful lob over the goalkeeper. And again, Jay Victor just made sure. He was like, no, this is going in, but I'm going to make sure. Watch this. Scoop lob from Romario. What a finish. And Hullet just crashing the goal just to make sure. He will go down as Ruud Hullet. But I think Jay Victor was very much saying, no, buddy, that was yours, Henriquinho. What a bit of improvisation and skill from that man.
Well, the entire ground could see that that one was going in. What a finish from Henriquinho. And it puts Brazil back in contention for the top spot in the group. It plunges Peru back into the deepest, darkest corners of uncertainty. Five or six super cancels from João Victor until he finds that final ball. And make no mistake about that one, Henriquinho.
The goal scorer for Brazil after 25 minutes is...
Fires Brazil into a 2-goal cushion. 3-1. Some finish this.
The quality finish again from Brazil. They're just now making it look so easy. They had the early shock of going a goal down. They now find themselves 3-1 to the good. And all of a sudden, it's quite surprising that we see the Canary, the minute that Brazil start winning, all of a sudden the Canary comes back out as he is making sure he ramps up the crowd.
Canarinho Pistola enjoyed that goal. And Peru need to be careful here, because they entered this fixture in 4th place, but only on goal difference. So there is a chance if they ship too many more goals such as these, it won't matter what the result is between Bolivia and Venezuela, theoretically anyway. Four goals in the opening half an hour here in our 5th and final round of the group stages. Peru, since scoring early, have gone missing here.
Yeah, they've certainly succumbed a little bit to the pressure. They took that early lead and then the fight back started from Brazil, and again it's been one-way traffic since. They're going to have to stem the tide here. They're definitely going to need a goal, you feel, just to get themselves back into it before half-time. But at the moment, it is all the team in yellow and blue.
João Victor, nice ball roll to try and open up the angle for the pass. 10 minutes until half-time. Brazil's press has been so quick. Peru have not had a chance to breathe, and the clearance is behind for a corner. Brazil, they want to ramp up that goal difference column themselves. Don't forget, they're racing Argentina. And swinger from Henriquinho. In fact, he's lofted towards the front post. Once again, the quick press from João Victor to relieve the pressure. Now, just like that, springs the attack. João Victor dispossessed though. Good job from Peru, but they can't get out of their own half. Lacra stepping up and actually finds a nice outlet to Segale. The two Peruvians combining on the stage. Is there a chance to get one back here for Peru? Half time on the horizon here. Bullet in the air, well matched, cleared by João Victor. And oh, that's a mistake. Nice turn back inside from João Victor, not once but twice. Oh, that's a rash foul. What's the referee going to provide us here? Because that was a very dangerous one. I think only a caution. if that. But regardless, it will provide us a late free kick here. And it's João Victor to stand over it, up and over or around the ball, either way. John Akro with the save. There's your half-time whistle. Peru 1, Brazil 3.
Hello everyone. This is a safety announcement.
As things stand,
Please remain seated at all times during this
Brazil
match.
still
Thank you for
chasing
your
Argentina. And Peru surviving, but only because Bolivia still hold a lead over Venezuela. It is as close as you like in the group stages here, Wes, because that goal difference is just one separating Peru and Venezuela.
I was going to say, I wasn't going to do this to myself, Harry, but I've kind of had to. Argentina and Brazil are level on goal difference, and I believe are separated just by goals scored. Argentina have scored 12, Brazil have scored 11. So it's so tight at the top. And again, as you rightly said, at the moment, because of Venezuela only conceding 1 goal against Bolivia, it actually means that Peru is slipping out, all by the virtue of conceding 1 extra goal. It's incredibly tight down there.
Indeed it is. You can see there Carlinhos Pistola, the Brazil mascot, geeing up the crowd here in Rio. Now he's going to gee up the players, I think.
Well, they did say that, you know, we did hear from the audience that, or from an audience member on one of the interviews from Wars, that they considered it was the third man.
Getting the crowd involved, an extra cheerleader joining the fray.
Substitution for Peru. Number 16.
Carlinhos Pistola, my friend, you must behave yourself in the crowd. We're underway in the second half. This is such a tantalising affair, West, because even a goal back for Peru, even if it secures them no points, could make things impossible for Venezuela elsewhere in the group.
It could, and this is what we're saying. Every goal and every moment is going to count. Double, triple, quadruple, however you want to quantify it, it's going to mean everything. Every single goal is going to count here, big time.
João Victor's been guilty of giving the ball away a couple of times in the midfield while trying to set up some skill moves and preempt the press from Peru, and this is where they can be dangerous. Over on that far side, John Akro with the cross in, free header, and there is a goal back. The big Chechen Jan Koller may have just handed Peruvian fans around the world a bit of a lifeline. And it all comes from turning over the ball in midfield.
There's 2 errors I spot there from Brazil. There's the spacing that appears between Jan Koller and the defender. And then it's a manual goalkeeper who was 1 step to the left. And it just trickles past. I say trickles. It bounces past the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, we're not seeing a replay of it. I'm sure we'll see it on the highlights after the game. But you'll notice there's 2 minute errors that when that ball comes in, Jan Koller has enough space to get that header. And it was just that 1 tiny manual goalkeeping error. And all of a sudden, Brazil have got themselves into a situation where they're only 3-2 to the good.
And you must remember goal difference in play for both Peru and Brazil here, because Brazil chasing Argentina at the top of the table.
Indeed, and now it's no longer goals scored that separate the 2, it's goal difference now. It's a vastly different thing. They only started out with a 1 goal difference between each other before these 2 teams took to the field. And thanks to Argentina being 2 goals ahead in their game against Chile, extended the lead just by 1 goal.
Number 11, Luis Figo. Number 23.
Awesome. Early substitutes by Brazil's standards following conceding that goal, but Peru, they seemed full of beans at the start of this second half. Perhaps the celebrations in Rio from the big yellow canary maybe a bit preemptive here, because Peru do not want to go quietly. They know the fate of their tournament still theoretically in their hands. Scoop ball over the top towards João Victor! Lovely! Lovely team goal from Brazil. And now the carnival atmosphere can start to ramp up again. Whereas as far as co-op goals go, this is fantastic.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about the chemistry of Henriquinho and Jay Victor. It does just show how well they know one another. They've been playing together in this national setup for a few years now. They know each other's game plan. They know what they want to execute. And boy, are they going about it the right way. 4-2 to the good now. As we get that goal going in on the live stream, there's a goal to tell you about in the Argentina game. Argentina now make it 3-0 against Chile.
It's almost as if every time Argentina hear the main arena here in Rio pop off to a Brazil goal, it's their signal to take things up a gear themselves. That goal difference race still continuing at the top of the group stages. And Peru, it puts them right back into jeopardy. Bolivia still holding a slender 1-0 victory over, or lead I should say, over Venezuela. That one ongoing, approaching the 70th minute over there. You can head over to FIFA.gg and watch that one if you're interested, but right now we cannot take our eyes off this 6-goal thriller. And the Joga Bonito is starting to come out now. João Victor super cancelling. Nice drag back as well. Controlled strike will not earn a corner. The confidence flowing through the veins of our two Brazilians. Of course, they won't know what's happening between Chile and Argentina elsewhere.
That's the danger, is that they won't know. They just know that they need to put as many goals into the Peru net as possible. But Peru, again, themselves getting knockdowns and winning second balls, and Jan Collins starting to feel himself a little bit more. Again, so close. I mean, obviously we'll wait for the final table. We'll wait for the final results to come in. Of course, we're trying to do the mental maths, but that's not our job, Harry. That's the admin's job. That's the ref's job. But you can't help but do it.
It's like a car crash, isn't it? You can't help but
try and figure it out, because every goal means so much to so many in this final round of fixtures. It's the exact type of scenario that we really live for in this eFootball esports, is to just have it where so much is on the line in the last round of fixtures.
Well, obviously last time we checked in with Venezuela versus Bolivia, it was Bolivia with the 1-goal advantage over there. They're approaching the final 5 minutes in game. So Bolivia are on course for their first 3 points of this Continental Championships, which will be a great victory for them if they can secure it. But it may well come down to a tiebreaker of goals scored between Peru and Venezuela. 15 minutes left in this game. Brazil want to ramp up that scoreline themselves. It does look as if Brazil will be heading towards 3 points here. And no matter which way you colour it, a 3-point and winning situation going into a semi-finals is always what you want to enter the knockout stages with. João Victor denied a brilliant individual goal there by Segale with the clearance.
Yeah, although for Brazil, for the home fans, the good news is that Argentina have just conceded against Chile.
Ooh.
So again, it just swings again and again and again. Of course, an extra goal here wouldn't hurt for João Victor and for Henriquinho.
And that's what they'll chase until that very final whistle. Nice ball roll, João Victor! Oh, it's off target. Brilliant dribble. That's some of the best of João Victor we've seen. When he's effective, Wes, he's so effective. Obviously, we've seen him take risks in midfield, but that's the good side of João Victor. Well, there's an interception following Henriquinho's stray pass, cleared by João Victor. Peru pushing. John Accra can't find his teammate, but they're still going for this, Peru. How are the concentration levels now? Unforced error. Out of play, and that's a Brazil throw.
Yeah, it definitely falls into unforced error territory, but when you're in these pressurised moments, you're in the last couple of minutes here. 3 added minutes for Peru and Brazil. Again, a goal for either would be worth its weight in gold.
Will it be for Brazil? Henriquinho, he's dispossessed. That's a foul, and that will dash any hope from Peru in the final stages to try and get a goal. And it will allow João Victor a chance to extend and potentially close the goal difference disparity between his Brazilian team and Argentina. It's João Victor playing it short, and that one's a failure from the training ground. Maybe one last chance for an attack. No, the referee blows the final whistle. It ends Brazil 4, Peru 2.
Muito bem, encerramos a 5ª rodada com vitória da seleção brasileira, 4-2 de virada. Em um jogo que começou difícil, começamos tomando 1-0, mas a virada aconteceu. E agora é uma questão de saldo de gols, até sabermos quem é o primeiro colocado nessa fase de grupos. Vem, João, vem falar comigo. Já que seu companheiro tem vergonha, parabéns aí pela vitória. Parabéns, Henriquinho, parabéns, Alvaré. Olha, eu não sei como é que ficou o grupo, né, por conta do saldo de gols, estão disputando 7-7 com a Argentina. Mas como você avalia a fase de grupos da seleção brasileira?
Acho que não foi a melhor da performance que a gente podia ter hoje, porque é presencial é outra história. A gente sabe que as equipes se prepararam bastante para esse dia, então a gente não começou entregando o nosso melhor, mas nesse último jogo eu senti uma gameplay diferente. Acho que a gente voltou a jogar o nosso verdadeiro futebol e a gente vai muito confiante pro mata-mata, muito tranquilo, e só agradecer a torcida de todo mundo aí que vai dar certo.
Valeu, João. Deixa eu falar com o Henriquinho, vem cá. Que frieza nesses gols aí, parceiro. Esse milissegundo de pensamento, você fala, vou tocar ou vou chutar? Como é que é? É decisão.
Pior que esse gol, eu tava treinando hoje de manhã e eu falei pro Rentão, na hora que eu fizer esse gol, você pode olhar pra mim que esse gol é pra você, mano.
É isso aí, então! Caraca! Parabéns, então, seleção brasileira classificada aos playoffs. Avaré, vem cá. Você tem um trabalho agora, corrigir o que precisa ser corrigido, e como é que se faz isso em tão pouco tempo, porque já tem jogo?
A gente meio que foi já jogando, né? A gente fez umas 2 primeiras partidas um pouco abaixo, mas a gente já subiu bastante o nível nas 2 últimas agora. Então, vamos subir mais um pouco o nível pro mata-mata, que agora é a hora que interessa de verdade.
Vamos, Brasil! Segue daí, Caster!
Amazing, thank you so much, Wars. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for holding it down over there on the stage, in the studio, in the arena, whatever you want to call it. Good to hear from the Brazilians there. They're obviously in quite good spirits. João Victor pretty coy about how his team have performed so far. They need to step up another level in the semi-final to come. But Henriquinho, I love his dedication to Rentao, obviously the Brazilian mobile player that alongside Juninho qualified for the FIFAe World Cup yesterday and became continental champions of South America. Love to see that camaraderie between the mobile and the console squad. Bit of bromance there between the two. And we can take a look at some of the action, Wes, from that, action-packed game. There were so many goals. Obviously, you're all waiting to see the group tables, but we'll keep you on tenterhooks for a little while longer. We can see some of the highlights from what was such a back and forth game. Peru scoring first, obviously, early on.
Yeah, and that was, I think, what took everybody by surprise. And again, it's a wonderful chip ball, but just baiting out the manual goalkeeping. They knew that Brazil would go to it, and instead just baited it out, played one ball across, and found a wonderful finish. From here, though, it was still Peru just trying to get their feet into it, but then Brazil, as I said, it's like the bully tasting their own blood, and they just went, no one makes me do that, and then all of a sudden they come roaring back. They started off with a really well-worked goal there, and then all of a sudden it just became canary yellow absolutely everywhere. That piece of absolute genius from Henriquinho.
Victor, he's got his hand on his head.
He's like, I'm so sorry.
He didn't want to steal the finish from him. That's great sportsmanship between the two of them, and even brushing off the back of the jersey as well with the celebration afterwards. But once Brazil stormed into that lead, they looked imperious, didn't they, throughout the remainder of the first half?
Yeah, they looked like they weren't going to let it go. I think for them, I think it's a case of they were just going, win first, and then we'll see where it lands. Even on the interview after the game, they're not sure as to where they have finished and who they might play in the semi-finals. They knew they were safe before the game, but they just didn't know whether it'd be 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's what they were playing for here. Peru obviously playing with fire. This one gave them a big breath of relief, because goal difference is what would have been in play for them between themselves and Venezuela, especially if they had heard during some of the tech pauses that Bolivia had a lead against their nearest rivals in the group. That goal from Brazil made it 4-2. And from then on, it was basically just Brazil trying to farm montage clips as João Victor is determined to try and get one of those incredible goals for his Alphas back home as well. The failed one from the training ground, they'll have to go and drill that one again. But regardless, Canarinhos Pistola, very happy with his Brazilian squad on the stage, getting things done with a 4-2 victory over Peru. Where do Brazil go from here, Wes? Because obviously we don't know yet if they've done enough to secure top spot or second. But from João Victor's assessment, they feel they need to play much better going forward.
I think if our mental maths is correct and who we think they're playing, they're going to have to improve. They're going to have to step up. This is your championship rounds, as it were. Yes, it's knockout football, but you don't want to get caught. You really don't, and not at this stage. You don't want to get into a position where you go out at this stage. You've done well enough to finish in the top 4. Fantastic. But they need to find that extra level that I think a lot of viewers at home, us in the commentary position, Alia, know that gear is there. They've just got to get there. We've got the final results, which we kind of had a bit of an idea of, but we'll let the graphic do the talking.
Yeah, we won't let you dwell on the results. We won't keep you in the dark any longer. You can see here final results: Argentina 4, Chile 1. And by my mathematics, that means Argentina will actually top the group, setting us up for a semi-final between Brazil and Chile, second and third in the group respectively. And well, look at that result at the top of your screens. Bolivia with a 1-0 victory over Venezuela. Their first 3 points of the Continental Championships 2026 here in Rio. Congratulations, Bolivia. I think that they were well worth it as well, Wes. We've seen glimpses from them so far today, and for them to go home without any points to their name definitely would have been pretty harsh on them, I feel.
I think so. I think that they've been on the end of some drubbings, but they'll be delighted that they've got 3 points on the board. And I believe, Harry, we've got the standings.
Yeah, there's your results, but you need to know what that means to the group tables, because we did have big fights at the top and the bottom of the table. And Peru have indeed done enough. They will squeak through by the finest of margins. That is an incredible, just 1 goal difference between them and Venezuela. And, well, I think, Wes, you're shaking your finger. You're thinking it's a different tiebreaker here.
It is a different tiebreaker. So that is both -2.
Oh,
both
you're
of those
right.
teams.
It's goals scored.
It would have been goals scored, and even if it had headed to the tiebreaker, it was 0-0 between Venezuela and Peru. It is goals scored that keeps Peru in it by the barest of margins. And
of
that
course
means the brackets are set.
And that does mean, sadly, we say goodbye to Venezuela. They joined Bolivia in the outside looking in spots. Here is your bracket. These are now win and qualify matches. Argentina against Peru in semi-final 1. And the big one, Brazil against Chile. The home nation taking on the incredible, scrappy Chile. That will be one not to miss whatsoever. We changed the format now. There's some formalities first as well, because there is a phase 4 of the draft to happen. Bolivia and Venezuela, now that they're eliminated, their phase 2 choices become open to selection again. So we're now going to see another draft here, Wes. As we mentioned before, you pick the bones, you pick the carcass of your fallen adversaries now and try and fill some of the holes of your lineups.
Well, before we go to the break, I'll just enlighten you as to the phase 2 players now on offer thanks to Venezuela. Giorgio Chiellini, Cafu, Ito, Hasabe. You've got Andrea Pirlo, David Beckham, Shinji Kagawa. These forwards, guys, phenomenal. Ronaldinho, Eden Hazard, Christian Vieri, Ruud van Nistelrooy, and Brazil's own Bebeto round out the potential P2 picks that could be taken into phase 4 of the draft. I cannot wait for later on. It's going to be so much fun.
Me neither, my friend. But first we have to have, obviously, Peru, Chile, Brazil and Argentina to go through another draft. They will select those players and decide who they want to supplement their rosters. We will take a break now, but when we return, it's knockout football time. We're going to send 2 more South American nations to the FIFAe World Cup. Hello and welcome back. I'm back just in the nick of time for the FIFAe Continental Championship semi-finals here in Rio de Janeiro. I'm in a different time zone, Alia. That's the problem. Joining me, I'm Harry Challen. Alongside me, Commonwealth medalist Alia Harvey. Alia, it's do or die time. I was just trying to get some of the energy in the arena because I wanted to make sure that we were feeding off it properly. Our semi-final next is going to be Argentina against Peru. Argentina chasing their first FIFAe World Cup berth since 2024. On the other side, Peru, it would be the first time ever for them, at least as far as eFootball consoles concerned. And it would be a massive piece of history in their eFootball history, wouldn't it?
It would be, and they've actually just put on a really good showing against Brazil. For a moment there, I thought they might have had it, but Brazil just so strong to push through. But I'm really looking forward to this first match. We were speaking on the atmosphere. Round 5 when Brazil were on that stage. I keep calling him Big Bird out of habit, but he was there riling the crowd up. He was slamming on the seats, getting everyone ready, pulling people out of the crowd, doing the samba with them. So I'm really scared for Chile in that second semi-final.
Yeah, I was worried he was going to get himself in a bit of trouble there. Canarinhos Pistola, the Brazilian mascot. The atmosphere is there. It's definitely a carnival here in Rio de Janeiro. And so much at stake from now on. Every game you see on this stream will be either for a place at the FIFAe World Cup or for the Continental Championship itself. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what juicy games you have for you here. Argentina, Peru in semi-final number 1. That'll be our first dose of action here in the knockout rounds. Brazil, Chile will be semi-final number 2. And from here on out, Alia, it's a change in format now. It is no longer it's no longer just regulation. It's going to be 2-legged affairs, aggregate score, and if we're tied after 2 games of 90 minutes of eFootball console, then we'll go to golden goal, an entire golden goal game. And if we're still tied at the end of that 90 minutes, if we can't split them after 270 minutes of eFootball, we'll go to a penalty shootout.
I think there's a very good chance that first semi-final could end up in golden goal because in the group stage, Argentina only beat Peru 1-0. And now that there's 2 legs, anything can happen, but it's going to be an exciting first match, especially considering how these nations qualified for the knockouts. It essentially came down to goal difference, both at the top of the table and the bottom.
Indeed, it was so close. Obviously, Argentina and Brazil trying to do their best to secure that top spot. In the end, it was Argentina who did better in that account, besting the team that Brazil faced first in their semi-final on the bottom side of the bracket there. But it's so exciting now, Alia, because every single game means something. It's a win and in situation. If you win, you are headed to the big show, the big time, the FIFAe World Cup. You are one of only 12 nations that will contest that trophy later on this year.
It is, and we saw what happened yesterday in the semi-finals. Teams got really nervous and almost underperforming. The fact that we had a golden goal, I know Brazil swept on mobile regardless, but it'll be interesting to see whether these teams essentially collapse under the pressure or whether they step up to it, especially in this first semi-final. Peru don't have experience like Argentina do. We saw them struggle at the very start of the day, but hopefully they've warmed up now where they think, you know, we can take on Argentina. We're so close to getting to that FIFAe finals. All they have to do is win the semi-final and that's their ticket secured.
Indeed, that's going to be what is in the minds of both Peru and Argentina. Argentina would have been quite disappointed, I feel, watching from home the FIFAe World Cup last year, having contested it the year previous. I mean, they were so close in 2024, just 3 points away in the group stages behind, I believe it was Portugal, to make it to the knockout stages. Sadly, they were eliminated in groups, but having watched it from home last year, that would have been devastating. I mean, you and I both know what that's like. Being on the outside, looking in at a tournament, it's never fun, but now's their opportunity to thrust themselves straight back into the limelight.
It is, and hopefully they don't have a deja vu moment where they're one step away and it crumbles right in front of them. Especially that they saw Brazil went on to finish top 8 last year. It probably has them thinking, what could we have done had we made it to that final stage?
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. You never want to see your close rivals, obviously, advance in tournaments where you're watching from home. So for Peru, they would have watched everyone at the big tournament. They would have wanted to be there as well. And Peru, I mean, when we talk about history, it always seems impossible until someone does it. And Peru have the perfect opportunity now to completely upset the pecking order. Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. Their gameplay against Brazil, despite them not getting exactly what they needed from the game in terms of points, they got the goals they needed that actually separated them from Venezuela and, importantly, secured them this round.
Exactly, and it's like you said, they scraped through to this top 4. I wouldn't call them lucky. I think they've actually performed quite well. Even watching their matches round 1 to 3, I think all they needed was a chance to warm up, get used to the crowd, get used to the atmosphere. I think they're very fortunate that they're not coming up against Brazil in the semi-final, not because they're the better team, because Argentina topped the table, but because they get to avoid the atmosphere and the crowd.
Yeah, it's almost like a third player out there, isn't it? The crowd, especially when you've got the big yellow bird, as you put it, geeing up the crowd and cheering them on, leading the drum chants, etc. They're in fine voice here in Rio Art. The team decked in yellow. Very important that you avoid them in the draw. And Peru, luckily, have done that, as have Argentina, thanks to their group stage results. I can't call this one, Alia. I really can't. I get the sense from what you've just said that Peru are very much a team that need, or rather benefit when it is a play style opposite to Brazil. And I'm not sure if Argentina are exactly that carbon copy of Brazil. So maybe there's a chance for Peru here in this semi-final.
I think so. I mean, Argentina are a more defensive team compared to Brazil. So I think Peru, if it was me, my game plan is just attack, attack, attack. They cannot sit back against Argentina because they are good with their counter attacks. But not to call any favorites, but I do love an underdog story. I would love to see Peru make it to the finals just because it would mean so much to their nation, especially we've been running these finals for a few years now. To finally get that ticket to represent your nation, it would really mean a lot.
Indeed it would, and I mentioned it with Wes before the break ahead of the knockout stages. There is now a 4th phase of drafting. Now that both Bolivia and Venezuela have been eliminated, their Phase 2 players that they selected and protected for their own national teams become available for selection again. So we're having another draft, a Phase 4, which I mentioned it and I used the term picking the meat off the carcass before the break. It sounds really brutal, but I mean, it's a brutal format here. You now get to fill in any holes. You have a 23-man squad, so obviously if you select anyone from Venezuela or Bolivia's Phase 2 players, you will have to make someone go away from your own squad, and that could be a delicate balance. You don't want to upset anything that's worked for you so far.
Yeah, I think that's actually, I would find it really hard because yes, you suddenly have all these players to choose from, but it's like you're saying, do you really want to put someone in your squad that might not necessarily work for you? I think for Peru, I would try and pick a couple more attacking players. Same for Argentina as well, to be honest. They've got so many defending players. I feel like now you're in the knockouts, you have to push forward more, you have to attack a lot more. But it'll be interesting to see who they pick from both teams.
Yeah, most certainly it will, because again, if you have any holes in the boat, you want to be able to plug it, don't you? You don't want to watch that boat slowly sink. So if there are any gems, I mean, we're looking further up in the Phase 2 drafts from the eliminated teams. I mean, just one big name that jumps off the page there is Ronaldinho from Venezuela. He is now probably the big ticket item for the likes of Brazil or anyone that needs a bit of an attacking oomph. So that's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye on in these semi-finals, Alia, because there are plenty more players up for grabs in the draft.
I'll be very surprised if Argentina pick Ronaldinho. Just because he's Brazilian, there's the rivalry there. I know he's a fantastic player, but I feel like at what point or like where do you draw the line and say, I know it's just a game, but I need to stay loyal to Argentina. But I really want to know who ends up getting Ronaldinho. He's probably one of the best cards in game.
You would imagine so, in terms of being up for grabs. The other notable names, of course, from Bolivia are the likes of Johan Cruyff, Jude Bellingham, Erling Haaland. If you're looking for a striker, maybe a bit of physical presence from corners or crosses. Bolivia now being eliminated, they chose him in phase 2, so he re-enters the pool. And I can't imagine Brazil will go for a player of an archetype such as that. I mean, just using Brazil as an example, Henriquinho, João Victor, they don't really tend to play crossing football. They like to play down the channel. They like the skill moves. You'd imagine Johan Cruyff and Ronaldinho would be the two that they're looking for.
For sure, but it's like you said, do they even have to pick a player from phase 4 now? I mean, Brazil are playing so well. I think, to be fair, they're playing well, but they're not playing great. So maybe they do need the likes of Ronaldinho, but we saw in the last game, when they clutch up and when they actually lock in, the goals that they're scoring is phenomenal. I mean, that second goal that they scored in their final game erupted the crowd. Danny was sat there working. I'm like, hello, Danny. You need to see what just happened over there. I mean, they stood up. They were celebrating. Jay Victor turned Henriquinho around. He was wiping off the back of his shirt, pointing, saying, this is him. This is that guy. But yeah, such a good atmosphere. I keep coming back to it because it's our first time in Brazil and the atmosphere has been amazing.
Well, let's get a taste of that atmosphere. Wars is ready in the studio, in the arena, to kick off our first semi-final.
Muito bem, chegamos aos
Well
playoffs
done.
do FIFAe
Now
Continental
we are
Championship 2026.
at the playoffs of
E
FIFAe
temos agora no
Continental
palco o
Championship
primeiro confronto
2026.
desses
And now
playoffs.
we have the first match of this
primeira
kickoff
colocada
stage
na fase de
playoffs.
grupos. Vai
Argentina, the
enfrentar a
first
seleção
placed
do
in the
Peru,
group stage,
quarta colocada
are going
na
to
fase
play
de grupos.
against Peru,
Jogadores, excelente
that had the
jogo,
fourth
casters.
best campaign
É
in the last
com
phase.
vocês.
Back to you, casters.
Thank you very much. There on the stage was an amazing semi-final we have ahead of us here. Peru, 4th ranked in the groups, up against the group leaders, Argentina. Earlier on in the day, I know it feels like a lifetime ago, that 3 o'clock kickoff local time, about 4 hours, 15 minutes ago, these two faced in the group stages. Argentina sneaking a 1-0 victory in that 90 minutes. Here's Argentina's lineup while we talk about that. How much will that play a factor here, Alia? Obviously, psychologically, Argentina have the advantage, but that scoreline is so close. 1-0. I mean, it's as close as it comes.
I remember commentating on that game and I was thinking to myself, Argentina kind of got lucky. I think that it was a very ping-pongy game, as I've said a few times today, where it was back and forth. Argentina managed to break through, but I think they were very, very fortunate that Peru didn't equalize or even walk away with those 3 points. But I think at that stage, that was Peru's first game on a big stage. I think the nerves sort of got to them, and the fact that their nerves got to them and they were only 1-0 down says a lot. I think they can come into this feeling very, very confident that they could steal it from Argentina. And it is also 2 legs. It gives them 180 minutes to try and take those 3 points. But looking at their teams, I don't think Argentina have actually made any changes here.
I'm trying to look across the board and see if there's been any poaching happening. And I'm not sure I can see any. I think you're probably right about that. I know that there was, I did spy Jude Bellingham, and he was one of the big ticket items that we assumed that people would try and take from Bolivia. And that was indeed a pickup from Bolivia. They drafted Jude Bellingham. So I believe that'll be a Peruvian pickup. So they've obviously done a bit of business in the phase 4 of the draft, and we'll keep an eye on some of those other items that were available. So Bolivia despite being eliminated, they still live on virtually, spiritually, through Jude Bellingham at the very least.
They do indeed, and I find it very interesting that Argentina haven't actually made any changes. I mean, we know they are quite a defensive team based off their lineup, but I think they've just got full faith in their team, and why fix something that isn't broken?
Yeah, it's always a good mentality to have. If you have pure confidence in your starting lineup, why change what isn't broken? As Piatukin and King Demia of Argentina get ready to take on Joe Nacra and Segale of Peru. Semi-final number 1. A two-legged affair. Aggregate scoreline across the two legs is what will define this semi-final. Win over the two legs, or in golden goal, or in penalties, however you do it, and you'll be heading to the FIFAe World Cup. Argentina, Peru. Here we go. Argentina attacking from left to right, and Peru in the all-black strip will be their adversaries here. Feels like a long time ago they matched up in the group stages, with Argentina squeaking a 1-0 scoreline there.
They have indeed, just winning the ball back here. I think Peru just need to try and control the game as much as they can over Argentina. The last thing you want is for Argentina to be able to counter-attack, just like they just attempted. But Peru so far seem to be holding it down in the midfield. Fantastic crossover, ball lands in Peru's feet. Nearly an own goal there, Harry, wasn't it?
Yeah, still alive here for Peru as well, and it is an opening goal for Peru! The Peruvians that snuck into the knockout stages in the final round of the group stages. They lead the group leaders after just 5 or so minutes.
I looked away for 1 second to tell you, was that offside? Harry, not offside, sorry, was that nearly an own goal? I turned my head back. Bang, Peru, 1-0. I think they capitalized on that. They capitalized on the fact that Argentina sort of looked a bit shaky. They sat back and then bang, 1-0 Peru. And that's what you need. You need the momentum of going 1 goal up, because now Argentina are going to be chasing this game. Still there's 85 minutes left.
There is plenty of time on the virtual clock here in leg 1. But Peru 1, Argentina 0. The 4th seeded Peruvian team. Argentina on that far side, looking to try and get an immediate reply here. Nice skill moves into the box, but tackled well by Segale. He's still battling up there as well. This, interestingly enough, Peruvian team actually outranks Argentina in the global FIFAe rankings. They're really close. 27th are Peru, but Argentina 2 places behind in 29th.
Oh, wow. I would have thought it was the other way around. The way Argentina have played today and throughout the qualifying stages, you would think they were miles ahead.
They've been really good value for their rank, haven't they? And that's exactly why forces a very important save from the Peruvian goalkeeper. I think that's Gigi Buffon. Julian Alvarez here fashioning a very good chance for Argentina.
I like the way Peru are playing right now. I think this is a much more confident side than we've seen all day from them.
They'll have to survive this corner in order to keep that confidence sky high. Swung in for Argentina. The header is won, and that's an acrobatic finish. It's improvised, but it is not on target. Would have been one of the tidiest finishes we've seen.
It's just popped up that Argentina have had 66% possession, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like Peru have definitely controlled this game so far, especially in the midfield as they look to attack here, expanding their lead to 2-0, but Argentina just defending really well. They've settled into this game a lot more, but Peru not giving up as they look to attack again.
Yeah, Peru certainly not wasting any passes in their phases of play, looking to move up the gears very quickly. One ball up to Hullet, unsuccessful. And now a turnover in possession. Here's Argentina. They flew through the group stages. They were going toe-to-toe with Brazil. They need to show some of that form here in the knockouts as well. What a tackle by John Accra. Need to keep the concentration levels up though. As Argentina, they break the lines, they break the goal. There's your equaliser. Peru, they were playing with fire. One too many sloppy passes in the midfield, and Argentina, they needed that goal to get themselves back in it, and now they found it. It's 1-1.
I think they got a little bit sloppy there, Peru. Maybe a bit lost of concentration because they were dominating that game. And I would say that goal was against the run of play a little bit. If a goal was coming, you would have thought it was going to come from the Peru side. But it's only 1-1. Remember, this semi-final is over 2 legs on aggregate. Anything can happen, as we saw in the mobile final yesterday. The Peru players still look really, really calm. And I think they're aware that we scored first. We can definitely bring this one back.
Well, they're brimming with confidence now following that goal. Piatuk is trying to feed his comrade there. But it's the ideal start to a semi-final. If you're a neutral, you want to see early goals. They've given us 2 in 25 minutes. We don't want to see cagey affairs. We want to see lots of action.
I want to see penalties. That's what I want.
I know what you want to see.
I always want penalties. That's what I always call for. Or at least golden goal. I love golden goal because you never know how either team is going to show up in a semi-final and in a knockout.
Here's the Argentina throw, just on the half-hour mark. Long throw, tries to win the second ball. He does so as well, but that was always sailing wide. I think we could even see that from our position here in the commentary gantry earlier. Never on target, that one.
No, they aren't playing as conservative anymore. I think it's got to the point where they're aware they're in a knockout, so they're just going for goal wherever they can. I don't think they expected to go 1-0 down against Peru. So now they're thinking, oh no, this could very easily slip out of our hands here if we don't start focusing. It's very odd to see Ronaldo in an Argentinian shirt as well.
I try not to think about it. So I can actually confirm that from the elimination pool, that's phase 4 of the draft, Argentina elected to choose Giorgio Chiellini and Eden Hazard to supplement their roster. So both a bit of defense and a bit of attack for their strengths moving forward into this semi-final, and Argentinian fans will hope the final later on. 10 minutes from half-time here in leg 1.
Segal just taking his time with the throw-ins here, trying to weigh out his options to decide where is the best place to go to keep possession. Coming down just the left side of that wing, twisting and turning. He makes a successful pass over, but unfortunately just passes it back to Argentina as they are on the counter-attack. Quick passing down the right side of that field. Is he going to cross the sides to cancel? I think he misplaced that a little bit. It looks like he was trying to cross it in, but accidentally pressed shoot.
Yeah, maybe just got a bit too close to the byline there with the cross. You could see the intention, whether it was a missed input or not. They'll have to reset their concentration as the Peruvians start to march forward. What can Segale do? Just being patient here. Half-time on the horizon. You definitely want to be the benefactor of the final attack of the half. John Accra on the far side fizzes one along the floor. As this one will trickle out for a throw-in, Peru will maintain possession. How many minutes will be added on here? We've had 2 goals. And the ball has trickled out of play more than a few times, so could be at least 3 minutes added on here. So plenty of time for
There will be 3 minutes at a time.
a go-ahead goal going into half-time. Nice long ball, but sadly overruns Ruud Gullit there for Peru.
Right before that throw-in as well, Pierre Tuchen decided to make the Argentina team sit more defensive. They have gone back to a balanced formation now as they try to have the final attack of the first half. Possession still with the Argentinians, passing it one too many times just to allow Peru the ball back. Not a position you want to be in as we go into half-time.
Oh, maybe one more. Maybe one more. No, the referee has been as generous as he could be. It will be Argentina 1, Peru 1 going into half-time. And well, as evenly poised as you could want here. Segale just saying to Jean Accra, let's keep it calm here. Let's make sure we remember where we are. This is a two-legged affair. It's aggregate score that comes into this.
I really love the way they're playing right now. I think they came into this so nervy today that they were just making lots of silly mistakes, passing the ball a bit too quickly. They're a lot calmer now. I think they've settled into the situation, settled into the occasion. And when you go 1-0 up against Argentina 5 minutes into the first leg, that would give me a huge amount of confidence, knowing that we can score against such a dominant team and we can stop them from going to a FIFAe Finals 2 years in a row.
And that's what Argentina want to try and avoid. A 2-year absence from the finals would look very strange for a footballing nation that has aspirations both on the virtual pitch and the real one as well. And I can confirm from our elimination pool, while we have a bit of a break, the men on your screen from Peru elected to choose Jude Bellingham, as I spotted, but also Andrea Pirlo to supplement them. Pirlo being from Venezuela, and I can only assume from Bolivia comes Jude Bellingham. So electing to really shore up that midfield in both the defensive and attacking senses here. Whether or not Peru will decide to use them in this semi-final, we'll have to wait and see here, Alia. But 1-1 at the break, going into the second half. It's set up perfectly, isn't it? You've been impressed by Peru.
I've been very, very impressed. It's just because I've watched so many of their games. Well, I've watched all of their games today. They've just seemed that they needed to play more and more games to just figure out their play style and figure out how they want to approach opponents. And because they only lost that first game 1-0, they know this is a coin flip fixture and they don't want it to slip away from them of getting to the FIFAe Finals. I mean, Sego definitely seems to be, I would say, the leader of the two. He's the one trying to keep both their emotions in check. As we saw earlier, him telling them to just calm down, relax. There's nothing to worry about. I mean, they just look so at ease, which is what you want in a knockouts. And I really wish we had heart rate monitors on them. I really wish we did.
There's plenty of experience on that side of the stage. Obviously, they're backed by coach Renpez in the back as well. But you're right, the experience clearly showing. On the other side, Alec Groove, the coach, just having words with the referee there, just making sure that everything is above board over there on the stage. Piatuk on your screens right now. Well, he was able to score the goal, wasn't he, to equalise this semi-final. We're tied at 1 apiece here after the first half of play in the first leg. What can his Argentina squad do to turn this draw into a victory across 2 legs?
Indeed, and such a long break as well that you almost wonder how much it would affect momentum. Oh, that was a nice little kiss. What's that, to us, to the camera? Not sure who it's for, but I think
it's for Canarinho's Pistola, I'd imagine, the Brazilian mascot.
Oh, I was seeing it in the crowd earlier. One of the Argentinian players from Mobile yesterday pretending to give him a little handshake and said, no, I'm from Argentina. I'm not shaking your hand.
See, I want to ruffle feathers here in Rio.
Harry, you can't make jokes like that. I'm going to start cackling on stream.
I'd like to say I'm here all week, but sadly, we do leave the beautiful city of Rio tomorrow. It's been a wonderful time here, the first ever Continental Championships of FIFAe. Here in South America, obviously happening all over the world as well. Kuala Lumpur over in Asia. As our two nations on the stage, obviously just try and get to the bottom of whatever issue is happening. We'll have next week, of course, Mexico City to decide our representative from the Americas. Alongside that will be Casablanca over in Morocco for our African representative. It's a global esport here and a global program in FIFAe. We love to see that. And then finally, we'll round out our 12 nations in Lisbon to decide our European representatives. So plenty of FIFAe action if you're tuning in right now and you're wondering where the next tournaments will be. Obviously, we have Rocket League happening tomorrow here in Rio. And then next week, Mexico City. It's a big time, congested calendar here in FIFAe as all of the nations are fighting their hardest to make it to that World Cup. And can you blame them, Alia? We've been there and it is an amazing stage. It's under the lights, the pressure, the atmosphere. It is genuinely like a pressure cooker in that arena.
It is, and last year as well, with the arena that we had in Riyadh, you had the players down on the bottom floor, but you had all the casters, the presenters, the studio looking down.
Felt like we were judging them.
It was like a glass window, and you were looking down at them. But what was so nice is you could see the player reactions. You could look across the studios at our fellow talent, but I feel like the atmosphere of that, especially the lighting, makes such a big difference. And when you have the Brazilians fly out there, you have the Saudi fans there, that is essentially a pressure cooker, like you said, Harry.
It really is, and it's a different type of stage as well, because when you make it to the later knockout rounds and essentially the grand final especially, those stages, do you remember, they elevate, they lift up. So it's not just, oh, you sit down, you station, and it's like you're playing at home. No, you get lifted high above everyone else, and you face directly opposite you, your opponent. It really is like a coliseum. So that's why everyone across the globe is trying their hardest to compete and make it there. It's not just the accolades, the prize money, the title. It's the chance to experience it. Especially for a nation like Peru who have not been there previously.
No, I remember my first, I wouldn't say proper, but my biggest live event was the Commonwealth Games. And I remember walking out on that stage thinking, oh my goodness, you feel like you're under a microscope. Yeah. And I think these players might feel like they're in a microscope here, but nothing compared to the finals.
No, certainly not. They're under the microscope in this semi-final at the very least. We're back underway. The issues have been resolved on the stage and we're into the second half here. Argentina won, Peru won in leg one of this semi-final. A reminder of what's at stake. If you win this two-legged affair, you'll be heading to the World Cup, and that's a really nice footwork from Piatek, and Buffon's going to have to come and punch again. Peru, a chance to break for them. They'll be attacking left to right here in the second half. Accra towards the top side of the screen. There's some real meaty challenges going in here. Both nations want to stamp their authority on this semi-final.
Because there was a bit of a longer break as well. It almost feels like they're going into a brand new game, which is why it's quite cagey to start with. Peru, questionable decision. They thought they were going to go on the wing, but mistakes averted as they managed to get that possession back. John Cara just taking his time, but maybe took his time a bit too much that he was left with no option.
Yeah, Argentina can't seem to feed their front line at this moment in time. Just need to take a little bit better care on the ball. It's going to give them something to chase, but yet again failing to link up with that offense. Argentina in phase 4, by the way, elected to choose 2 of Venezuela's players following Venezuela's elimination. That's a nice looking ball to John Acker, giving Pullet something to try and contest. And it will be a corner here as well for Peru.
John Cara currently steps up to it. Is he going to cross this one in? Is he going to play it short? We find out now. He opts for the cross in. Fantastic header in, and it's a goal! Peru 2-1 up against Argentina. They take the lead yet again, Harry.
And to add insult to injury, Christian Romero, the Argentine defender, is the man who finishes off that scrappy corner routine and puts Peru, not for the first time in this semi-final, into a lead.
Ali Groove there, the Argentinian coach, does look a little bit nervous. I think he was one of the most vocal people in the crowd for the mobile final yesterday. It's odd to see him really quiet, but it almost feels like it's slipping out of their hands a little bit. Peru have read them so well, but maybe this is the chance that they can break through. Just Peru putting their defenders at the right place to constantly stop Argentina from getting any opportunity.
You're always most susceptible to conceding just after scoring yourself, so you need to keep the concentration up here. Nice little step there from Piatuk and forces the long-range save from Gigi Buffon. This will be an Argentine corner. And a chance to make some substitutes here before this corner is swung in. It isn't around that period between the 60th and 80th minute mark we see those super subs come in. You can see Frank Lampard there for Argentina looking a bit leggy, so no doubt we'll see his countrymate Steven Gerrard, a fellow Englishman, take his place. It's unsurprising to see all 5 substitutes used at once actually for Argentina here. A completely refreshed front line.
Same on the Peru side as well, complete new front line. Both teams know that they just need to score some goals. Davids, Ribery, Kaka, Kola, and it looks like Michael Owen coming on as well. And he does seem to be a favourite amongst these nations.
Well, doesn't he just?
Substitution for Argentina.
Thing to see in terms of value picks from the draft. And a great thing to see for both nations using all their substitutes on the attacking side of the ball, because it is aggregate score, don't forget. Here's the Argentine corner. Can't win the first ball. The second's not too bad though. It's asking questions of the Peruvian defence, but this should be an easy clearance.
Easy one it was indeed, as Peru are through. It opts for the long cross over, forces the Argentinian keeper off his line massively. They keep possession again. They're just pinging balls forward, anything to get close to that 18-yard box. The ball hasn't touched the ground in about 5 passes yet, and it finally does with Sego. Argentina win that possession back, chasing an equalizer, but Peru just completely stopping them from breaking through at all. I think at the minute, Argentina are fully in Peru's pocket.
They are indeed. You can see the tactic from Peru. Jan Koller fresh on, the big Chechen striker. He's going to be the target man to try and hold the ball up. So look for long balls into him if all else fails. With Argentina on that far side, they are seeking redemption here. That's a very inviting ball. Jonatra had to have his wits about him to clear that properly. Final 10 minutes almost upon us here. I wonder if we'll see a change in mentality here soon for Peru, because 10 minutes left. You've got yourself a 2-1 lead so far on aggregate here in game 1. Do you go for more? Do you try and just prevent Argentina? Or do you have the long game in mind? Do you try and go for more goals yourself?
I think you have to go for more goals. We saw what happened when England sat back in the Argentina semi-final. Trickery around the box, and they've given
here.
Free kick, surely.
Looked outside the box to me, Aria. And it's just outside.
That is a dangerous position to be in just a few minutes before the game ends. That is fully in a scoring position. Piatukin is stepping up for the free kick. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to pass it short to King Bimya? We'll find out very, very shortly. Taking his time with this free kick. He shoots. He goes for the short game, actually. And King Bimya! Wow, it looked like he was going to shoot then. He actually opted for the short pass. Argentina! Wow.
A brilliant training ground routine. Drained the entire timer from the free kick. You could see it in the top right, counting down, and Peru thought, oh, surely this will just be them running out of time. But no, they had complete control of the situation. It falls to the free man, the Peruvian defense asleep, and it is Argentina 2, Peru 2 now.
I mean, listen, that Argentina tactic worked against me because the run-up the player made, it looked like he was about to shoot, but is it possible, Harry, at the last minute you just shot cancel and pass it on instead? Or did I just get tricked?
I don't think so. I think he sold everyone, including you, Alia, certainly the Peruvian defense at least, because it's a brilliant routine. It's enough to earn Argentina an equalising goal, and they want more. And I said this yesterday on mobile, it's not just about winning games here. This isn't a best of 3 or a best of 2. This is a two-legged affair. So goals, even in the 90th minute, will count towards your aggregate score. So must keep concentration here. 3 minutes added on. Argentina, they win the second ball. It's actually trickled all the way through and forces a manual save at the near post from John Akra. There's De Ketelaere there with the big chance towards the end of this game 1.
It almost feels like the game's just flipped on its head. Peru were in full control, attacking, creating opportunities, and giving away that free kick that led to Argentina equalizing. It almost feels like it's reignited the Argentinian players. 2 minutes to go, a free kick. We know what they're like with their set pieces. They can easily convert this one to a goal. The free kick is taken, comes in a bit low, gets his head on, but Peru managed to clear it and keep them safe for just a couple more minutes.
Oh, it could be a break on for them here as well. We're in the third of 3 added on, and yep, that's a professional foul from King Bemia. Needs to be done, reset the defence, and it's a very, very cheap yellow card. I mean, he'll take that all day because it gets bodies behind the ball. Akanji will be a hero in the dressing room if they can defend this final long-range free kick. Swung into Jan Koller, cleared by King Bemia, and I think this should be the final action. No, the referee might be generous, and it is indeed the final whistle. Argentina 2, Peru 2 after 90 minutes. So essentially, Alia, we're all square on aggregate. It's now about what can happen in leg 2.
It is, and I feel like Argentina might be getting a bit of flashbacks to the mobile final yesterday, because that finished 2-2 in the first leg. They don't want it to go to the second leg being another draw, and then they find themselves in another golden goal situation.
And I hate to tell you, Alia, that second leg yesterday was 0-0.
Oh yeah, it was 0-0,
so
wasn't it?
If you're looking for goals and looking for drama and you think history might repeat itself, then maybe look away, maybe tune out for the next 90-odd minutes. Obviously, don't do that. Keep your eyes tuned here, because potentially, at the end of this second leg, we could be sending Peru to the FIFAe World Cup, or potentially we could be sending Argentina. After missing out in 2025, they could be returning after a 1-year hiatus from the competition.
My heart's split in two here. I want Argentina to finally qualify after missing out last year, but I want Peru to get through. Because imagine the underdog story. Peru get through. I'm just wishful thinking here at the minute, but what if they make a run all the way through to the finals and win the whole thing in their first time qualifying?
It would be special. I don't know if you caught Piatuk then. He looked quite stressed. And can you blame him? He knows Peru are giving them a very good game. The game plan from the get-go seemed very much on point for Peru. They had their focal points even later on towards the latter stages when they brought on Jan Koller. You could see that the goal was to give long balls to him. The knockdowns were in the second ball as Argentina decide to commit more bodies forward. But we have to give credit to Argentina. They forced the error for that free kick and then deceived absolutely everyone. Got the man open, scored the goal to make it 2-2.
Yeah, and going into the second leg, I think momentum's definitely going to be on their side because the game did flip on their head. As we see the Argentinian players, both from mobile and console, keeping a key eye on this game because whoever wins could potentially go up against Brazil as long as they win their second semi-final as well. Bit of a long break here as well. Seems intentional by the players, maybe a chance for them to reset and calm their minds down a little bit. But I mean, Segal, he's looked as cool as a cucumber throughout this entire semi-final so far.
I mean, it's the dream teammate to have next to you, isn't it? Saying, calm down, we've got this. That bit of reassurance if you're in uncharted territory and in uncharted waters. You want that reassuring voice next to you to say, don't worry, we're okay, let's keep it calm. There's plenty of eFootball to play. Even if we concede, it's going to be fine. That's going to be the big role of the coaches as well. Alec Groove behind Argentina there, making sure his team know exactly what is at stake here. Win this game, and you're going back to the FIFAe World Cup for the first time since 2024. For Peru, they're chasing history, Alia. It's difficult to do, but they've set themselves up very well. Very, very well indeed for the second leg. Both teams have, really.
I think they have. And going into this, if you look at both nations on paper, yes, Argentina 2 spots behind Peru on the global ranking, but just looking at their performance today, Argentina top in the group, Peru only just scraping through. You wouldn't think they were that close in ranking, certainly not thinking Peru are the better side, but so far I think it's been quite an even match, and I can't predict who's going to take it.
It's been very gritty, hasn't it? Both teams have had to dig in and really do their best and do their hardest to put their best foot forward. It's what I always ask for. I always want to see teams play up to their potential. It's the worst when you leave that stage and you think, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that. We haven't seen any big mistakes thus far, have we, from either side? Obviously, you could argue the mistake from Peru to give the free kick away that eventually led to the goal was a mistake. But very important to remember that at this level, the pressure is so high that you can almost more compliment Argentina for forcing the error rather than pick on Peru, so to speak.
Yeah, I think both teams are playing a very good game, and I think that's what's making it so hard to even think about who might walk away with it. Yes, Peru, like you said, made that mistake towards the end, but they're playing a very good game on both sides. Yeah. Argentina for a long time was struggling to break through Peru's defense. The fact they only got that goal because they forced a mistake says a lot. And I think Peru, they keep playing the way that they do, maybe not make that a mistake of the free kick anymore. They could walk away with this win.
It's certainly possible. Obviously, Piatek and King Memia will be hoping that they can turn their fortunes around. We can talk about how close they are in the FIFAe global rankings in terms of consistency points. We mentioned 2 positions away. I mean, we're talking about, what is that? I mean, about 14 consistency points away? I mean, I don't know. Regardless, while we do the maths, let's head over to Wars. He's got an interview on the floor for us while we wait for this game to resume.
Olha com quem eu estou aqui, Rentão, que ontem consegue a sua classificação para o Mundial de FIFA e, né, pelo
World
mobile,
Cup,
já está garantido.
The mobile platform,
you
are secured with the competition, the words, you are fine now, you are relaxed.
2-2, tendo que a Argentina
and now we have the semifinals in the console. Peru 2, Argentina 2 also. What's your predict? I think he's going for the golden goal decision. Argentina had a good group stage, but in playoffs, everything is possible to happen.
Ontem foi você, né? Deu pouquinho de nervoso, pô.
Ontem fui eu.
Yesterday, you were nervous. Now you are fine. Yeah, now I'm fine. If it's go to golden goal, it's not a problem.
Você vai abrir um pack aqui. ao vivo. Vamos ver então o que vai sair?
He's opening
Vamos ver,
a
vamos ver.
pack
Vai sair o
live.
pack aqui da Nigéria, tem o GG.
Nigerian pack
o
live.
Minyanko Kanu, Tijani, Babandida. Acho que é isso.
Vai, gira!
Let's go,
Gira,
do it.
gira, gira.
Spin, spin, spin.
Que vem? O que é que sai? Cadê?
Where is it? Let's see.
Cadê o que foi o quê?
Veio como tal de Álvaro Dijarro.
Just
Bom
I don't know
demais,
that player.
pô!
Okay.
Então, muito obrigado pela participação.
Thank you, Renton, for
você é um
our
querido. Alô,
participation in
Caster!
this
Segue
interview.
daí!
Casters, back to you.
Amazing, Wars. Thank you so much. Two of the best smiles in esports there next to each other. Unlucky there, Hentao. Unlucky, Rentao, my friend, because there are some really good players up for grabs. Obviously, JJ Okocha in that Nigeria pack. That signed card's looking very, very nice. But his luck is about as good as mine when he's spinning these gachas in the game, Alia. It's tough. Those odds can be tough, but good on you for trying at least, giving us some entertainment there on the stage.
Well, it looks like he only just opened eFootball Mobile to open that pack, but I've actually seen him in the crowd today, and he's been playing it for a few hours. Alongside a few of the other Brazilian fans, actually. They all sat there in between the breaks, heads down, just playing eFootball Mobile, and it goes to show Rental, he's qualified for the FIFAe Finals, and he knows I need to get all the practice that I can before we have to get to that final.
It's a real culture out here, and it should be no surprise. I mean, having experienced it firsthand, that I can tell you that the last, however many mobile world champions, I think as far back as 2023, Rey Mysterio, and then we saw Rentao, all from Brazil, being the Konami World Champions of 1v1 on eFootball Mobile. Based on how many people you see play it out here, it should be no surprise.
No, it shouldn't. I mean, I've tried playing eFootball Mobile myself, and it's not an easy game. I actually think it's quite hard and harder to play on mobile because you have to actually have good grip on your screen. On a controller, I find it a lot easier.
A bit more tactile.
There is. Maybe it's because I have big hands, my thumbs are too big for the screen, I'm not quite sure, but it's very impressive.
You know what they say about big hands, don't you? Big gloves.
Harry, you've got to stop doing that.
Let's move
because I'm really trying not to laugh here. And I find dad jokes really funny.
You can laugh. It's not illegal to laugh, but
It's a
yeah.
cackle.
Great
You'll mute my mic.
I'm sure we will if it comes to it, but I'll try and tone down on the jokes at the very least. Rentao and Juninho for Brazil. We heard from Rentao there, his teammate Juninho. Both of them qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. It's really, for the last couple of years anyway, as far as eFootball is concerned, been the trophy that has eluded Brazil because they've had such success at the Konami World Championships. I mean, we mentioned the mobile champions, the reigning world champion of the world, FIFAe, also Brazilian, won the console world title. So we've had 2 Brazilian world champions already this year. But as far as FIFAe eFootball is concerned, they've really struggled. It's the one trophy that's been missing from their cabinet. So they've drafted in the 2 world champs on mobile, and then we'll see later on if João Victor and Henriquinho can overcome Chile to qualify and be part of those 12 nations. I just can't think why. Maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe it's the strength of competition at the FIFAe World Cup that we haven't seen Brazil translate that success over.
No, I think if you think of it from a golf perspective, let's look at Rory McIlroy. He won everything, and it was the Masters, the biggest tournament in golf. It took him about 10, 15 years. He always came close, nearly managing to get it, and he only won it last year. And I feel like when you win everything else, and you know you have that one trophy like Brazil do for the FIFAe, there's so much more pressure on it because you know this is the one trophy that I need to essentially complete my set and truly be known as a world champion.
Yeah, that's something that I think Coach Thiago Avare will be chasing really hard because don't forget, he's been there so close 2 years in a row. The console final in 2024, sadly they fell to Indonesia 2-0 in the best of 3. And Thiago was stood behind Guifera and João Victor on that occasion. And last year we saw Juninho falling in the final to Thailand. Thiago again on coaching duties there. He'll be hoping one of his two squads can make it this year and lift the trophy. They've been working so hard to make sure that happens, and we'll see if they can advance from their semi-final after this second leg. Argentina and Peru still locking horns here, Alia. 2-2 on aggregate. It's essentially, it's as you were going into this second leg. It is just win this game of eFootball and you're going to the World Cup.
It is, and Peru know how much it means because they've actually made 2 changes to their starting lineup. They've got Dembele up front now, and they've actually finally put in that Bellingham that they drafted into this round. So I think they know that they can score goals. They've discovered, you know what, we're missing a couple pieces here, and hopefully Dembele and Bellingham are the answer and their ticket to the FIFAe Finals 2026.
It's a really good spot from you there, Ali. Obviously, Bellingham being salvaged from the Bolivian squad that sadly has fallen by the wayside in the group stages, meaning that their Phase 2 players are eligible for selection from our 4 semi-finalist teams. Peru and Argentina are moments from kick-off here in probably the biggest 90 minutes of these 4 players' careers. If you win here, you're heading to the World Cup. I need to keep repeating it because oftentimes I forget, Alia, how big this game is, how big this 90 minutes of eFootball is for Peru and Argentina.
It is, and I always have to just come back to Segal. He is so calm that I almost think, does he forget how much is at stake here, or is he aware and he's just really good with dealing with the pressure as we see this game kick off? 90 minutes till we might find out who is going to the FIFAe Finals 2026. Peru, of course, in the white and red. Argentina in their dark blue. Oh, Harry, I have no idea what's going to happen here.
Well, Argentina want to try and force things through in the early stages. It was in leg 1, don't forget, Peru who started fast. And if Argentina can match that energy, that would really put and sow the seed of self-doubt into the minds of Peruvians, certainly on that stage, but also those fans watching around the world, to see if their countrymates can qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. Here come Argentina. Oh, what a tackle there, preempted by John Akara. Peru looking to try and make that tackle even more valuable. They're trying to bundle this one past the Argentine lines, but cleared by King Bemia.
And Peru are just putting all their defenders' bodies on the line here. Same story in the first leg. They just struggled to break through, but might this be the moment? And no, again, such a good tackle from Peru. And it seems like they do know how to lock Argentina down. They keep knocking on the door, keep trying to, not even knock it down, they're trying to smash that door down. And Peru are saying, no, you are not getting through us.
I think I've counted 3 really big tackles from John Akra already. Peru will need more of that. That's a really nice find from King Bemia to Piatukin, but that's the 4th now from John Akra. His defence so far here in leg 2 has been phenomenal. Almost number 5, but Argentina, they've bundled it through. Is there a finish here? Only into the hands of Gigi Buffon.
That was great defending as well from King Bemia there, because the Argentinian players tried to trick, made it seem like he was going to go forward, but actually dragged the ball back. And Peru knew what they were going to do, so they pulled it back themselves. But a cagey affair so far, 21 minutes in, still 0-0 Peru. Argentina, Peru holding onto the ball just off the byline there. Can they keep possession, taking their time? A little bit of a flying tackle, that one, as Argentina are on the counter-attack again. Piatukin with the ball, tries to thread through the needle, but just can't do it.
Yeah, well done again from John Akra. He can spring Peru now onto an attacking shape as well. But we're seeing whenever Argentina get possession, they're starting to move into their attacking game plan. That means that their formation will change. Let's assume that they're using that fluid formation. It means their shape will change. The players' instructions will change as well. This is nice build-up, though, from Peru. The man over is on the far side. Goes inside instead, but King Bemia, good defending. Good interception there. Needed to be done.
Argentina saw the pass. Fantastic vision, forces the keeper out. Well cleared by Peru. 31 minutes in, still no goals. Looks like a pause has been cued here. Changes potentially, or just a pause to catch their breath?
Yeah, I'd imagine probably just to catch the breath here. Potentially just making sure that everything is above board there on the stage. But that has been an exhilarating opening half an hour. Obviously, the biggest chance came the way of Argentina. Peru looked lively here.
I think we can say Piatugan is quite nervous because of how fast he's chewing his gum. I mean, if he's not careful, that gum's going to get... it's going to go really bad quite quickly. He's chewing it.
Pulverized, won't it?
No, but I know when I chew gum that fast, it's because I'm really, really nervous. And I think we spotted it at the start. You did, Harry. You saw he looked a little bit shaky, a little bit unsure. And I think you can see it in his face that he is a bit worried. They know Argentina lost in the eFootball Mobile final yesterday. They certainly don't want to lose out on the title again.
Yeah, worth noting, of course, even though they did lose in the final yesterday, Argentina still securing a qualifying berth to the eFootball Mobile FIFAe World Cup. The players look fairly set and ready. The lights are off, which says we're ready to resume. Still Peru 2-2 with Argentina on aggregate. Argentina with this attacker into the Peruvian box now. Is there an immediate reply following the restart? Oh, what a save! Point blank range from Buffon. Oh, you'd put your house on CR7 finishing this one. Oh, straight at the keeper though.
I think Peru have got very, very lucky there that the keeper happened to be in that position to stop Argentina from going 1-0 up in this leg. Cross comes in from Argentina, tries to head it on, but Peru managed to keep possession. Unfortunately, falls straight back to Argentina. He shoots. Very brave attempt at goal there, but I think Argentina know they've got to try everything.
Yeah, I think potentially a missed input there from Piatuk, trying to cue up that dummy, trying to maybe super cancel, but the input was just processed, and sometimes it can work for you even though it's a mistake and not what you meant to do. But either way, intentional or otherwise, the game goes on. 10 minutes from half time. Still Peru 2, Argentina 2. Nice ball, Segole, far side, nice drag back as well, but big tackle. The big tackles coming in from both sides here. Argentina stepping up to the plate defensively, matching their South American colleagues on the other side of the stage. Vital challenges left and right.
Indeed, and the way this game is going, it wouldn't surprise me if we might see a few cards coming out by the referee. But John Akra, they're just taking his time, weighing out his options. Fantastic pass through from Segol, but Argentina just got there in the nick of time to stop a goal-scoring opportunity. Looking to capitalize on it, King Bemia through to Piatukan, back to King Bemia. Fantastic through ball. Is he going to shoot? He passes in. Oh! Narrowly misses the goal, but what a goal that would have been from that angle, Harry. It's pretty brave to go at it.
Oh, he just needed the goal to be, what, 2 inches wider there. Well, I mean, we had the perfect angle for it from up here. Just blazes it wide. I wonder if that was maybe intended as a cross and hope someone could get a boot ahead, whatever it is on it. But it will be 0-0 in the second leg, 2-2 on aggregate between Peru and Argentina. And nobody expected this. Nobody expected Peru to drag Argentina into such deep waters, despite the Peruvians being in the FIFAe rankings just 2 spots ahead of Argentina. Based on how the boys in sky blue and white on the stage played throughout the group stages, they topped the group. They pipped Brazil to that top spot. Everyone would have thought that Argentina would be the favourites in this matchup. They're underway in the second half. They've swapped sides and, well, they're trying to catch Peru perhaps slow out of the blocks here, but I think the Peruvians might survive at least the first attempt.
Well read there by Segal to intercept the ball. Tries the through ball, but John Acra just decides to come forward a little bit to stop any of the Argentinians. They win the ball back. Segal, very good play making there. Very skillful player, but Argentina just managed to nab the ball back off them. Looking for a quick counter-attack by the looks of it, but Segal so on it today with his defending. Passes it through. A fantastic through ball. He attempts to shoot, but it's offside. Oh my goodness, Harry. I'm smelling golden goal here. It's 40 minutes away, and I think it's going to happen.
I think it might as well. Obviously, plenty to play for in the second half. But honestly, the closer it gets to the 90th minute, Alia, the closer we will be essentially in golden goal territory in this second leg. They're locking horns here. That's a really late challenge. I think the referee will come back and revisit that one. Segale with a chance here to maybe put a cross in for Peru. And that'll be a corner, will it? No. The referee has said goal kick only. Will he decide to revisit that challenge? No, don't think so. Happy to just let the player off with a warning. Argentina did not expect this to be this difficult.
I don't think they expected Peru to defend as well as they have, especially considering they only finished the group stages on 4 points. So I feel like if you go into that as first seed, you're looking at it and you're thinking, right, we're top of the table, we're playing 4th. They only finished on 4 points or 9 points, sorry. But even then, you're playing 4th place. Mentally, that should be a huge booster. But Peru decided to switch it up into this knockouts, which is what we saw yesterday as well. The minute it got to the knockouts, the teams that were quote-unquote underperforming were the ones that ended up performing a lot better.
Well, we're in substitute territory here. We saw a brief look at the stats there before we entered this screen. The worrying thing for Peru, not a single shot registered here in the second leg. They've been threatening in the attacking third, but needs to try and find that final product. A big player I'm seeing enter the fray here. Rafa Leao for Argentina. Haven't seen too much of him thus far in the knockout stages here in this semi-final, but he is absolutely pivotal. He's one of their phase 2 choices. Got him towards the latter end of the phase 2 in the picking process, so obviously a bit of value found towards the end of that phase 2 draft for Argentina. I mean, he could be a hero for the Argentinians here if he's able to scrape a goal back for them.
He will be in Argentina. Actually, Peru, sorry, actually decided to take off Bellingham and Dembele. They're 2 phase 2 picks from the 2 teams that we sadly saw knocked out earlier. They have opted for Kohler and Ribery to come on instead, but that looks to be the only 2 changes they've made. They know they're locked in on their defense, so they don't really have to change anything there. What they need is goals so that this doesn't go to golden goal in just under 30 minutes.
Yeah, good spot. Good spot from you there, Ali. Obviously, Frank Ribery and Jan Koller on means just one thing. Get the ball to Ribery, cross it into the big head of the Chechen striker. It'll also help Peru have somewhat of an outlet valve. If Argentina are kind of pinning them back in their own half, they'll be able to lump the ball up to Jan Koller. And here he goes into the box here. Needs to be careful. Van Dijk with the clearance for Argentina. But chance for a second phase of possession here. John Acra far side. Nice turn as well, and it'll be a corner. This is where This is where Jan Koller can be very dangerous. Look out for big number 23 towards the edge of the box. Now venturing towards that penalty spot. Here is the corner. Oh, Jan Koller's up for it as well. Cleared by King Bemia of Argentina. Crossed in again towards Jan Koller. Peru know their target man. And Argentina will know it as well. Hullet dispossessed. Good tackle from Piatek, needed to be.
And just like that, a fantastic tackle back on from the Peru players. I think this is the game of defending right now, I think. Stop your opponents from having the opportunity to have a chance at goal. None of them are even sniffing the 18-yard box at the minute. The play seems to just be happening in that midfield. King Bemia, can this be the moment that changes it for Argentina?
Whoa.
Fantastic ball roll, but they just had John Accra there to kick that ball away as it goes out for a corner.
This is Stevie G. Who knew he had this footwork in his locker? It'll be an Argentine corner. Rolling back the years with Steven Gerrard.
Possession as well, 50-50 at the minute, Harry. Normally you see it flip one side a little bit. Peru have actually just brought on Weghorst for Ruud Hullet. Similar tactic, I think, going for the height
Route 1
as well. They've seen Peru have done it as well. I mean, they're bringing on Weghorst. Bellingham's coming off. I mean, it looks like Peru are just going for height here. No, they've changed their mind again. They're going for Michael Owen instead of Weghorst. So who knows what the Peru players are trying to do.
I mean, let's be honest, Alia. We've got 15 minutes left here. We're essentially in golden goal right now. If either nation score, it would heap the pressure onto the other. Here's the Argentine corner. Header one, but the second ball is cleared by John Accra. Needs to win the third, though. And is there a turn in the box here? Really need to get this out of the danger area. Piatek on the far side. Can he get across in? Those navy blue shirts just waiting to join the attack. Great tackle from Peru. And now, how's your outlet? Jan Koller winning that header. That's exactly why he was brought on. Oh, and they've won the ball on that far side as well. That's a very late challenge, a professional one, and that's a yellow for Giorgio Chiellini. Needed to be done there earlier.
And the free kick goes to Peru's way. Can they capitalize on this like Argentina managed to do in the first half? Cross comes in looking for Koller. He gets his head on it, but straight to the
Offside, I think,
keeper.
as well. Offside, so just went too soon with Koller. I think it was Segale in charge of the tall Chechen striker. Just went too soon. 10 minutes left.
10 minutes to golden goal, Harry. And the way the second leg has gone, it could be 10 minutes to golden goal and 90 minutes to penalties. Argentina don't want that to happen, though, as they hold on to possession for dear life. King Bemia just rushed that pass, trying to look for Piatek, but the Peru players find it back in their position, but not for long. As Argentina come down the wing, Piatek crosses it in. But Peru get their heads on it as we now go back the other way. So go through to John Accra.
Nice
Is he going to pass it through?
Oh,
he doesn't.
he's
It's
off,
another
I think.
foul.
I think he's off. That's Chiellini. That'll be a second yellow. I'm pretty sure he pleads his innocence. But I think this will be Argentina down to 10 men. Wow, late drama as Chiellini didn't want to let the player run free. Argentina taking no risks at all. It was King Bemia committing with Chiellini, and there's your confirmation. The Italian defender sent off.
Big mistake, and one that you hope doesn't come back to haunt Argentina, because we know Peru have been attacking really well. One less player on the field. They have brought Totti back to try and cover for Chiellini, but right now this is all for Peru's advantage, because Argentina, I think now are just going to look to defend, to try and force it to game 3 for golden goal.
Could be a big mismatch here, Alia, because I think Patrick Vieira has been put in charge of filling in at centre-back as Chiellini sees his second yellow. So could be a mismatch. The big Jan Koller could have his way with the defence here if he plays his cards right. Here come for Peru, but that cross sadly at the byline's too close to the keeper. And maybe one last chance here for Argentina if they can win the second ball. How many minutes added on here at the end of the second half? Oh, that's a knock on. It's Argentina! It's wide!
Oh, I thought that was in, Harry. I thought that was in. Harry's just fallen back into his seat. My head's gone into my hands. What a turn of events there from Argentina. Frustration from the players on the field and the ones controlling them. 4 minutes left in the second leg. It is 2-2 on aggregate. Argentina are down to 10 men if you are just joining us. Peru need to keep hold of possession and try and score. It's a fantastic header, but Argentina fighting for that ball back over the top, through ball to King Benier. Can they capitalize? Can they score? But great tackle again from Segoen. This might be one of the final kicks of the game.
The stadium hold their breath. Can 10-man Argentina steal their ticket to the World Cup with this? The corner to be swung in, flat towards the back post. It's Van Dijk up, I think. But I'm not sure if there'll be enough time for Peru to get this ball past the halfway line. Needs to get into the attacking third. But more importantly here, Alia, don't turn the ball over. Need to get this throw-in completely right. Take no risks at all. Even a long throw-in, you don't want to do that. Oh, and I think they've lost the second ball. No, it's cleared by Segale. It'll be an Argentine throw-in in the final third. So we've ticked into the 6th of 5 added on here. And I think this will be a long throw-in situation. Just feed the box, try and make something happen. You see King Bemir up there at the top of the screen with Rafa Leao. Keep an eye on him. Anything could happen here. 3 seconds to take this throw-in, by the way. Here it is, the last action of leg 2, cleared by Segale, and we are going to a golden goal game.
Harry, it feels like we're watching the eFootball mobile final again. Exact same set of results here, just that we have Peru instead of Brazil, but your fate being decided by whoever can score first.
Look at the stress on the coach, by the way. He knew, was it Michel Platini, I think, following that, the drop kick from Buffon, how clinical it was. I mean, it was, 3 passes following that drop kick. Saw Platini in with a really, really strong chance, arguably the best of the game, and it was wide. And as a result, Peru, despite Argentina being down to 10, they will have to settle for golden goal. 90 minutes to come, and if we can't separate them after that, straight to a penalty shootout.
I'll be honest, I think Ali Groove is more nervous than both of his players. He's walking around having multiple sips of water to calm himself down. Peru, they've seen some smiles from them. I think they know they're at the point where whatever happens, happens. Yes, they want to qualify and get through to the FIFAe Finals for the first time ever, but I don't think any of us thought that they were going to be able to hold off Argentina across 2 legs and send it to golden goal.
Just unbelievable. This is what this competition is all about, Alia. This is why We were so happy, weren't we, when we saw the Continental Championships were announced. Obviously, it's a great opportunity for us to witness the qualification process in the flesh, but this is what it's all about. We want to see teams like Peru step up and shock teams like Argentina, who look to be flying through the group stages.
They are indeed, and oh my goodness, as much as I kept asking for golden goal, I'm actually now sat here thinking, did I really want golden goal? Do I really want penalties to decide who gets their ticket to the FIFAe Finals? Lots of storylines here and backgrounds. I mean, Argentina didn't make it to 25, but they did make it to 24. Peru have never made it in their history of FIFAe. There's a lot on the line here for both nations. Argentina, of course, already qualified on the mobile side, and the last thing they want is to not be there on console as well.
Just have to take a deep breath sometimes. We're seeing some smiles from the players now, at least on the Argentine side of our stage. I cannot say enough, and this is going to sound quite sad, but I can't say enough how proud I am of our players here, at least in South America, for putting on such a great show. We've had so much entertainment over the course of today and yesterday, and no doubt for tomorrow as well with Rocket League. Couldn't have asked for a better Continental Championships, and the first of our 2 semi-finals is heading to golden goal.
And they decide to start again with Jude Bellingham, proving how vital he has been to the team. Maybe wishing they started him in that first leg. Things might have been different. Argentina do appear to be sticking with the same squad that they've had throughout all 3 games in the semi-final so far. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is golden goal. Whoever scores first gets the ticket to the FIFAe Finals 2026.
I just can't believe this. I cannot believe this. Honestly, I couldn't call it, because Argentina certainly would be the happier of the 2 nations based on how they finished leg 2, but this is golden goal. This is knockout football. Anything can happen here. Either of these 2 nations could be leaving this stage going home with nothing, or they could be advancing to the grand final later with a golden ticket to the World Cup.
I'm so stressed, Harry.
You're stressed?
I'm really stressed. Imagine how the players are feeling as we kick off golden goal. Ooh, laughing emoji, a little clapping face one, or clapping hands one there from King Bemia.
He says, what stress? Here we go, golden goal. Next goal wins. These situations are as stressful as they come, but you need to be concentrating early on. Argentina with the kickoff. But you cannot afford for your concentration to slip even remotely. You must be on the same page with your teammate throughout, because one mistake could see your tournament and season life slip before your very eyes. Here's Piatek just being patient with his build-up. Argentina with some nice link-up play. Can't venture into the box, though, because not for the first time today, the Peruvian tackle is in the way.
Yes, and for the first time as well, Peru finally find themselves in their own half with a potential chance, but just well read by the Argentinian players. As we now go back the other way with Piatek. Is he going to pass it down the wing? No, he decides to turn it back to go through the midfield. Fantastic pass through. Looked like it was a dangerous tackle there.
Who else?
From Peru. But they know what needs to be done. Definitely a huge change of pace from what we've seen in the first 2 legs. A much, much faster way of playing as both teams chase that golden goal.
Who else but John Acra stepping up defensively for Peru? Nice long-range find, but, well, Segale is actually guilty of rushing the play there. Tries to hurry and harry the Argentine players on the ball, but now King Bemia just weaving along the touchline. He's going to win his team a throw-in. This is balanced on a knife edge. You cannot take your eyes off of this game.
Certainly taking his time with the throw in here. They seem to like running down the clock and throwing it right when they have to. Fantastic head on to King Bemya, but Segal, right place again to steal the ball back for Peru. As we go back down the other way, John Accra holds on to possession, tricks and makes the defender fall, but just forces that pass through. John Accra gets possession back again, but forces it. Again and again, it seems like they're just rushing for it as Argentina capitalize. King Bemya with the fantastic ball through, but the keeper comes out to save it.
I'm stressed. I'm so stressed right now watching these players play. Nice chest pass. John Accra feeds Segale far side. Really good shot here! Peru! Score the golden goal that sends them to the World Cup!
Harry, for the first time in their history, Peru have finally qualified for the FIFAe Finals, sending Argentina packing 2 years in a row. And you can just see what it means to both the Peru players and their coach. Harry, this has been an underdog story. Disappointment for Argentina.
A seleção peruana vence
Peruvian
o
national team wins the match against Argentina and now is qualified for FIFAe World Cup after 2 tied games.
Jogo de número 2, 0-0. E na terceira
and
partida,
now in the
com
third
gol de
match
ouro,
with golden goal, Peru wins, ladies and
Os jogadores
gentlemen.
estão se cumprimentando.
Now
Daqui
the
a pouco
both
eles vão
teams
vir
are
aqui para uma
greeting each
entrevista.
other
Vale
and
comemorar.
soon
Já
they
estão
will
garantidos na
talk with
final do
us.
FIFAe Continental Championship
They
2026.
are qualified, Peru is
Uma das
qualified
vagas
for
da Copa do
the
Mundo.
Grand
FIFAe.
Finals of Continental Championship
John Accra, por favor, vem cá.
2026.
Venham. Venham pra cá.
Come over here, please.
Minha
Come over here, please.
entrevista.
It's time
Parabéns.
for my interview.
Que
Congratulations.
série disputada.
What a
Que difícil
incredible
foi.
series.
Primeiro jogo 2-2.
The first
Segundo
match,
jogo 0-0.
2-2.
Você estava em
Second
quarto
one,
no grupo.
0-0.
A gente
You
comentou.
guys were
Eu
in the
encontrei
fourth
você. Se
position
tomasse um gol a
at the
mais,
group phase.
estava fora. E agora,
And if you guys
nesse
took
gol a
one
mais,
more
vocês não
goal in the
tomaram.
group stage,
Vocês
you
estão na
guys
Copa
were
do Mundo.
out
Qual é o sentimento?
of the playoffs, and now you
feliz.
guys go into the World
Ano
Cup. What is
passado,
the feeling?
Nos quedamos
Last
descalificados
year,
un gol de oro para ir a un mundial contra
we
Chile.
were out of the
Este
tournament
año,
because a
la
golden
verdad,
goal.
prácticamente estábamos fuera, ¿no? Los
And
grupos.
now
Pero
today
Mateus
we
es grande,
were almost
¿no?
out of the competition again.
Eu acho
But
que merecía ir a una Copa do Mundo.
we did it, and I
Estou
believe
muito
that
feliz,
we
sou
deserved
uno
it.
dos jogadores que joga até 2017.
All the players
Estou muito feliz,
that,
la verdad. Ellos
players
son caras
are happy.
muito pequeños, jogam muito, mas agora eu temos muita experiência e
We
o
have a
gol de
lot of
ouro se viu
experience.
reflejado, né?
And
Manda recado então
everything
pra
went
todo
well in the
mundo que
golden
está
goal.
acompanhando
Send
vocês
a
agora.
message for everybody
Saludo
that
para
are
toda la
watching.
gente de Perú,
Thank you for
la comunidad de
supporting
la Liga
us, the
Peruana, que
Peruvian
todos
crowd,
están
Peruvian
asistiendo a
fans.
los jogos.
Thank you
minha
for watching the
família, minha
games.
mãe,
I
meu
would
pai,
like to thank
meu
my
irmão,
mother,
e meus
my
amigos
sister,
da igreja, ¿no? Então, saludos
and
para
my
todos y
friends
nos
from
vamos
the
a mundial.
church.
Vamos!
Vamos!
And let's go.
Parabéns
Let's
de
go.
novo. Valeu! É o Peru já
Thank
com
you
vaga
very
no
much.
Mundial
Peru
e
is
está na
qualified
final
for the
também do
FIFAe
FIFAe
World Cup, and now
Continental.
it's in the grand final
Casters,
of the Continental
é
Championship.
com
Casters, back to you.
Vamos, Peru! For the first time in their history, we will see Peru joining Japan, Indonesia, and Jordan as the fourth confirmed qualified eFootball console nation. I cannot believe what we have just seen.
I mean, I think now that the game's over, I would say Peru did deserve to win that semi-final. Yes, Argentina managed to hold them off, but they played so well. They had a defending masterclass on all 3 legs. They were unfortunate to concede through that free kick in the first game, but they played so well, and I think they were the better team in this semi-final.
I mean, I don't think I can remember a performance, certainly not in 2 versus 2, from a single player really stepping up defensively in the way that John Accra did in that second leg. I mean, in the first 10 minutes or so, we saw 4 or 5 really big tackles from him in dangerous areas as well. Commiserations to Argentina. Sadly for them, their wait to return to the FIFAe World Cup will continue for console. They did qualify for eFootball Mobile, but sadly for Piatuk and King Bemia, and of course the coach Ale Groove, they will have to wait until next year. But for Peru, I mean, that's jubilation. How poetic, how biblical is that last year they failed to make the finals because of golden goal, and now it comes back around and is their saviour.
I think it goes to show how much it meant to them today, because you don't want it to come down to golden goal, especially when you know you got knocked out last year and didn't make the finals because of it. So we have to give credit to their mental strength to forget last year and just focus on that game. And I'm actually really happy they've made it through to the finals.
That is a Cinderella story for sure. Let's take a look at some of their handiwork, and we can take a look at that through the highlights of semi-final number 1. If you're just joining us, Peru confirmed World Cup finalists now. The first leg was certainly more action-packed than the second. We had to go to a third golden goal game, but the first goal came an age ago in the first leg, took just, 7 or 8 in-game minutes. And the first leg was open. It was really both going at each other, trying to outscore the other. And I honestly thought that there were more goals in it right up until the 90th minute. But the second leg was so attritional. It was nervy. It was so closely contested, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and I think just on this first leg, when we saw Peru coming in as hot as they did, scoring just 5 minutes in, it showed what they were capable of, and it's the reason why they're through to the finals. I think that little blowy kiss came back to bite him a little bit maybe not cocky, but a little bit too confident before the game was done. Of course, in this first leg, it was 1-1 for quite a long time before Peru managed to do this with just 30 minutes left in the game. And I love when at live events we can see players as a team celebrating with each other. And of course, it was this unfortunate tackle late in the game from Peru that gave Argentina the equalizer. But that second leg, Harry, 0-0 it finished. Lots of chances, lots of opportunities from both sides. But at the end of the day, it just sent us to golden goal, and it was a defensive masterclass.
Yeah, it really was. This is the second leg highlights we're watching now. And if there was any doubt about Peru's pedigree, you just have to look back to leg 1. They went ahead not once but twice, and Argentina were forced to come back from behind. And in the end, they went ahead a third time, the most important time in the golden goal 90 minutes. And as a result, they have secured their place at the FIFAe World Cup. I mean, you can't put a price on memories such as that. I'm sure Segole and John Accra, and of course Coach Ren Pez, all celebrating together there, will be national heroes back in Peru. They've done it. They've done it. That's all we can say.
Yeah, and it looked like Ren Pez was actually fighting back his tears there. And looking at that, I'm trying to fight back my tears now, because it goes to show how much it means for them, how long they've waited for this moment. And now they're about to be top 12 in the world for eFootball console. And given how many nations we started with at the beginning of the year, that's such an achievement no matter what happens at finals.
Hey, we've got to give it to Rental, don't we? When we had an interview with him before the the resumption of play for the second leg, he said, I think this is going to golden goal. I think Rental knows something we don't. That's why he's a professional eFootball mobile player, of course. He can tell as a competitor when things are nervy and when two teams are evenly matched. And we saw it throughout there between Argentina and Peru. And despite finishing 4th in the group and squeaking in at the last minute, we can see from our results screen now, Peru have toppled the group leaders, the first seed. It took a golden goal, 3rd game, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how you do it, it's that you do it. And Peru will not only be at the World Cup, but also contest for the Continental Championship crown later on this evening in the final.
Yes, and as we look at our next game, Harry, Brazil versus Chile. Two teams that have been phenomenal today, but Brazil, dare I say, have maybe underperformed a little bit in the group stages. Not as many goals as what we thought we would see.
No, we saw plenty of action when we got a chance to jump into this match actually in the group stages. When we joined it, there had been Chile down a man, and Brazil, they were able to come back in that game, but Chile scored in the opening 5 minutes. Of course, that's just a one-leg 90-minute standalone game. This is now 2-leg territory. You have to keep concentration throughout, and just in case you were wondering, we can see the bracket and see the path to the crown. The winner of this semi-final, number 2, between Brazil and Chile, will join Peru at the World Cup and at the final stage later on to challenge for the crown of Continental Champion of South America here in Rio de Janeiro.
Indeed, and we know Chile, for that second leg, they are capable of scoring goals. They opened their day today 5-0 against Bolivia. They made their mark. We know they can score goals. Brazil can score goals as well, but Chile are a more defensive team. We know Brazil have drafted a lot of attacking players into their squad. And again, like the first semi-final, it's a game that could go either way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I just want to check and see exactly who Brazil opted to go for in their elimination pool, phase 4. And is it any surprise? We mentioned he was the big ticket item. A national hero. He's the player that made me fall in love with football. No doubt countless millions other across the world. Ronaldinho picked up in phase 4 by Brazil.
I think there's no one else that could have picked him up. No. I think I'd be surprised if the Brazilians didn't try to nab him as quick as possible, especially that we know they're players who prefer to be more skillful, keep the ball on the ground. We don't really see much crosses from them, many over-the-top through balls. They are a team that like to play tiki-taka pretty much, utilize the players that they can, and Ronaldinho might be their answer to the lack of goals from them today.
Yeah, could well be. The other player picked up from the elimination pool in phase 4 is Fabio Cannavaro. So bit of defense, bit of attack picked up for Brazil. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, the two nations that failed to make the knockout stages, the players they drafted for their phase 2, their protected players, re-enter the pool. So each nation get to choose 2 players in the phase 4 draft for making the knockout stages. So Brazil choose Fabio Cannavaro and Ronaldinho. As for Chile, we can see Erling Haaland and Johan Cruyff, some really nice attacking firepowers to supplement the Chilean attack. Could potentially influence the result that we saw earlier on from the group stages where Brazil toppled Chile.
And they've actually gone for height and build with Haaland, and with Cruyff they've gone for skill. So I think it's quite a smart choice for their draft.
Well, let's send it down to wars as we get ready for semi number 2, Brazil-Chile.
Muito bem, estamos de volta para acompanhar a segunda partida dos playoffs que acontece entre a seleção brasileira, que foi a segunda colocada na fase de grupos, versus o Chile, que foi terceiro colocado na fase de grupos. Eu vejo o Canarinho Pistola está confiante na vitória brasileira, mas olha, depois de ver Argentina e Peru, não vai ser fácil. A Argentina foi a
Canarinho, it's not going to be easy.
Acabou sendo eliminado pro quarto colocado.
The first place lost for
Tá rindo,
the
Argentina? Isso
lost
é
for the
risada?
fourth place.
Rapaz,
Are you laughing,
ele tá
Canarinho?
abusado!
Oh my God,
Vamos
he's very
acompanhar
greedy.
então Brasil
So let's go
versus
for Brazil
Chile!
versus Chile.
Vai de game!
Let's go.
Canarinho Pistola, you are a wind-up. That is what we call in the gaming sphere.
Brasil! Olé, 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 olé! Brasil, Brasil! Olé, 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 olé! Brasil! Brasil!
It's
Agora o Chile,
bad manners. That's what we call in the gaming sphere. BM is bad manners there. You can't laugh at your fallen opponents. That is very rude indeed. But here we can see the team tactics selection is ready, and no surprise, look at the Brazilians littering the wings here. Ronaldinho and Pelé. A trademark we've seen across mobile and on console as well, as those two AMFs on left and right will try and cut in almost as in inverted wingers here earlier. They'll try and get those blitz curlers in. They'll try and curl the top corner balls in, and that's how they're going to try and score their goals.
Indeed, and Chile opting for a 5-back here, Harry. They know what the Brazilians are capable of, so they're choosing, you know what, let's have as many defenders as we can, even with Vieira in the defensive midfield position. They know Brazil, once they get a gap through, they are scoring over and over. We can hear the crowd coming through to our casting room here. Big Bird slamming on the audience. Just look at the Brazilians. They're behind them. And for the Chile players, that has to be really intimidating. And we see Janino actually in the crowd as well, here to support his console counterparts.
Well, we can see two of those phase 4 players selected by Brazil. Fabio Cannavaro at right back and Ronaldinho at that left AMF position. They're being employed straight into the starting lineup, so clearly happy with how they've drafted. Johan Cruyff is getting the nod to start as well for Chile. It's that 5-back they've been using throughout this competition. They're not going to stray away from their tactics. But semi-final 2 is now underway. The stakes are the same, the teams change, but between Chile and Brazil, only one of them can go to the FIFAe World Cup. It's Brazil attacking left to right. Chile will come at them the other way.
I cannot get over how immense the support from the Brazilian crowd here, fully backing the players, something that mustn't be easy to try and tune out so you can focus on the game. Chile here on the attack, fantastic pass over, crosses it in. Just too powerful of a shot as the ball lands back at the Brazilians' feet. Jay Victor coming down the wing. But I think we're going to see potentially similar semi-final here.
Here comes João Victor. His trickery, his footwork can frustrate the opponent, but it can also frustrate fans. And he gives the ball away in midfield. He's been guilty of that once or twice so far at the Continental Championships here today. So he needs to be very careful. Needs to make sure he looks after the ball wherever possible. Brazil in possession early here. Here is João Victor. Nice run from Henriquinho. Found well as well. And who's this in the box? Oh! Can't finish it off. This was a lovely move, but Ruud Gullit surprisingly not on target.
Now missed what I would say was the sitter, Harry. That should have been 1-0 to Brazil. But at least they've had the first chance of the game. They know they're capable of breaking through Chile's 5-back here. As we just speak on, Chile currently pushing forward to try and attack. He goes for goal, or even the cross, but deflects out for the first corner of the game.
I think you're right, trying to curl it in that far corner. We saw some manual goalkeeping as well, trying to preempt that, but can't beat the first man. João Victor bringing the goalkeeper a long way. Just relieving the pressure here. Chile dispossessed. Henriquinho, nice tackle. Can set João Victor on his way here as well if he wants to. Inside with Hullet, nice footwork. Henriquinho, will he get on the end of this? I think he will. It's 1-0. And it's the man they picked up in phase 4, Ronaldinho. The carnival starts here in Rio. Brazil 1, Chile 0.
The vision for that pass to get it to Ronaldinho's feet, Harry. Fantastic play, fantastic communication from both of those players as Brazil go 1-0 up, erupting the Brazilian crowd.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start for Brazil. Brilliant start. You don't want to play out a cagey affair as we just saw Argentina and Peru experience. You want to make it as comfortable as possible. You want to give those home fans something to cheer for, to beat those drums for. And they've done just that. And they were justified in their phase 4 selection of Ronaldinho.
They were indeed. I mean, similar to the first leg, we saw a goal come quite quickly into the first leg of the first semi-final, as the players here just taking a little bit of a break to calm those nerves down, probably going to work in Chile's favor, because that goal came really, really quickly, and the crowd, just imagine you're sat in front of a Brazilian crowd screaming, cheering, dancing in front of your face, knowing that a ticket to the FIFA e-finals is on the line.
Well, the #1 ranked team in the world score first. They lead Chile. A team and a nation that has aspirations of returning to the FIFAe World Cup for another year. Amarito on that far side. Plenty of super cancels trying to beat the defence, but they failed to make it out of the group stages last year. 7 points adrift and behind Turkey in the group stages. Lovely bit of work here from Brazil, trying to ask questions of the Chilean defence.
The fact that Brazil are managing to break through Chile's 5-back quite easily so far in this game shows how skillful the Brazilians are and how well Jay Victor and Henriquinho can communicate with each other in such a fast-paced game, opting to try and run the timer down a little bit. He crosses it in to the box, trying to get Hullet's head on it, lands back at Jay Victor's feet, goes to the corner of the pitch, 2 Chile defenders on him, finds his way back in midfield, taking his time with the pass to weigh out his options. Ball lands in Henriquinho's feet, but just saved at the last second.
Massive tackle from Amarito. Keeps Chile in the balance for now. And every time Brazil get the ball back, those Brazilian drums start to beat and the carnival starts again. This first half has flown by. We're 15 minutes away from the halftime interval. João Victor's broken the lines, but Henriquinho dwelled on the ball. He's made up for it though. Can spring Brazil forward here again. The crowd know it as well. Finds Henriquinho, it's 2! It's a party in Rio de Janeiro. Brazil looks certain. So far in the first leg, they know what they need to do. They're accomplishing it with no hesitation here, Alia.
No, and it's that Brazilian flair we like to talk about. They're keeping the ball on the ground, utilizing the skill moves of their newly drafted player, Ronaldinho. And they're just in a flow state They know exactly what they need to do with the players that they have. 2-0 up, 32 minutes into the game of just the first leg.
Well, Chile, they've barely turned up to this first half. Half-time can't come soon enough. Of course, it is a two-legged affair, so plenty of time to reset, but you can't let Brazil run away with this.
No, definitely not. And I think maybe it is the intimidation of the crowd, knowing every time you score or you concede, sorry, you are going to get screamed at. Chile, however, looking to answer here, but well defended by the Brazilians. Can they make it 3-0 before we go into the halftime break? Jay Victor just coming down the wing. He's normally the player that goes down the wing, utilizing Ronaldinho so well. Henriquinho through to Jay Victor, taking his time. Can they hold on to possession? They do. Nearly a mistake there, but managed to save the ball at the last second. Henriquinho crosses it in for... nearly 3-0 there. But what an exciting half so far, Harry.
Ali, I don't know how it's happened. I don't know how the other nations in the semi-finals allowed Ronaldinho to fall to Brazil and fall to the hands of a player like João Victor. I mean, his player ID, Ronaldinho, so distinctive, but so effective in the hands of João Victor. Brazil with some defending to do towards the end of this first half here in the first leg, but it'll be all smiles here in Rio as Brazil have a 2-0 lead at the end of the first half.
The Brazilians have not stopped today, Harry. They are singing, they are cheering non-stop behind their team. Even when they have close chances, near misses, they keep the atmosphere up because they know it's not only going to help the Brazilians, but it's going to intimidate the Chile players. They do look a little bit nervous, trying to keep their heads as close to the monitors as possible, maybe trying to block out the Brazilian fans.
Yeah, there's João Victor on your screens, determined as ever. The second half is underway. The swap ends as Brazil look to pick up where they left off. João Victor, lovely little spin. It will be a goal kick, but you're right, we saw, I think it was Amarito there on the near side to the camera, did just look a little dejected, didn't he? This is where you're expecting Coach Coco and obviously his teammate Sayajin to lift his head a little bit, know that it's only 2-0. There's plenty of eFootball to play here, must maintain concentration. We hope you can hear this at home. We hope there's crowd mics here because these Brazilian drums, it really is like Carnival. Ooh, what have we just seen here? I think we've just seen a red card, Alia.
That looked like a red card. I kind of whispered it under my breath. I went, red? I think that was a red card for Vieira.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Well, the drums suddenly have stopped as they realise Brazil now will have to play the rest of this first leg down a man. And that's changed the mood dramatically here in Rio.
I really hope we get to see a replay of that because it almost felt like the foul came out of nowhere. Like it wasn't needed. We do see the Brazilians making 4 changes. Ronaldinho's off, Kante's on, Pele's off. Not Rivaldo, sorry, my mind's just gone blank then because of that red card catching me off guard. But 4 massive substitutions for the Brazilians as they look to go defensive and just avoid Chile from scoring and holding on to that 2-0 lead.
Well, that's a big storyline in this first leg. And it's, as you rightly pointed out, Alia, invited that change in mentality. It's much needed now. You can't expect Chile not to try and exploit the man advantage. And if I remember correctly, when we joined the action between Brazil and Chile, Brazil had a man sent off in the group stages in this encounter as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I knew Brazil had another red card, and I have a feeling it was indeed against Chile. It must be something with playing against them that maybe forces them to make more tackles, play a little bit more aggressive. Brazil, however, don't seem too phased that they are one man down. Fantastic through ball to Henriquinho, but well defended by one of Chile's 5 defenders on that back line.
Yeah, you could tell Bullet there just off balance when trying to feed that pass to Henriquinho. Lots of adjustments had to be made. But it gives a little bit of a handicap to Brazil here. They were able to score in that group stage game despite being down to 10 men, and Chile can't afford to give them the ball back too many times. And they can't afford to keep sliding in like this, or they might be down to 9.
Very, very lucky to walk away with just a yellow card there and indeed not go down to 9 men. We do see another pause cued here. Looks like potentially by the Brazilians maybe to go a bit more defensive. We'll find out in just a minute. Indeed, it has come from the Brazilians. 2 substitutions. They've brought on another defensive midfielder with Kaishu, and they've changed Hullet for Ramos instead. I think they know we've really just got to sit back, park the bus, and stop Chile from pulling 1 goal back.
You can see how much Chile really respects the threat of João Victor and Henriquinho. They're not willing to surrender their 5-back formation. They want to maintain the width with these wing-backs. And that's a nice pass to Amarito into the Brazil box now. A chance for Chile to steal one back. He tries to go it alone. João Victor with an important tackle. Just stops Chile in their path with 20 minutes to go. Nice read from João Victor there. Really important you keep cutting these passing lanes. It's going to be so much more difficult even though you're down to 10. You must continue to deny Chile any kind of possession. You don't want them to settle into this semi-final. And Marquinhos over the top looking for João Victor, but defended well by Sayajin. $15 minutes left. And Chile look somewhat devoid of ideas.
Brazil, who are of course still chasing another goal, or as many goals as they can, because remember, this is over 2 legs. It's an aggregate score that matters, and you want to go into that second leg with as much of an advantage as possible. But Chile still crawling to try and chase 1 goal back, so they're not in too much of a deficit. Opting now for those over-the-top through balls from the Brazilians, which we don't normally see from long range. Hullet heads it through to Amarito. Ooh. Just outside the box. He's going to shoot. Oh, fantastic attempt at goal there. Just 10 minutes remaining in this first leg.
Yeah, surprised Gigi Buffon there decided to punch that one. Looked like he had a good sight of it. The first leg nearing its conclusion. Brazil, despite being down to 10 men, they're still going for that Jogo Bonito play style, and Henriquinho's not giving this one up either, making life very difficult for Chile. Just taking their time, using the width available to them. Finding that killer pass maybe, but Amarito clears. I think what will be worrying here, Alia, as we just count down the seconds left in this first leg, is that Chile really haven't invented any kind of chances, have they? I mean, they've had 1 shot, not on target. It's been difficult for them to break the Brazilian defense.
think I understand why they've gone into this game with the 5 back here. Potential last second chance. But I know Chile wanted the 5 back to stop Brazil from scoring, but it hasn't worked. Brazil still managed to get 2 goals through their defense. And I think Chile have to go into the second leg with a 4 back or even a 3 back and just chase the goals, because if not, they are out of the FIFAe Continental Championships and they won't make it to the finals.
That is what is at stake here. Brazil 2, Chile 1 after the first leg. And Brazil, they never looked in danger, did they? Despite having that Vieira sending off, they looked so comfortable, so comfortable. And that will be a worry for Chile. The longer this tie goes on, the more they will have to come out of their shell. But it seems to me that they're very scared, Amarito and Sayajin. They're scared of the skills that João Victor presents. It's very difficult in eFootball to do the skill moves as effectively as João Victor is able to. Obviously, Henriquinho, very handy as well. But he's the poster boy. He's the alpha of Brazil. João Victor, he is somewhat of a pioneer. Before he came along, not many people were using the depth of skill moves available in eFootball. It was a few meta skill moves. But João Victor, he's got every single one in his locker. He knows the inputs off by heart. And it seems to me that Chile, they're scared to react. They're scared to commit more bodies forward because of that.
They are, and what you really mentioned earlier as well about the Brazilians utilizing the full width of the pitch. They're one of the few nations that actually do that. They know if they don't have much of a chance down one side, they're not afraid to cross it all the way to the other side of the pitch. And with the Chile players, they're 2-0 down going into this second leg. They cannot go into it with a defensive tactic. Yes, it might open up the backline more. Yes, it might mean Brazil score more goals, but you have everything to lose right now. You have to go all out attacking here to give yourself some sort of a chance.
Indeed, you do. Canarinho Pistola still in the arena here, winding up some of the potential adversaries of Brazil in the final later to come. Hey, you're in the shot. Hey, Canarinho, get out of the way. Come on now.
I'm sorry, but if I'm a Chile player, I look up and I see him doing that.
Hello.
I'm losing my mind.
Hold on.
He's got the moves. Oh, look at him go.
Who do you think's a better dancer between him and Wars down there on the stage? Maybe we could have a
need
dance battle. I think we could see that
we
happen.
do. Should get Wars on there right now. Have him dance battle.
Yes,
and
please.
see who wins. Because, ooh, he's going to jump up and do a splits in the second.
Hey, listen, half time. Whoa, hang on. Whoa. Half-time entertainment's all the rage these days, Alia. We're getting a show.
He needs to pull people from the crowd. They need to start dancing as well.
Now, hang on, Mr. Pistola. You can't enter the competition area. That's not allowed.
Coco there did look like the Chile coach. Looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter there. I think even she was entertained by Mr. Big Bird. I know I keep calling him Big Bird, but he is a very big bird. It's like a little pet name for him. I can't get over. Oh, there we go. Yes, Wars.
Hello.
1v1 dance battle. We do know Wars loves a little bit of samba as well. I tried to walk past him earlier. He wouldn't let me go until I did a little samba with him. I didn't think I was very good. I was going to slip on the floor, to be honest.
You are quite clumsy, Alia. I'll give you that. At least you know that about yourself. But great to see the halftime entertainment there from our MC on the floor, Wars and Canarinho Pistola, the mascot of the Brazilian national team, the little canary, not so little here in the flesh.
The big canary. Very big canary, Harry.
As we look towards the second leg, Brazil hold a 2-0 lead on the aggregate score. And Chile, they need to come out of their shell here. They need to move away from that 5-back and take a look at this, Alia. They're doing just that.
More attacking players on the field, which is what we like to see. Still keeping that defensive midfielder with Vieira, but the Brazilians starting with essentially the same lineup that they did in that first leg. As long as they don't get a red card again, I think we're going to see a lot of goals, hopefully from Chile as well, now that they're deciding to start attacking more now.
I think it was Chiellini maybe they had sent off in the group stages. Regardless, I do remember Patrick Vieira having to move back towards that centre-back position. Could be wrong. It's been a long old day here, Alia.
Very long day.
Long for us casters, but also long for these players. I mean, we're talking 6 hours ago this competition kicked off. 6 hours of mental concentration, dealing with opponents left and right, making sure you've got an eye over your shoulder in the group stages, making sure that you're locked in, ready for your next match. It's more than just turning up and sitting in the chair and playing eFootball console. It is about that concentration level, and if you try and concentrate for 6 hours straight, I don't know about you, but I just cannot do it. So all credit to both Chile and Brazil.
Well, we've both got ADHD, Harry, so I think concentrating for 5 minutes, let alone 6 hours, is pretty near impossible.
If I see a shiny object out there, I'm off. But it looks like our players are geared, locked in, ready to go, ready to kick off this second leg. Brazil hold a 2-0 aggregate lead and are just 90 minutes away from a third eFootball console World Cup Finals appearance in a row. Can Chile stop them? Can Amarito and Sayajin put up a fight here? Now they've been invited out of their shell. They need to find 2 goals without reply.
Jay Victor here starting off us through to Henriquinho. They are very good, the Brazilians, with taking their time and not forcing a pass unless they know it can get through. Quick pass from Jay Victor through to Henriquinho. Amarito there just in time to stop the Brazilians. We find its way back to Jay Victor, but it's just offside. Brazilians are coming for the Chile players. They want to score as many goals as they can.
Yeah, back up to full strength now, aren't they, with 11 men on the pitch. And Marquinhos and João Victor have looked very, very good throughout today. They have the home crowd behind them as well. Will this be a victory lap for them, or can we see Chile try and swim against the tide? They'll need more tackles like that from Amarito. And Sayajin, well, that's a bit of a mistake, crossing wires there, and luckily it's back into the hands of Buffon.
The Brazilian fans have again gone quiet just for a few minutes. It's the same thing they did in that first leg. I think once Brazil score that first goal, that's when they get fired up. That's when they know they can keep their players going. But at the minute, pretty cagey affair.
Still battling for supremacy here. We need for sure though, Alia, we need to see Chile pose a threat on that Brazil goal. We had barely any action in Brazil's defensive third. This is a good opportunity for them, cleared away by João Victor this time, but it's as simple as that. They need goals here. Nice turn, this could be a chance, but João Victor again, second time in a row from him, tackle and clearance.
Enough we've seen a few times. Chile's Amarito has looked nervous. If I'm a Brazilian player, I look over and I see how nervous he is. I know I can really capitalize on that, but the Chile players, they just seem to be rushing a little bit, and I think it's because they know as the clock winds down, so does their chances for qualification to the FIFAe Finals 2026. Brazil find the ball back in their feet, crosses it over to Jay Victor, who heads it back to Henriquinho. Fantastic ball through Brazil, nearly opening the scoring here.
Oh, and they'll get a corner for their efforts. That was almost a beautiful individual goal. João Victor doesn't do anything by half measures. He's sliding into every single tackle. He's not learnt his lesson. Front post, header, cleared by Sayajin. And now, where's this next phase of play going to go? Looks like it will break for Chile. Amarito. Oh, he can't latch on to the end of that. Poor ball, really, from his teammate there. And now Brazil gifted possession back. Oh, that's a nice read, though. Sayajin making up for it. And Amarito can get his skates on now. Dragged back into the box, but read well again in the same area of the pitch by João Victor.
I think that pass into Hullet was just a bit too quick. That it was a weak pass that didn't give Hullet enough space to make a run from it. Oh, well defended by Henry Quino there. It does go out for a goal kick. 0-0 still in the second leg, but of course Brazil are 2-0 up on aggregate.
Indeed, and the #1 team in the world doesn't look trouble thus far. Can Chile change that? Sayajin with a nice run, looking for that controlled finish into the top corner. I think that would have been offside had it found its way through to the Chilean striker. Brazil, they're looking very nice. I think he got enough of the ball there to maybe escape a booking. No, I'm wrong. Yellow card here. Late on in the first half for Chile, just to make things a little bit more difficult.
Henry Quino here is going to take the free kick for Brazil. And you never know with the Brazilian players. Is he going to pass this short to Jay Victor, or is he going to swing one into the 18-yard box? Lots of Brazilian bodies. You can just see Jay Victor there off the bottom of the screen, running into the box as expected. That pass has come in, or that cross, sorry. But I feel like they're trying anything at the moment. They know they're 2-0 up.
Yeah, that was Van Dijk. One of the first selections in phase 1 for Brazil in the draft. Just trying to win a second ball and head it down to a teammate. But you're right, they're trying anything. Here comes Chile, though. Amarito. Can he break this yellow wall at the back? Nice turn from Sayajin onto his right foot. Forces the save. Corner to come here. That's better, though, from Chile. A strike on target gives Buffon something to do.
Their first real chance of the game, and dare I say one of their first real chances in this semi-final. They need to make something work from this corner before we go into half-time. Amarito is going to step up for Chile here, crosses it in, but finds the head of one of the Brazilian players as they look for that quick attack. Jay Victor coming down the left side of that wing, but fantastic tackle by Sayajin there to stop another goal scoring opportunity.
Wow, these two nations flying into tackles here. What a header down here to Henry Quino, drag back as well. Chile need to make sure they don't get their wires crossed when they bring this ball out. We're approaching half-time here. The referee's played an advantage, and well, I think that's Hullet in the middle, perhaps a missed input as Henry Quino clears it up towards João Victor. I think we're going to be entering half-time with a 0-0 scoreline here in the second leg, unless we can see either nation latch onto a ball here or there. The referee will blow the whistle imminently, and it will be on aggregate Brazil 2, Chile 0. Could be dangerous for Brazil in this second half if they're not careful.
Dare I say, I think Chile have actually defended better as a 4-back instead of a 5. I think it was a mistake maybe, and maybe the fear of Brazil that forced them into that 5-back and didn't give them a chance to attack. But this is much, much better play from Chile, but with just 45 minutes to go. Might have been a decision that has cost them that ticket.
Are we seeing Chile's season slowly dwindle away here in the semi-finals? The second half of leg 2 has now kicked off. It's Chile trying to overturn a 2-goal deficit to keep their hopes alive and feature in a second FIFAe World Cup in a row. They were out in the group stages last year. As for Brazil, I mean, their history in eFootball at the FIFAe World Cup, I mean, there's only one word for it. It's nemesis, because Indonesia have their number. They lost in the final. They were silver medalist in 2024. 2-0 in the best of 3. I'll come back to that as maybe Brazil want to try and extend their lead. And then last year, you remember that quarter-final match, it was 5-4 on aggregate to Indonesia yet again. So you'd imagine as long as Brazil don't match up against that Asian team, they might just be fine. Nice turn from João Victor with a stunning strike as well. Will win his team a corner, but Indonesia have had their number 2 years in a row at the World Cup.
Now, and with the time difference as well to Indonesia, where Malaysia, where they're at the minute, there's a good chance those Indonesian players are actually watching this right now. They want to know where Brazil are at, how they're playing, so they can prepare to potentially face up against each other again. But we do see another pause queued here, just keeping a keen eye out for any potential substitutions. It does look like it might come from Chile here, and indeed Messi is coming on for their attack. Someone who is very reliable, to say the least, Harry. Oh, decided to go with Son instead.
Yeah, indeed, and something I actually didn't notice is Erling Haaland getting the nod alongside Johan Cruyff for Chile. So this changed shape. Looks like they're trying to match Brazil's formation a little bit. They're 2 Phase 4 players that they were able to salvage from the scrapyard, featuring here in the second leg. But I reckon you're right. I think Indonesia will be watching this. They'll be having their eyes on Brazil.
They will be indeed. And very interestingly, why have they chosen Son over Messi?
It's probably a height thing. You'd imagine. I mean, it's so physical out there. We can see it with how Brazil are defending. They're being so aggressive in tackles. You probably want more of the physicality, the player ID that Son Heung-min is able to provide you versus Leo Messi, who's obviously a bit more of a skillful dribbler, but perhaps doesn't have the hold-up play that Son is able to give you. And look at that.
What a hat.
Wow.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a hat like that. Someone else in the crowd turns his hat around, maybe a bit embarrassed. That's not as good as what he has. But look at Rentau on the back. You can never miss that smile from him, cheesing as he knows Brazil are likely to make it through to that final. The Brazilians getting riled up again, knowing they're just about 30 minutes away from booking their ticket. And can we just say, this fan, he has been non-stop throughout the day as well.
It's pure energy. That's what Brazil have given us, and that smile from Rentau. You could pick it out of a lineup any day. Henriquinho with the corner, following that pause. Headed on by Brazil. Ooh, Buffon had to navigate a crowd of players in front of him. It's only a short clearance, though, and it might still break here for Brazil. Chile playing with fire. As we just cross over the hour mark, cannot afford to dwindle on the ball in possession here at all. Nice double touch. Allows Sayajin to find Amarito, drag back here as well. Chile, the longer this game goes on, the further and further they go from qualification from downtown João Victor. Del Piero! Was that a blitz curler? Had no right to go for that.
Did he just, was he doing
6-7?
Is that giving you flashbacks, Harry, to last year's FIFAe finals when Rachel asked what celebrations we do and I just whipped it out? Wow. That is an absolutely beauty
Look
of
at
a
this.
goal.
Oh, that's Buffon caught out of position. And I think earlier that's the goal that will send Brazil to the FIFAe World Cup in 2026. Have a look at this. Del Piero. Beautiful stuff.
I cannot believe Jay Victor went for that. But then again, it shows what he's capable of. He's such a skillful player that he knows he can execute and deliver on a goal like that. 30 minutes remain. Brazil 3-0 up on aggregate. And it's like you say, Harry, it might just be too late, but maybe not. As Amarito has his own chance, inspired by Jay Victor. Another pause cued here. I'm going to presume this is going to come from Chile to bring on as many attacking players. But no, they've cancelled that pause, Harry.
Super quick substitute. I think you were right. Figo is now on. That Del Piero finish, really amazing. And now it's Olé time for Brazil. They can bring out the Joga Benito. Chile have been completely nullified here in this semi-final.
Indeed, but they're still not giving up despite there being only 20 minutes remaining. And neither are the Brazilians. They're chasing a fourth goal. They want to go into that final with as much of an upper hand as possible. But they have absolutely controlled this semi-final. And dare I say, Ronaldinho has been that key difference maker for them.
Yeah, indeed it has, and that's without even mentioning Del Piero with that blitz curler player skill. Lovely ball for João Victor. This would seal it. João Victor makes it Brazil 4, Chile 0. And he's enjoying himself now. All of those nerves. All of the doubt of today, wondering, would they qualify? And now it's not in doubt at all. Brazil will be at the FIFAe World Cup this year.
They will indeed, and it's shaping up to be an exciting final. Brazil versus Peru in the group stage. Brazil did beat Peru 4-2, so they are capable of scoring goals against the strong Brazilian side. Still 15 minutes left though in this second leg. Brazil have absolutely overperformed by the way they've played today. Chile still not giving up, still trying to get a goal here.
Hey, almost. Bringing the old man out of me here on the commentary booth.
Just
hey,
the way
stop
you
that. That's not allowed. Amarito wanting to try and show that he can provide player skills just as much as João Victor, but just as we were talking about that Del Piero card, blitz curler, he scores, and João Victor and Henriquinho. It's a victory lap for them now. It's not in doubt. It's 4-0 on aggregate. And Chile, they've tried their hardest, but they've just not been able to crack this Brazilian defense, which has really gone on under the radar here earlier.
It has done, and I think Chile are really going to be haunted by the mistake of choosing to start the first leg with a 5-back against Brazil. The last thing you need is to go up against an opponent with fear instead of confidence in you. Brazil just looking here to wind down the clock. It's pretty much been signed, sealed, delivered that Brazil are going to make it through to not only the Continental Championships final today, but the FIFAe finals towards the end of the year.
Well, they took a big risk, Brazil. They took a massive risk replacing Guifera after the Grand Finals appearance in 2024 with Henriquinho. In 2025, they failed to make it past the quarterfinals. And they would have been replaying that day in their heads over and over what could have been another loss to Indonesia. But in 2026, they will have another bite of the cherry, another chance to best their nemesis, and it could be their year. As the referee will put the whistle to his lips, was it ever in doubt? Brazil returning to the FIFAe World Cup.
Agora eu tô sambando. Pera aí, Brasil! Vitória brasileira!
Brazilian
2 jogos,
victory
2-0. E o Brasil
games,
consegue a vaga
2-0,
na
and
Copa
Brazil
do Mundo
has
FIFA.
them
Senhoras e senhores,
in the
vamos,
FIFAe World
Cup. Apoio da torcida
with
incondicional.
the fan
Que não
support
parou de fazer
all the
barulho
time.
sequer momento,
Didn't
hein?
stop
Então pode vir, João Vitor,
cheering
pode
for.
vir, Henriquinho.
Come over here, players.
Parabéns pela
Congratulations,
classificação.
Henriquinho,
Duas
Victor,
classificações, na
Avaré.
verdade.
Congratulations
A
for
câmera
the
lá.
both
Primeira
qualifications.
classificação
The
pra
first
final do Continental.
qualification to
Segunda,
this final.
super importante.
And
Vocês
the
já
second
estão
one,
na
super
Copa do Mundo.
important.
Então a primeira
Now
pergunta
you are
é
in the World
sobre
Cup,
o
so the first
sentimento
question
nesse
is,
momento.
what is the feeling?
Felicidade, trabalho cumprido.
Happiness.
A gente treina todos os dias
We
focado no
did, we
resultado.
accomplished
E
our
ganhamos
goal.
3 vezes a América. E mais
We
uma vez
won
estamos indo
America
para uma
3
grande
times.
final, um grande time.
Once again
Também são
in
os
the
nossos
grand
amigos,
final,
então, só
we have a
agradecer
great
torcida
team.
que veio aqui
Would
fazer
like to
parte
thank you
e
to the
vibrar pela
fans.
gente e dizer que muito feliz
And
pelo
I want to
resultado.
say that I'm
Que
very happy
golaço,
for
hein,
that.
parceiro? Pelo amor de Deus, Henriquinho. Vem pra cá. Fala comigo.
over here.
Expectativa agora
Where's your
para essa grande final contra a equipe do
Expectations
Peru,
to the grand
que quase
final
não
against
classifica.
Peru.
Se
that
vocês tivessem
almost-
feito um gol a mais no Peru, eles não
almost
estavam na
didn't
final.
qualify for
Expectativa pra esse jogo.
the playoffs,
Acho que
and because the Brazilian goal they are
A
here.
gente tá jogando bem, como eu disse antes.
We
a
are
gente
playing
começou meio
pretty well.
devagar, mas
We started a
a
little
resiliência que o
bit
time tem
out
é
of rhythm.
muito boa. A gente começou a se encontrar dentro do
We-
jogo. Então acho
we
que a gente
find
tá
ourselves
jogando
inside
o que
the
a gente
game.
sabe. O Peru é um grande time, é uma
Peru
grande seleção.
is a great
acho que vai ser
national
grande
team.
jogo.
Você comentou
we will
sobre
have
isso na
a
primeira
great
entrevista,
game
foi
here.
sobre estamos engrenando, estamos acelerando.
We are
Acelerou
starting
quanto
to
gostaria,
accelerate.
voltou
Now you
futebol
guys are
brilhante do brasileiro.
full gas.
Acho que a cada partida a gente tá melhorando. Agora a gente tem que comprovar
Game
isso
by
na final.
game, step by step, we're improving.
Brasil!
Let's go,
Segue
Brazil!
daí, Caster!
Back to you, casters.
Well, they're only accelerating from there. Look at the carnival here in Rio. Brazil returning to the scene of the crime. They want another chance at a FIFAe World Cup. They've won plenty of them in the past across various different titles earlier, but now the one they chase so much, they've qualified not once but twice over the last 2 days for.
They have done it. As we look outside, you can just see all the dancing going on. I'm obsessed with this,
Look at
Harry.
this.
Tuk-tak, tuk-tak. I really love it. But as
it
the
go?
Brazilian fans, how does it walk?
How does it go?
It's like tuk-tak, tuk-tak. Not sure how
That's
exactly.
a pretty good beat, actually. That's
It
a
is.
samba beat.
I think
I'm
I should.
quite
I
impressed.
should be on there
Yeah.
with the Brazilian. No, of course not. I'm
I think
impartial.
so. Are you sure you don't have
I
any
have no
South
favourites.
American heritage in you at all? Maybe a couple of generations back. We'll have to look
Maybe.
into that. But a word on Chile. They fought really, really hard. They did incredibly well. Really went under the radar in the group stages because, let's not forget, they finished third. And yeah, there was arguably a bit of jeopardy towards the end as they weren't mathematically secure into the final round. But they finished third. It's just unfortunate to them, really, that Brazil happened to finish second, and the way the draw worked out, they had to face each other.
It is, and I think that goes to show how important where you finish in the group stage is, because had they come up against someone else bar Brazil, things could have been different. Same thing as Peru came up against Brazil. Chances are they would have been out, but now they're in that final against Brazil, booked their ticket to the FIFAe Finals. But I believe we have the highlights to look at for what was a 4-goal thriller.
Yeah, we can admire the handiwork of Brazil as the Canary squad secure their ticket to the Continental Finals just to come very shortly, but also the FIFAe World Cup later on this year. They want to lift that trophy. Looking over the highlights then of, as you said earlier, a great 4-goal performance over the 2 legs. Really impressive stuff from João Victor and Henriquinho. They knew what they needed to do, and they got it done indeed. It didn't take too long for them to settle into their Joga Bonito rhythm either. Just, 13 minutes in, they were able to secure the first chance of that semi-final, and then it was this, a few moments later, that lifted the roof off. You can see the jubilation and really the relief from João Victor. He knew that Chile could have given themselves a really big problem. But that reaction just spells relief, and from then on they never looked back. It was fairly comfortable. And despite the red card, they were able to hang on going into the latter stages of that first leg. The only real chance of note was in the 80th minute. Then the halftime show kicked off. We saw a bit of capoeira from Mr. Pistola, Canarinho himself, before the second leg kicked off. And as I'm joined now by Stuart Wesley as we prepare for our final, Brazil just looked so comfortable. It was almost like a victory lap before that semi-final even began.
Yeah, I think the first leg really took it away from Chile. Again, once you get into that zone, granted they'd gone down to 10, they'd lost Patrick Vieira, but they managed to just close it out, and it was enough to just steady the ship if you were Brazil. And the second leg, I mean, it's a phenomenal strike from distance. It's been what they've been working towards. It's what that formation allows you to do. It parks those number 10s on either side of the box, and if they can get the avenues to take that controlled strike, it is a killer.
Isn't it just that blitz curler so imperative? Del Piero putting in work for Brazil. They picked him in that phase 2, I believe, and they have picked him for that reason exactly. And now we can look forward to a very, very fun final to come. It's going to be for the Continental Championship of South America, Peru taking on Brazil. Peru, the real surprise package, weren't they, Wes? I don't think anyone expected them to qualify and beat Argentina.
Quite an incredible story. It really is. To qualify to the FIFAe World Finals, or World Cup Finals, you had 4 points in the group stage.
Yep.
You escaped on the basis of goals scored. You then take down a team that was top of the tree, and in golden goal fashion no less. What mentality monsters are lurking in that Peruvian side?
And these were 5th ranked in the consistency rankings within the region, Peru. So a real underdog story. They took down the 2nd ranked participants. So it goes to show exactly why we don't play eFootball on paper, because if it was a case of ranking, we would have seen Brazil, Argentina, job done. But Peru, the Cinderella story, even though they outranked Argentina in the global consistency points ranking within the region, Argentina and Brazil were top 2 after the 3 weeks of the Nations League, the competition that led to this continental final. So well done to Peru. Obviously, they still have a chance to be crowned champion, but you were sat in the stands enjoying the carnival atmosphere there with Brazil. It's going to be an intimidating cauldron for them to come into.
Yeah, I mean, it's something else. You know, the third man kind of analogy, it really is a game changer. It really is. You've got a breakdancing mascot. You have a fandom who are banging feet, they're singing songs, they're getting behind their team, and it just adds another layer of things to overcome. We talk so much about the intangibles that these tournaments provide. We talk about have you had enough rest? Have you had enough preparation? Do you know the climate that you're in?
Are you cold? Are you warm?
Are you cold? Are you warm? How are you feeling? And you've got to overcome all of that. Then you've got to overcome the crowd, and then you have to overcome Brazil. Yeah. It is a lot to do if you are the Peruvians. However, they'll be delighted about the fact that they have booked their ticket to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. So
of course.
It's almost like a bonus game in some regards, because I don't think in their wildest aspirations they thought that they could do it, but boy, did they show some resilience.
Yeah, they might feel they're getting a bit greedy because they've already made history as, I believe, the first Peruvian national representatives at a FIFAe World Cup. Truly, truly splendid stuff from them. Obviously, Segale and John Akara should be very proud of their work, but they don't want to stop there. They don't want to just be content with turning up. They've shown that time and time again. And what we saw from their play style against Argentina, and Argentina really struggled to break this down, by the way, is the Route 1 gameplay. Long balls win the second ball. Can Brazil do anything to try and nullify that? It really is fire versus ice here.
It really is. I think they if anybody does have the keys to unlock the Peruvian puzzle, it's going to be the Brazilians. It's going to be João Victor. It's going to be Henriquinho. It's going to be Thiago, the coach. They're going to know a way, somehow, some way. They do seemingly be a side that I would say have a plan A and a plan B and a plan C. They seem to have those multiple kind of game plans for, if it's not going right, how do we correct it? For Peru, again, it feels like they have one speed, but that speed is pretty good. It's got them to this point. It's a case now, can they evolve? Can they go toe-to-toe with Brazil? We saw it in the final round of fixtures. It was 4-2, and the general consensus out there, in and amongst the fans that I spoke to, was Peru gave them a pretty good game.
So matchups could make matches here. We could be in for a very, very fun final. Wherever you're tuning in across the world, thank you very much for joining us here at the Continental Championships. We have our confirmed World Cup finalists from the Americas now. It's going to be Peru and Brazil. They have the small matter of going head-to-head for the title of Continental Champion, which does add a little bit of pep in your step, doesn't it, entering that World Cup finals later on. And that's going to come very, very shortly. Peru really coming out of nowhere. To tell you how one-sided this is, Brazil, the first-ranked FIFAe nation in the world. Peru outside the top 25. They're 27th ranked in the world on eFootball console. I mean, they barely have over 1,100 points. To put that into perspective, Brazil, the only team in the world, I believe, above 1,500. So we're talking about a 400 near enough disparity between the two nations.
Yeah, it is a massive disparity, but you'd like to think that Peru might be asking the question of the FIFAe World Rankings Committee if such a thing exists. Yep. I think they'll be asking questions afterwards to go, hey, I don't think that number's right. I think we might need to be bumped up a little bit here.
They say, screw your algorithms. We don't care about mathematics.
No, and that was it. They looked at storylines. They looked at favourites that we had spoken about at the start of the day. We'd earmarked Brazil, Argentina and Chile. And they just went, do you know what? We're going to quietly go about our business. And as I say, they owe a big round of applause to Bolivia. Because if Bolivia don't beat Venezuela in that final round, we don't get that Cinderella story.
Very good point.
And bearing in mind, of course, Bolivia had been minus 19 goal difference up until that point, had only scored 1 goal and had no points to their name.
That is how much of a butterfly effect has happened here in Rio, and that's why I love the Continental Championships. It's a great advocate for it, isn't it? It's a great poster for the Continental Championships. The first time FIFA is holding something like this, region per region. You qualify through the Nations League for these Continental Championships, and then you qualify for the World Cup. No one gets a free spot from these regions. Everyone has to go and fight for their place, and Peru says, we're up for that fight. Brazil, though, and I spoke to Alia about this momentarily before, the last 2 FIFAe World Cups, Brazil have met a roadblock, and that roadblock's name?
Go on.
Indonesia.
Oh.
You remember in the 2024 final? They sadly lost the best of 3. Last year in the quarterfinals, it was a banger, but it was a 5-4 loss to Indonesia. what do, and we did theorycraft as well in terms of the time difference over to Asia. You know what? We'll revisit
hold that
point
thought.
because
We'll hold that.
let's not wait any longer. Let's send it over to Wars on the floor. He's ready to kick off our final. Peru taking on Brazil.
Boa noite,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are here at the grand finals of FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. 6 teams initiated that competition. Now we have the finalists 2. And the 2 teams are already qualified for the World Cup, but now it's time for the decision. Let's introduce the 2 finalists. A very good evening for Peru!
Formada por Segolê,
The lineup
Jonacra e o coach Hamps são finalistas. Conquistaram a vaga à Copa do Mundo. Na quarta posição. Foram dela para a grande final e agora vamos chamar a nação verde e amarela.
To join us in the stage, the yellow and green nation, the host nation. Come to the stage, Brazil!
Formada por Henriquinho, João Vitor e o coach aparecem, senhores! Temos os 2 finalistas. Parabéns! Que vocês possam fazer uma excelente final. Bom jogo a todos. Podem se posicionar. Enquanto isso, cadê meu amigo? Cadê o meu amigo Canarinho? Aqui comigo. Venha, meu Canarinho Pistola. Venha comigo. Enquanto os jogadores se posicionam, quero ver a habilidade. Quero ver o tete-a-tete. Cadê? Vai!
Let's
go. É muito... De olho fechado. Tá de olho fechado, Canarinho Pistola. Boa! Uma salva de palmas ao nosso Canarinho.
Applause for Canarinho.
Bom, já estamos na eminência de começar, então, casters,
the grand final, so casters, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much to Wars and Canarinho Pistola as well. I don't know what to say, Wes, honestly. That's one of the most hype intros I think I've seen, but also really impressive. I mean,
get him in the squad.
The blind keepy uppies. Can he play centre forward?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering for my team that I support.
My domestic team definitely needs one.
Almost definitely. But yeah, great to see the show of sportsmanship across the 2 nations, Brazil and Peru, ready to contest the Continental Championship final in just a few moments' time. They've already joined the qualified nations on console, Japan, Jordan. And to come back to the point we were talking about before we got a chance to see that really hype introduction, Indonesia, the nation that Peru has come unstuck against the last 2 years in a row in this competition, they'll be watching. They've qualified as well, all the way in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia for their Continental Championships. Is there a date with destiny happening here? The time zone difference is around about 9 AM at the moment over in Malaysia. I wonder if Akbar Paudi and, of course, his teammate Elga will be watching this and thinking, yeah, you know what, Brazil, we'll take you a 3rd time.
It is a tale as old as time between Brazil and Indonesia. It is seemingly one of those where it's like entwined fates between the pair of them. Again, you read out some of the names that are there that have qualified. Peru is the real outlier. Japan, Indonesia, Jordan, and Brazil have all got powerhouse household names.
They've got pedigree.
They've got pedigree. They've got pedigree across the esport, and Peru, and it's what I love about this, they do have an element of unknown. You haven't got too much game film on them. You don't really know too much about them outside of this tournament, which they've been fantastic just to get to this point. Granted, the results haven't necessarily gone their way, but the general feeling out on the floor is they might just be a sleeper hit, a dark horse, just to keep your eye on in terms of the abilities that they have. And who knows, they might give Brazil a bit of a fright in the early going in this first game of the best of two.
Yeah, they could well, because as we mentioned before, Peru, very distinct game plan. They're happy to play the aerial duels. They've drafted in a way that allows them to utilize the height. We've seen them time and time again utilizing, I believe it was Jan Koller they've been bringing on, and obviously Ruud Gullit, who was one of their Phase 1 players. If you're wondering who they salvaged from the Phase 4 selection, it's Andrea Pirlo and Jude Bellingham. So a bit more of a somewhat of an orchestrator, anchorman in the midfield in Pirlo, but also Jude Bellingham, physical, very good. That player ID, very good aerially. So they've been opting to start the Englishman in their starting lineup after salvaging him from Phase 4.
And that's interesting, given the fact that they've salvaged him in Phase 4. They certainly maybe felt that there was something they were lacking in their midfield. If you look at their almost the kind of the bespoke choices they had Davids, they had Kaka. They normally would start Davids, they normally would start Vieira and Gullit, but they found something within Jude Bellingham that seemingly is something that works.
Yeah, and if you're wondering on the other side who Brazil have salvaged from the scrapyard, if you will, it's Ronaldinho and Fabio Cannavaro. They've been able to pluck them from the Phase 4. I said this to Ali, I don't know who or why or how it happened, whose idea it was to allow Ronaldinho to slip to a player such as João Victor, who has such technical dribbling ability. That player ID and João Victor go hand in hand and straight into the starting line.
I mean, if you look at the front four there, I mean, it's a who's who of eFootball, not even just offline royalty, online royalty.
It's meta
just
players.
Unbelievably good players. Also on the other side, though, obviously, Ruud Gullit is there, Jude Bellingham, Neymar, and Ousmane Dembele. Again, there's enough players there to do damage and do weaponry, and I spy a wild Mickey van der Ven in at centre-back alongside Christian Romero.
That's my club captain right there, at right-back, might I say. Or rather, a third centre-back. He's not been allocated that right-back position, so interesting from Peru. Interesting. They're obviously changing things up here. They're going to, again, mirror the formation of Brazil. I
was going to say it's a mimic. It's almost a mimic. And interestingly as well, no fluid formation from either team. So it is just what have you got? It's heads up eFootball. Here's our lineup. Here is your lineup. We've got a game plan for you. Who's going to execute the best here? Given what they've got at their disposal, Romario is just an unbelievable striker. We've seen it a lot from Brazil already. With Peru, though, Edgar Davids and Patrick Vieira to hold down the midfield. There's not many better pairings than those two in that DMF slot. So it'll be interesting to see who can get their best foot forward as we see João Victor just having a moment before battle commences. This is going to be an absolute slugfest between these two.
Indeed, it is. That is what they're playing for. The Continental title, the trophy, the bragging rights to enter the World Cup as South America champion. We are underway. Brazil against Peru. And it's going to be Brazil attacking this right-hand goal for the first half of this first leg. The same rules apply. It will be aggregate score across the two legs, and if we cannot separate them after that, it'll be a 90-minute golden goal game. So interesting to see Peru mimic the tactics almost In fact, exactly position for position. Even at that right back position, it's not really a right back, it's more of a third centre back. So anything Brazil do, Peru want to try and copy. But the question is, can they execute as well as Brazil? We'll find that out at the end of these two legs. Nice hop, skip and a jump from John Akara here. Just waiting for his teammates to get into position, but when no short option is available, he's happy to go long. Big tackle from Henriquinho. Both João Victor and Henriquinho have been stepping up defensively, and when they're singing from the same hymn sheet offensively as well, it's a difficult team to beat.
Yeah, they certainly grew into this tournament. They didn't quite finish exactly where they wanted to in the group stage, but when it mattered, when it counts, is always that big thing about when those lights are on you and the pressure is on, they delivered for their country. They've got to now do it again if they want to walk away as continental champions.
One thing that's been really impressive from John Akra and Segole for Peru, and they've shocked everyone they've faced. And that's a blitz curler from downtown. Very optimistic though, needs to be a little bit more off centre to get that tactic to fall his way. Is how astute defensively they've been. I mean, in that second leg against Argentina, I know it was 0-0, but it was largely down to the Peruvian tackles and interceptions such as those. Brazil might just succumb to the same fate as Argentina here if they're not careful. It's a Peruvian corner.
Yeah, they're going to save that corner. Again, it was, trickery from Dembele. See it here again, just neatly just gets it onto the other side of his body. And again, it's about finding those angles when you have that moment. There's a booking there for Patrick Vieira. Again, one to keep your eye on. We started to see some sendings off, two of which have actually come from Brazil.
Exactly. Discipline coming into question here on both sides of the pitch. The Peruvian Vieira has entered the referee's book. Promising here from Peru. That's a really nice ball roll here from Ruud Gullit. It's going to be a corner.
Yeah, you see often from high-level players, they use that double touch, they use a ball roll to just open up that space to get the shot away. That one deflected on that occasion, but you can see the cogs starting to turn for Peru. And 30 minutes gone here, Harry. They've gone about their business in an economical way.
Here's the Peruvian corner. Headed down now, trying to win a little game of head tennis. They'll give this and make the Brazilian defence chase back towards their own goal, and that's allowing spaces. And there's a foul from Henriquinho here. Which way will the referee see this? Is this outside the box? I think so. No penalty. But it's another case of Peru causing teams issues here.
Go on, have a go.
Plays it short, laid back, goes for that left-footed strike, will be pushed around the post. Nice little routine.
What do I know? Why do I know about taking the shot? Actually, it's the more economic use of the ball. Is keep it, take a strike. If it goes in, great. If it gets parried away, they've still got another set piece to them. They're doing really well at keeping the ball down this end of the field.
Well, the outswinger eluded João Victor, who wanted to try and bring the keeper. He's going to try it again here, and Peru clearly studying Brazil's tendency from corners, keeping it away from the goalkeeper. And this has been a great spell from Peru, and they'll be rewarded with a goal. Oh my! The Rio crowd absolutely silenced. Peru in front. And it's with some goal.
Yeah, not only is it just some goal, Harry, you've got to say, it's a little bit deserved.
It's well
Peru.
deserved.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Again, it was a neat ball into the box. And you can see, again, it comes from aerial play. It comes to, see here again, just a flick on. It's one of the most basic ways of scoring. But what's wrong with basic when it gets results? It's wonderfully just chip ball. It's into Hullet on the edge of the box. And first time on the volley, might I add, it is Ousmane Dembele to took that one home. And Peru, closing in on the half-time whistle here, have themselves a lead.
Well, well, well. Who could have seen this coming? Is there a bounce back from Brazil? Henriquinho inside, nice bit of trickery. But that Peruvian goal has just been a hallmark of their play. Aerial flick-ons and then tight finishes. This isn't going to plan for Brazil so far.
No, certainly not. And again, if you are Brazil, it's a bit of shock that they've come into a game where the team is mimicking their formation. I think they're a little bit taken aback by how Peru have constructed their lineup, and there's a chance here now for Peru to break away.
That's a tackle from John Accra at the top of the pitch there. Segale's here in support if he needs him, but just frustrating Henriquinho here, making him chase him. Segale can maybe think about a cross here. Luckily, João Victor stands strong in the defensive duel. Now, where's the counter going to come from? Henriquinho plays it inside. The Brazilian crowd here in Rio trying to G up their team. Henriquinho into the box, but just runs into that brick wall. Patrick Vieira clearing for Peru. Perhaps one last chance here in the half, but no, it'll be snuffed out. And there you go. At the end of the first half here in leg one, Peru upset Brazil 1-0. And they've made Brazil look pretty human.
I was going to say, they've essentially Braziled Brazil. They've just come out, nullified as many of their attacks, if I can think of it, any really, at the edge of the box. And all of the pressure and all of the chances have gone the way of Peru. And you can see the crowd trying to get them G'd up and roiled up. But at the moment, Peru just look like they're in cruise control.
It's so much pressure here on João Victor and Henriquinho. After all the support of the Confederation, all the support of the national governing body, it was all teed up for them to come in and lift this trophy. Plenty of eFootball still to play between two nations that have already qualified for the World Cup. This is for the trophy. This is for the crown. This continental final. Peru 1, Brazil 0. Henriquinho to start the second half off really well. Nice dribble from him. Inside the box now, has two men for company. Oh, header at the front post, can't be steered on target by João Victor. Great start to the second half.
Yeah, it's positive. It's exactly what Brazil needed. They needed to just go, hey, we can get towards this defence. The issue now, of course, is 3 minutes into the second half, they don't surrender the ball to Peru. Peru might be able to just start to turn that cog and just start to make things happen. Brazil have got to find a level here.
Indeed they do. Henriquinho's looking very, very sprightly though. And that will allow Brazil avenues back in. Here he is turning inside. John Accra is there for company, and in the end it's actually him who makes that tackle. Better though from Brazil, they're winning that second ball. And once again it will come at the Peruvian defence. Henriquinho dodges a tackle or two, but Peru are frustrating them here. They're first to most balls in the defensive phase of play. This is where they could be dangerous.
And this is the problem that Brazil are facing here, is that, yes, they're starting to get more inroads, but I think Peru have learnt their lessons in terms of defensively as a duo. One goes to the back of the ball carrier, the one goes to the front, and almost you're kind of lobster clawing the defense, and it just makes it so much harder to get the ball through the gaps.
Whoa, over the top towards Enriquinho, giving chase with Ruud Gullit. And that'll be a corner to Brazil. Peru could not get that under control.
Weirdly, I think that was the lesser of two evils, because if they keep that in and hook it clear and it's not cleared effectively, players left onside and Brazil might have had a big opportunity. Now instead it's a set piece.
Enriquinho to win the header. Gullit's there! There's your equaliser! Brilliant and by design from Brazil. They meant to do this, Wes. That was a brilliant corner, and it's now all even here in the first leg.
Well, just take back what I said about the lesser of two evils. It very much was you damned if you do, and you damned if you don't if you're Peru. You keep the ball in, you present an opportunity where players are offside. You get rid of the ball out of play, you present a set piece where Ruud Gullit could potentially benefit from a flick on. I mean, either way, it is a goal for Brazil, and that is, I would say, since that second half period, or since the second half kind of kicked off, in those opening 15 minutes of that opening quarter of an hour in game, Brazil have just been front foot.
Yes, they have. And I'll tell you what, it is two phase one players combining on that corner routine. Van Dijk, his aerial supremacy, feeding Ruud Gullit.
Well, interestingly now, though, that was Ruud Gullit's last action of the first leg of this or best of two. And crucially for Peru, they brought on, I would think, is their talisman in Jan Koller.
Yeah, this is going to spell a little bit of concern for Brazil. Despite just scoring, equalising here in the first leg. Jan Koller being introduced means that they have now an aerial threat, the big Chechen striker. You see him on the ball here. Can provide all kinds of threat aerially and on the ground with his strength. He'll force a corner where he can be just as dangerous.
Just like having a towering bulldozer trying to run through the defence there, Jan Koller. Not like it was just like holding off kids in the playground, like just very much like, nope, that's a stiff arm in the NFL. No, we're going to take that away and just force an opportunity. It is a corner, and these are the moments where Peru now might have the aerial dominance to be able to try and make something happen.
Man, it's so interesting seeing how this region likes to approach the game. Oftentimes, when we're over in Europe and we're over in other regions, we don't see corners really be as effective, at least not for the last couple of years of eFootball. But so far today, I've seen numerous routines across a plethora of set pieces here in South America that you can tell there's just that diversity of play style. They've practiced these. They know exactly what they want to do and how to get the most out of their players from these set pieces.
Yeah, I mean, my routine at a corner used to be, and probably still is really, is you manually take control of your tallest player. You run them from the back to the front post as they're running, so that they get a running start on the opponent. You hit the button to deliver the ball in. As you're getting that, you have the momentum, you can flick it on, and that's where we're seeing it with the likes of Gullit, Koller, etc. They're able to then benefit from that flick on.
It's going to be towards the back post. Sadly, too close to João Victor's Gigi Buffon. Perhaps that was Peru trying to condition João Victor, because we've seen in the past João Victor wanting to be aggressive with the goalkeeper and claim the ball from corners. The early corners we saw in this first leg from Peru were a bit more directional, a bit more wayward. Maybe they were hoping that João Victor had learnt his lesson, or maybe they'd conditioned him to stay at home, but nope. That time around, an easy gather. Here come Brazil. Nothing doing that time around. This is the period of the game where substitutes really make the biggest impact. I know we've seen plenty of them already, but if there's any left for selection, as Brazil win somewhat of a cheap free kick, this is where they could be more impactful than usual.
Yeah, it's like that kind of golden period between 60 and 70 minutes is where those substitutions come in so handy. Fresh strikers or fresh attackers up against slightly tired defenders. It's rare that you see players at this level switch defenders, which is always a problem that I find.
Here's the free kick routine. Oh, it's going to sneak in, is it? No, it's cleared off the line. Can you believe that? I thought for sure that one was going to find pay dirt. It'll roll here for João Victor. Great concentration from Peru, staying switched on from that goal line clearance. Still alive for Brazil. The Peruvian defence staying strong. Wow, Segale, Jean Acra this second half, they've had to batten down the hatches. Weathering the storm. Now where's the link-up play? Can they make Brazil pay? Nice tackle again from John Acra. His timing defensively has been really awkward to deal with. Brazil earned that throw-in on the far side. 10 minutes to go here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, when your look is in, your look is in. That goal line clearance could be the difference maker for Peru at this stage. 10 in-game minutes left, though, of this first game. Can Brazil poke their noses in front?
The crowd are behind them now. Five in-game minutes to go, plus stoppages here in the first leg. It'll find its way to João Victor. Henriquinho trying to turn the corner. He's turned one defender, but not the other. Great coverage again from Jean Acra. Lumped up to Jan Koller. That's been their outlet. But defensively, he's bested that time around, and the referee's played a good advantage here. João Victor can bring the ball forward. Where is the option? Blitzcaller from distance off the frame. We saw it work for him in the semi-final. He tried it again. It was cheeky. There's been 4 minutes added on. Here's Jay Victor. Runs into traffic with his pass, and now Peru at the end of this first leg. We're in the 4th minute of stoppage time. Tries to get Jan Koller into an aerial duel that favours him, but the referee blows the full-time whistle at the end of 90 minutes between Brazil and Peru. It is 1-1. We're heading to a second leg here, Wes. Honours even.
I tell you what, Peru absolutely weathered that storm in that second half. My word, did they have to avoid conceding a goal. And to be fair, there were moments, I do this a lot as you commentate with me, Harry, where I'll be pointing in directions, and there were so many opportunities where they could maybe get the ball through to Koller and go a bit earlier, but I think they were more content to take this to a second game, because essentially it is, to steal a phrase, it's series reset. It is just a case of next game could potentially be the winner.
Well, how about Segale and John Acra? The two Peruvians, they're becoming household names. Segale on the left, John Acra on the right-hand side of the stage. And don't forget Coach Rempez in the back. Peru are in the lion's den and they're going toe-to-toe. Should I say the Canaries' cage?
Yeah, they certainly are having to defend this cage. Again, it's something that, again, it's not, for Peru, it's not the most complicated game plan, but it is effective. And I think that is sometimes what kind of gets almost lost in the sauce a little bit sometimes with players is that they want to win with beautiful football and they want to go and, you know, almost style points their way to victories. And sometimes you've just got to sit back and go with the most effective way of playing. You know, we talk about metas and things of that nature, but this isn't meta. This is just, it's route one, it's winning second balls, and it's being first to that loose ball. And Peru, again, were well worthy of that opening goal in that game. That for the first 35, 40 minutes, or the first half in general, they were all over Brazil. And that worried the two folks that you're seeing on your screen, or maybe the third as well in terms of the coach.
Yeah, these two, Sekou John Accra, I cannot say enough how impressed I've been by them. It's not often you see somewhat new faces come through and upset the pecking order. They've already dispatched of Argentina, a massive nation in their own right, just to make it this far. And now they are standing toe to toe, on 10 toes with the home nation, and they've given these fans in the arena here where it's cause for concern.
They have. I mean, you talk about this as well. We talk about fatigue a lot. It is, to, you know, to put it in context, it's 10:15 local time. These gentlemen have been playing since, what, 3 p.m.?
7 hours.
7 hours. I mean, the delay between the two semi-finals, I mean, of course, we are kind of always going to be here till the very end. We want to see how this finishes out, but it's a long old day, as you're seeing on our screens. Peru just going back to the mimic, is what I'm going to call it. They are going back to mimic their counterparts in Brazil. But it's been a long old day. That mental focus, that mental fatigue is slowly starting to wane. And let's say one false move in this game, and it's curtains for one of them.
Could spell disaster, as you say. They've been playing for 7 hours. Their shuttle to the venue was scheduled for 11 a.m. So we're approaching 11 hours in the same building. It's been a marathon. It's been a battle of endurance. They've both gotten their reward in the ticket to the World Cup Finals. We will see both of these nations again in a couple of months' time, battling for the World Cup. This is just for bragging rights. This is for the title. This is for the trophy. This is for the kudos. This is for the ability to say you're the #1 team in South America. Will it be Peru? Will it be Brazil? We're about to find out. It'll be Peru with the kickoff, attacking the right-hand side of your screen. John Accra to get us underway. Usually at this stage, Wes, I would ask you what needs to change for either side, but honestly, I could see this second leg go either way.
It really can. It's just a case of who's going to execute in these moments of pressure. We talk about clutches, we talk about clutch gene. Who has got it? We know that Brazil have it. We've seen it from Jay Victor. We've seen it from Henriquinho in previous tournaments. Do Peru have it in their locker? That's the real key question here.
Well, they didn't come this far just to come this far, Peru. Why not, if the opportunity presents itself, go win yourself some silverware. Henriquinho into the feet of João Victor, but it's just been the defensive alertness from Peru. They're always in the right place at the right time. Brazil will need some perfect synergy to break that white wall at the back. There's white shirts all over the place. John Accra now to try and orchestrate some kind of attack, trying to go over the top. Henriquinho can clear that one. Peru, affectionately known as La Bicolor, aka the two-coloured. Red and white are usually their colours, this time in the all-white strip. And that white wall defensively is going to be something difficult for Brazil to break down. Sadly, that one will just trickle out for a goal kick. I can't say enough, Wes. Can't say enough. This is 27th ranked in the world, up against world #1. And they're taking them the distance thus far.
Yeah, indeed. And somewhat almost, in terms of the game plan of Peru, there is something almost stereotypically English about it. Lump it up to the big guy and then feed off of second balls. We've seen it so much in our own domestic game, but it's awesome to see it represented in the video game realm as well, because again, you know, it doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be effective.
Good protecting of the ball here from Brazil, and it's going to reward them with a goal! Patience pays off, and João Victor finishes off. A brilliant move. They beat the press, they work around the white wall, and it's advantage Brazil now.
Yeah, again, it's just, as you said, it's patience. And we talk about that game plan from Peru. Let's talk about the game plan of Brazil. They just pick their moments and they take their opportunities. It's a first-time strike into the bottom corner. It's that man, Romario, again. He's been used to such great impact by Brazil. And comes up in the biggest of moments for them. They're 1-0 ahead, 2-1 on aggregate.
How about the reverse pass, by the way, from Henriquinho? So often we talk about Jay Victor as the star of the team, the face, the future of the Brazilian national team, but the 24-year-old Henriquinho, I mean, he's a 4-time Brazilian champion himself, and that pass was as good as the finish. And that's woken the Brazilian crowd here in Rio. It's the first time Peru in the knockout stages actually have gone behind. So with their backs against the wall, how can they overcome adversity? We'll see what Peru are really made of. Ronaldinho inside to Henriquinho. Nice play here from João Victor. Oh, he operates so well in those pockets of space. And it's now Brazil 3, Peru 1.
What a bullet from Jay Victor. 3-1 on aggregate, 2-0 up in game. Very much was the incorporating the celebration, it has to be said. It's incredible from the fans, but you are quite, I mean, it is a bullet. It is an absolute stunner. See it again here. Romario just shapes, and again, he's such an apex predator. I know I mentioned that earlier, but he's so good in game. He's that item that I think a lot of people covet whenever he comes up in the rotation of being available to obtain. He's just on everybody's list. He's such a good item in game. Peru, though, have got their own strike at goal, and they've hit the bar.
Got to stay alert when blitz curlers are in town. Peru almost ruining the party. Just reminding Brazil that they're in this final for a reason. They'll be on the plane to the World Cup with them for a reason. But 2 first half João Victor goals sees Brazil 2 goals to the good on aggregate as well. 5 minutes from half time. Henriquinho. Spaces are opening up now. Peru not sure whether to press or cover lanes. Bit of hesitance here or there into the feet of Henriquinho. Can he turn? Can he get it strike away? It's a strong pour in the end by Buffon. Behind for a corner late on in this first half of the second leg. Need a bit more direction on that from Romario.
Yep, forces the corner, but it's not really what Brazil want. They want to put this game right to bed. They are 2-0 ahead. They are approaching half-time, but a third just before the half would, you feel, kill this game off completely.
Look out for this routine. They're going to try and nod this one on. Sadly for Brazilian fans around the world. Oh, that's a stunning strike on the volley. It'll be another corner for them to bring out the routine. We're seeing a bit of rope-a-dope here from Peru. They're having to really survive the latter stages of this first half in the second leg. Keeper's come a long way.
2 added minutes have been indicated.
J. Victor recycling. Nice pass down the wing, and, well, Henriquinho overplayed it. And Peru, we're seeing unforced errors now. And that will gift maybe one last chance at the half to Brazil. It'll have to go straight forward if they want to see that happen. Long throw. Will it to contest, and will the referee be generous and give a corner? He will. So another chance at a routine, and it would make it an exclamation mark on this first half. Cleared at the front post, back to the corner taker. But that'll be all. The first half ends. Brazil 2, Peru 0. The aggregate score 3-1. And Brazil 45 minutes from being crowned officially undisputed champions of South America.
Yeah, they just look like they've seized control at the right moment. They look like they have just said, you may have those questions about us from game one. Game two, we're not even going to enter that discussion. We're going to take this away from you. It certainly looks as though they're on course to potentially do the double. Mobile and console Continental Champions. Wouldn't have a bad ring to it, would it, Harry?
Well, they've won everything else there is to win this year, Brazil. They did the double at the Konami World Finals as well. They've conquered the world. Let's see if they can conquer the continent. 45 minutes for them to defend this 2-goal advantage and maybe extend it. João Victor far side. They'll be attacking this right-hand side of your screens, Brazil, here in this second half. And wow, John Accra has been very fortunate to find his way through traffic there. Lovely first touch from João Victor. Henriquinho, far side. 2 make it 3. Canary yellow shirts to find in the box. Peru just need a shot of adrenaline here, don't they, Wes? I mean, they're not really stringing any kind of connecting passes between their attack and midfield, and Brazil are really enjoying themselves here in the second half so far.
Yeah, I think Peru have just lost that shade of confidence. That second goal, it kind of has just put what feels like a field between the two of them.
Ooh. Henriquinho! The Canaries are singing now! Henriquinho with a bit of individual brilliance. The 4-time Brazil champion looking to become Continental Champion. Take a look at this.
Yeah, what was it you saying earlier about giving Brazil Ronaldinho to control? It just comes to the fore. It's wonderful, wonderful, quick feet, quick inputs, and again, a brilliant finish. You talk about score lines. Definitively, it's going the way of Brazil. You mentioned something earlier that kind of took me out a little bit. Henriquinho, 24 years old. We would talk about, Jay Victor being the kind of the up and coming prodigy of Brazil. And yet Brazil have actually got two players that are at very much the peak of their powers at the same time being able to represent their nation. It is absolutely phenomenal that they have got those players at their disposal. And it's not just in console, it's in mobile too.
And this is what we want to see from Peru now, start to put more bodies forward. I mean, they have to. They're 3 goals behind. They've really, really shrunk away in this second leg.
For me, that's now an admittance that it stopped working. You've blinked first, you've made the change in shape. That's the key bit. Making changes to your squad, fair enough, or making changes to your lineup and bring on substitutions, fair enough. But when you start to change the fundamental shape of your formation, it's almost that's the conceding of, okay, it's gone wrong, we then need to go again.
Well, they'll need 3 goals in 30 minutes. Peru. It's a tall order. They've faced some tall orders today.
They really have.
But this is the tallest of the bunch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, to bring this back would be nothing short of Herculean to bring it back. But Brazil, they just don't look like they're going to want to let this go. They're on home soil. They give themselves an extra shot of adrenaline and emotion. Every time they score, they're greeted by massive cheers.
João Victor can feed Henriquinho to make it 4. It's the victory lap for Brazil. They know now, almost for definite, there's no way back for Peru. Nothing they can do about Ronaldinho.
First time strikes again, Harry, just paying dividends. Ronaldinho again amongst the goals for Brazil. You've got to think, Harry, maybe thinking ahead to future drafts. Do you think that Brazil might be trying to just get hold of Ronaldinho immediately?
Well, maybe they bump him up, don't they, to a Phase 2 player. At the finals, we'll have, 12 nations, so it'll be more of a stingy draft, if you will, as quality will go earlier on. So you'll have to go further down the depth chart to try and get some quality. And take a look at this. Brazil, both players, by the way, on a hat-trick. 2 goals from Jay Victor, 2 goals from Henriquinho.
I think someone will be trying to take the ball off the Canary with them home if it carries on like this.
The match ball's what's at stake as well as that trophy. Peru have been pinned back. They've been nullified. They've been neutralized. And it'll be a Brazil free kick deep in deepest, darkest Peruvian territory. And credit to Thiago Alvarez as well, the coach, winning the Continental Championships for mobile yesterday with Rentao and Juninho, and he looks dead set, dead certain to be behind João Victor and Henriquinho when they lift that trophy in a few moments' time. There's nothing Peru can do now. There's just simply not enough time left, Wes.
There simply isn't, and such is the mountain to climb. It's very, very difficult. and that's an understatement. It is very, very difficult for Peru to get back into this, but you maybe feel as though the Peruvian energy and emotion, it was the adrenaline dump after that semi-final. I think they've almost played their final already, and as we said, this is a bit of a bonus game. I don't really think they're going to be too perturbed if Brazil take this one away, which it certainly looks like they're going to.
Certainly does. Still just over 15 in-game minutes to play. João Victor's going straight for goal, almost catching Peru off balance and off guard. And I think João Victor there going straight for goal tells me Henriquinho and Jay Victor will be battling for that match ball. They both want the hat-trick. They want to be the first one to score a hat-trick. A hat-trick in a final is, well, it's a very rare feat. And both Brazilians are primed and ready for a match ball. Perhaps both of them could take one home before the full-time whistle. Here come Peru, though, trying to get a consolation. Jan Koller is always dangerous. And it'll be a corner here. Flat towards the front post. It's been knocked on into a dangerous area, but only into the hands of Jay Victor. But now the question really begs, Wes, how far can Brazil go this year? They were runners-up in 2024. They came unstuck against Indonesia. And then the quarterfinals last year was a bit of a regression from them. They'll obviously want to be lifting that trophy at the World Cup Finals.
Yeah, well, you'd certainly think that, again, form book suggests they'd be right at the favourites.
Oh, big read there from João Victor, and the advantage has been brought back. The referee not seeing enough of a clear opportunity. And I think maybe there's been a player sent off here. We'll get confirmation in a moment. No, escapes the red card.
I was going to say, it's not like Christian Romero. He's normally got a card in him.
Just had to get that in, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
It's a common misconception.
It's been a long day. It's been a very long day. Sometimes you do have to take your charge where you can. It is a free kick to Brazil. Not long left on the clock, and not long left of this entire Continental Championship, Harry.
What routine is it here? Over the top towards João Victor. Has he stayed onside? He has! It's a hat-trick for João Victor! What a routine! Indisputable and somewhat inevitable. Brazil 6, Peru 1. The adrenaline dump of that semi-final catching up to Peru. They were able to put on a brave face. It was 1-1 after the first leg, but the second leg belongs to one nation and one nation only. It is Brazil. And we'll ponder the question over the coming weeks as we approach the World Cup finals. How far can Brazil go? Can they lift the trophy that has eluded them over the last 2 years? In 2024, they made it to the console final, came home with a silver medal. In 2025, they made the mobile final, came home with a silver medal. Is this the year, with an extra year of experience, with an extra year of cohesion between João Victor and Henriquinho, that Brazil can go the distance and bring that trophy home?
on the showing we've seen, Harry, all roads lead to yes.
We shouldn't be surprised, really. This is the #1 ranked team in the world we're watching. And they'll have another corner. But it really is a formality at this point. Sadly for Peru, they will fall in the final. But they surprised absolutely everyone. They surprised the entire continent. But they could not surprise Brazil. It was never in doubt. Your South America Continental Champions, Brazil. They've done the double. Mobile console champions of South America. And worthy champions at that.
Absolutely. The man on your screen repaid the faith shown in him by keeping him alongside Jay Victor. And boy, he came up trumps in the final, did Henriquinho. There were some key moments during all of these games. That scoop lob where it just took the goalkeeper out of it. It's very much, it's not just been Jay Victor, it's been a team performance and a team battle and a team victory all the way through.
As the celebrations begin, we can head over to the floor with your champions, Brazil.
O Brasil é campeão do FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. Impressionante. Já garantido a vaga também na Copa do Mundo. FIFAe, senhores, primeiro, parabéns.
Secured and now the title. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Impressionante.
Impressive what you guys have done here on the stage.
Depois de um primeiro jogo truncado,
After
pegado,
first hard
1-1,
game 1,
aonde vocês acharam uma brecha para, irmão,
where did you
abrir
guys
essa
find
porteira no
the
segundo
way
game? Qual foi a
to
diferença?
so many goals?
Acredito que a gente estava com
I
dois volantes no
believe
primeiro
that
jogo. Quando a gente soltou o MLG, a gente conseguiu ter mais volume de jogo, abrir mais, ter mais infiltração com o
We had
centroavante.
the possibility to play in the
E aí o
midfield
segundo jogo, que
with the MLG players.
desde a semifinal,
Since
eu
the
tô sofrendo muito com o delay
semifinal,
na segunda partida. Eu não sei porquê, mas eu tenho um atraso muito grande no segundo jogo na volta.
I had some
E
problems
engraçado que foi a minha
with
melhor performance. Então,
delay.
essa é a
And
equipe...
I don't know why it made
não
me
só da
play
minha parte,
better.
mas todo
I
mundo
had
leva
some
muita
delay and played
experiência.
better.
A gente sempre fala do Ayrton Senna da uma marcha, do rapaz que ganhou
We always say
as
about
Olimpíadas também,
Ayrton
pulou um
Senna
salto
story
absurdo.
when
Então,
he
assim,
won a
gente
race
aqui
with
muito
just
resiliente,
one
muito
gear
feliz
in
que
his cars and I won
mudar
the delay.
o cenário e ser campeão.
And we
Bacana
want to go
demais.
to the World Cup and
Eu
be
quero
the
saber,
grand
Henriquinho,
champions.
como é que vocês
Henriquinho, I
atingiram
want to know
esse nível de
how have you
sintonia?
guys reached
Porque
this
se é pra defender,
high level
defende
of
junto.
synchrony
Tem sempre alguém na
between
cobertura.
you two?
Se é pra atacar, tem
If
sempre
we
alguém
need
na
to
sobra.
attack,
O que
everybody
vocês
is
estão
ready
fazendo?
to
Qual é o
attack.
segredo? Quero
We've
saber
had
o
to defend.
segredo.
You are guys ready to defend? You both guys are guys ready?
Avaré, então te colocar de lado aqui.
Avaré's fault.
Como é que você faz
Is
pra
the
essa galera
responsible.
atingir esse nível de
How do you
performance,
do
meu
it?
irmão?
Cara,
How do you do it?
Muito fácil, são muito talentosos.
They are very
então, é só enxergar
talented.
um pouco o jogo de fora e falar, ó,
Where
faz
they
isso,
have
pronto,
big
eles fazem
talent,
da melhor forma
it's
possível.
easy.
Mérito total deles. São
All
os dois melhores jogadores do
the
mundo,
honor
na
to
minha opinião,
them.
E a gente conseguiu aí buscar esse
We were able to reach this result. It's Avaré.
O que eu espero, o que eu posso
What can
esperar
I
do Brasil
expect,
nessa Copa do Mundo FIFAe?
Brazil
O que a torcida pode esperar dessa seleção que tá com uma sintonia invejável?
Cara, pode esperar um
from
Brasil
you
muito
guys.
forte, a gente favorita o título mesmo, a gente
We
vai pra
are
buscar o título,
the
tanto no mobile
title
quanto no
favorites.
console, acredito que no Rocket League também.
In Rocket
Então,
League
cara, pode esperar que a
also,
gente vai em busca desse título e
so
trazer aí a
the
primeiro
fans
título
can
do
wait for the
futebol na
title.
Copa
We
do
are
Mundo.
going to
Vamos,
win this
time!
title.
Pode se
Let's
posicionar
go,
agora
team.
ali! No
Now
troféu,
you can go
eu convido
close
Xande
to
Teixeira,
the trophy.
chefe
I invite
executivo
Xande
de
Teixeira,
games e esportes eletrônicos do Rio de Janeiro.
of
Xande, a
esports
palavra é
of the city
sua.
of Rio de Janeiro.
Boa noite, campeões também. Quero
Good
dizer que é
evening,
prazer e uma
everybody.
honra
Good
pro
evening,
Rio de
champions.
Janeiro
It's an
receber os
honor to
melhores
Rio de
jogadores
Janeiro
do
to
continente
receive
de
the
futebol
best
e também de
players
esportes
in the
eletrônicos.
continent
Quero
to
agradecer
this
também à
event.
CBF e
I
à
would like
FIFA
to
por
thank
terem
you, CBF
confiado
and
no Rio de
FIFA
Janeiro essa missão incrível
for
de
trusting
receber mais
Rio de
grande
Janeiro to
evento
receive
de
this
esportes
event.
eletrônicos. Deu sorte ontem. Vamos
We
repetir
were
hoje de
lucky
novo.
yesterday
Aliás,
and
Ancelotti,
today
se
again.
cuida aí, porque o Avaré tá empilhando títulos por aqui.
Ancelotti,
Qualquer
be
coisa, o
aware
homem
because
tá
of Avaré.
pronto
He's
pra
winning a lot
subir.
of titles.
Então tá na hora, campeões.
Be
Tá na hora
aware,
de levantar o
Ancelotti.
troféu.
Vamos lá!
Parabéns.
Congratulations, champions.
Vai, Brasil!
Let's go, Brazil!
Campeão do FIFAe Continental Championship
FIFAe Continental
2026!
Championship 2026.
A
Champions.
seleção brasileira não
The
perdoa!
Brazilian
Topa
national
mais
team
uma! A
don't
nação
have
verde e
mercy.
amarela vai ao
The yellow and
Mundial!
green nation is going to the World Cup.
Vamos!
Let's go!
Agradecer a
I
CBF,
would like to thank
Mount
you,
BTS
CBF,
Brasil, a Prefeitura do Rio de Janeiro, por realizarem esse evento incrível, já duas vezes coroado com o título de brasileiro, tanto no mobile quanto no console. Por aqui vamos encerrando, casters, pela última vez no dia.
For the last time today, back to you, casters.
Hey, thank you very much, Wars, holding it down on the stage there all day. He's been having fun, as have Brazil. Worthy champions in the end. Was it ever in doubt?
It wasn't in doubt. When it got towards the end, it was just, as you said, it was a victory parade. It was just them just styling out. It was aura points. And I have to just slightly correct Xande Teixeira, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to us. It wasn't by luck that they have won yesterday and today. It's by design. These guys are some of the premier esports athletes in the world, and they have shown it both in mobile and in console.
Yeah, it's no surprise that the reigning world champions in the 1v1 disciplines are both from Brazil. And we've seen Brazil reign supreme again. They will be joined by Peru at the World Cup thanks to their semi-final heroics against Argentina. But the only team we need to talk about from that final at the very least is Brazil. Let's take a look at some of their handiwork, Wes, because one of the most dominant second legs I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that they got the bit between the teeth and they went to work. They went to work and they said, look, we don't just want to win just by 1 or 2. We want to go and make a statement. You heard it from their coach, Thiago. They believe that they are the clear and overwhelming favourites for the FIFAe World Cup. Now, I hasten to add, pretty sure there's a few nations who've already qualified who might want to tell them to just pump the brakes on that. Japan, always in control. Indonesia, always in control.
They knocked them out the last 2 years.
Exactly. You've then got Jordan, who have got their own perils. Peru, I'm sure, will take this away now and maybe just have a look and have a little bit of an inquest into how exactly it fell apart with the highlights that we're going to see, of course, is that it just got away from him in that second leg.
Indeed it did. I mean, it looked so promising for Peru. It was 1-1 after the first leg, and you're thinking, okay, this is the fire versus ice story we were expecting, but in the end, fire always melts ice.
Yeah, that's it. He's literally, Brazil certainly took a flamethrower to Peru in the end. They very much just set alight to that final, every bit of fire. They fed off the crowd in that arena. There's no doubt about it. You saw when they equalised in that first leg that they kind of tried to calm everybody down. Actually, they needed the opposite. They needed the fire. They needed the energy, and they delivered
Well,
Big time.
finally, let's see these highlights then. Come on, because we can talk a big talk about how Brazil turned up to that second leg, but it's better we just see the handiwork. I mean, a hat-trick in the final from João Victor in the second leg is something to be spoken about. Peru, obviously, were rattled early on, weren't they, by Brazil in that first leg. They actually had to come from behind to try and get anything out of that first leg, but it's the aggregate score that matters most, and all of this hard work that we're going to see from their first leg antics, excuse me, they scored first, didn't they?
They did. They went ahead, which was the shock that I think Brazil needed. Then they came out a ball of fire in that second half. They very much continued to knock on the door, did Brazil. It was a set piece that Ruud Gullit tucked away inside 6 yards. And, you know, you see that there's a bit of a muted celebration. Jay Victor trying to calm down the crowd because sometimes you just need a bit of time. And that was that moment we thought, name on the trophy type of moment for Peru. It just evaded them. Or evaded the goal from Brazil.
How many times have we seen that goal line situation really be stabbed home and we see the net bulge? It's so many times.
So many times where the ball falls in the right place. We saw a Blitzkirler attempt at the 89th minute, and Brazil could have gone in to game two with a 2-1 lead. Instead, it was 1-1, and then 24 minutes in, that's when that torch paper was just lit on fire.
Exactly. That was the first time the entire knockout stages that we had seen Peru have to come from behind, and it's clear from what we've seen since then that it was just impossible for them to do so. Brazil just took the lead and continued adding to it. And it's just so difficult to see exactly where Peru can go from here, because that was a complete drubbing, wasn't it, from Brazil in that second leg?
Yeah, but I think as we'd said in commentary, I genuinely believe that they felt like they played their final. You know, to win it in such dramatic fashion in the semi-final against Argentina on golden goal with all of the pressure that went with it, I think they'd already played their final. And well, Brazil came to play theirs. They just kept hammering the nail into the anvil, and they just kept going. They just kept scoring. They could not be stopped. Once they got that rolling, it's very hard to stop a juggernaut like Brazil.
Well, there were the celebrations. You can see just going to continue throughout the evening. It's going to be a carnival atmosphere in Rio because they've done the double. They've won mobile and they are champions of console as well. Peru will be joining them on the plane to the World Cup, which is a first time in their history, I believe, that they will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup, which is exactly why we hold these types of competitions. It's not just about world ranking, what you can do online. It's about getting it done here at a Continental Championships. Peru take nothing away. Obviously not the ending they would have wanted, but you have to remember that semi-final, a famous golden goal victory against Argentina.
Yeah, and again, it had everybody on the edge of their seats. I saw open mouths when people realised that Peru are going to the finals. They're like, it's just complete and utter shock with some of the attendees. It was a phenomenal achievement. It still is a phenomenal achievement, and Peru can be very proud of their two players and their coach, and they will be there again in the FIFAe World Cup Finals.
Yes, they will. This weekend's Continental Championships from over in Asia and here in South America as well has yielded us 5 nations from each platform. Over on mobile, we have Japan, India, Jordan, Brazil, and Argentina. And then here on console, Japan, Indonesia, Jordan, Peru, and Brazil. They round out the lineup. Stay tuned to FIFA.gg because here in Rio, we're not done. We'll be back tomorrow with Rocket League action. Same time, same place. My name is Harry Shannon. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Wes, hell of a shift, mate. Any last closing thoughts from you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to be involved in these FIFAe events. Yourself and Alia have been stalwart co-op partners for ourselves. It was our own personal 2v2. A real delight to be back and broadcasting with yourself and with Elliot.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the Henriquinho, you're the Jav Victor. You're the hat-trick scorer. I'll feed you all day long. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow for Rocket League action here from Rio de Janeiro. From us in the studio, good night.
Every dream starts somewhere. From home to representing a nation. Over 120 nations, one path to ultimate glory. And now, FIFAe becomes even more global. Only the best from each region advance one step closer to the trophy. Welcome to the FIFAe Continental Championships. Kuala Lumpur, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro, Casablanca, Oeiras, Lisbon. 5 cities, 5 events, one dream worth chasing. The road to the final.